everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Tokyo Ghoul, I am Madara. Chapter 71 to 110, Chapter 71, and S+939 words on the way to the CCG laboratory building. Byakuya chatted with Kori Ui about other matters. By the way, do you remember those twin sisters from your internship? Kori suddenly brought up Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. What about them? Byakuya's curiosity was piqued. They haven't reported to the CCG since the internship ended. A day or two late would be one thing, but it's been quite a while now, and we still haven't received any response from them. Hearing this, Byakuya immediately understood what must have happened. The Yasuhisa twins wouldn't have gone silent without reason. Based on the original timeline, this was around when they would have been transformed into artificial half-ghouls by Dr. But the question was Rise was no longer his experimental subject, so had Kana found another donor? Or perhaps Furuta had helped him find a replacement. Byakuya considered this entirely possible. He hadn't seen Furuta make any moves against Rise lately. Maybe he really had found a substitute. After all, Furuta's ultimate goal was to create a dragon. Theoretically, any experimental subject with Washu bloodline had the potential. Perhaps after weighing the pros and cons, he'd given up on Rise. If that was the case, it meant Kurona and Nishiro still hadn't escaped their fate of being transformed into one-eyed ghouls. He hadn't anticipated Furuta finding a replacement so quickly. It seems you don't know their situation either. Let's set that aside for now. Kori continued, you eliminated a half-Kakuja Jason this time. With your strength, you could easily be promoted to rank 1 or even higher. But promotions aren't based on strength alone. You need to follow the proper steps, written exams, interviews, accumulated achievements, all that bureaucratic stuff. Rules are rules. Just as Kori said, eliminating Jason didn't mean Byakuya could immediately become a rank 1 investigator. Take the original timeline, for example. Although Suzuya's kill of Jason was somewhat opportunistic, he'd still had to wait 6 months after that before being promoted from rank 3 to rank 2. However, exceptional performance in large-scale operations like the Antiku raid could accelerate the promotion process. It's fine. I'm not in any hurry about that. That puts my mind at ease. I was worried you might feel it was unfair. Kori nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the CCG laboratory building. Last time, Byakuya had dealt with an ordinary researcher, but this time he was greeted by the chief researcher, Chigyu Koitsu. The man before him wore a white lab coat and sported a distinctive green mushroom-cut hairstyle, with a small patch of stubble that looked like he'd missed a spot shaving. This was Chigyu Koitsu, not only the CCG laboratory building's chief researcher, but also a researcher for Germany's GFG. His primary responsibility here was manufacturing quinquas, and Jason, the important one this time, was his creation. This is Dr. Chigyu, our most authoritative chief researcher, Kori introduced. Byakuya nodded slightly and greeted the man. Chigyu showed no pretension whatsoever. One hand casually stuffed in his pocket, he addressed Byakuya cordially, Investigator Amaha, you're here. The new quinqua is inside. Follow me. Byakuya followed him in while Kori instinctively remained outside. This involved CCG's quinqua confidentiality protocols. Following Chigyu into a laboratory, the doctor opened a sealed storage compartment directly. Inside lay a longsword-shaped quinqua, its body a deep crimson interspersed with traces of purple. Byakuya was momentarily surprised. This differed from the 13th Jason in his memory, which had been scythe-shaped, completely different in form from what lay before him. This is my most satisfying masterpiece recently. Try it out and see how it feels. Byakuya picked it up directly. It felt heavy in his hands, though with his strength, wielding it was effortless. Chigyu explained, since Jason had 3 kakuho, I experimented with incorporating all 3 into a single quinqua. As a result, this weapon possesses the capabilities of Rinkaku, Kukaku, and Akakukagun. The current longsword form is the Rinkaku configuration. Try switching forms. I'll give it a shot. Hearing the doctor's explanation, Byakuya suddenly understood why this 13th Jason differed from his memory. In the original timeline, by the time Suzuya killed Yamori, Kaneki had already eaten 2 of his kakuho. That meant only 1 kakuho, and its corresponding kagun were available for quinqua manufacturing. Unlike now, when Byakuya had killed Yamori with all 3 kakuho perfectly preserved, resulting in a dramatically different finished product. Chigyu's guidance, Byakuya quickly learned to switch between the 3 forms. He'd already transformed the quinqua from longsword to shield form. In shield mode, the grip remained on the sword handle, as the shield center was the original blade. The sword body had expanded into a shield, with axe blade-shaped edges on both sides. Now try the 3rd Formikaka mode. Byakuya switched again. The shield in his hands transformed back into a longsword, but the blade tip split open, becoming something like a gun barrel. This is the Akaku form. It can fire blade-like kagun projectiles, just like Akaku. Chigyu explained, that's about it. You can research it further on your own. How does it feel? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, doctor, glad to hear it. We'll just need to record your fingerprints, and then you can take this quinqua with you. After Byakuya completed the biometric binding with 13th Jason, he transformed the quinqua back into its briefcase form. Finally, what would you like to name it? Let's call it 13th Jason. Byakuya saw no reason to change the name. The meaning was simple, Jason from Ward 13. This S+, rated quinqua with 3 forms instantly elevated his combat capabilities significantly. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Acting spoiled, Byakuya walked out of the laboratory carrying the briefcase. Looks like everything's settled. Cory had been waiting at the entrance. Normally we'd proceed to our next mission, but right now the CCG is preoccupied with Aogiri Tree's forceful occupation of Ward 11. A large-scale raid against them will be launched soon. According to orders from above, we'll be among the primary combat personnel. Until then, we're to hold off on regular missions and stay in peak condition. This is actually a good opportunity for you to complete your Rank 1 investigator interview and written exam. Barring any surprises, with your achievement of eliminating a half-kakuja, passing the exam and interview should guarantee your promotion. Cory outlined the upcoming situation. I'll prepare for the promotion then. With Cory's help, Byakuya obtained the study materials needed for the Rank 1 investigator written exam. Going through these materials would essentially guarantee passing the written portion. As for the interview, that would depend on his performance in the moment. Afterward, Byakuya returned to Ward 20 with the materials and his quinqua. Ward 20, Antiku. When the coffee shop closed for the night, no other customers remained. Unusually, the staff hadn't gone home yet. Instead, they'd gathered on the 2nd floor to discuss certain matters. That human boy named Amaha Byakuya, he's really the investigator who eliminated Yamori. Toka-chan wouldn't joke about something like this. I never saw that kid carrying a quinqua around. Never thought he'd actually be an investigator. Still, being so young and able to defeat Yamori, that's genuinely impressive. They'd already learned of Byakuya's identity as a CCG investigator from Toka. That guy's been pretty civil toward Ryoko-san, Hinami-chan, and me, but we should still do our best to keep him from discovering Antika's true nature. Toka spoke up. If the CCG found out I was once the famous Devil Ape, they definitely wouldn't let me off. Koma Enji joked with a hint of bravado. Irimi didn't bother acknowledging his boast. Looks like we'll need to be more careful from now on. He comes to the shop so often we can't let him notice anything. Speaking of Byakuya's frequent visits, Irimi suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, doesn't Kamishiro Rise seem to have a pretty good relationship with that kid? What's that about? According to what he said, he doesn't know who the binge eater is. Meaning he probably thinks Rise is just an ordinary human girl. Toka explained. Kamishiro-san has been getting close to an investigator for this long without being exposed. Irimi was astonished. Seems like ordinary humans don't satisfy her anymore. She's switched her hunting target to something more thrilling. Ghoul investigators. Koma speculated. Yoshimura listened silently without speaking. Among those at Antiku, he undoubtedly understood the current situation best. Yoshimura had probably realized that Antiku's peaceful days were about to end. As for Yomo, he wasn't at the coffee shop, he was handling other matters. Meanwhile, Byakuya was in his room studying the exam materials. Making sure no one would disturb him, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he wasn't using it for anything critical, just memorizing the exam materials. With the Mangekyo Sharingan active, he could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything perfectly. His memorization efficiency was now maxed out, pure cheating. Even Byakuya himself hadn't expected that his first use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would be for studying. In less than one evening, he'd committed all the material firmly to memory. Just as he was about to rest, he heard a knock at the door. His Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated as he opened the door. There stood Rise, apparently fresh from bathing. Water droplets still clung to her skin, and she wore only a thin nightgown, her undergarments faintly visible beneath the fabric. About time for that thing again, isn't it? A blush crept across Rise's face, as if she were embarrassed to be asking. Byakuya immediately guessed what she meant. If I remember correctly, it's only been a few days since last time. But I want it. Rise went straight to pouting. And it didn't sound forced or awkward at all, rather, it made Byakuya's scalp tingle. You're really... That's it. Her pouting got him to compromise, though only slightly. The thing in question was drinking his blood. Rise's appetite was simply too great, it had only been a few days. I love you the most, darling, your love is pretty cheap. Byakuya couldn't help but quip. Rise then flopped directly onto his bed, patting the mattress to invite him over. Byakuya took his time tidying the materials on his desk first, then went to her. He lay on his side, back facing her. Rise embraced him from behind, pressing close against his back. Her fangs found the same spot as before, the trapezius muscle between neck and shoulder. This time she bit cleanly, controlling the pressure perfectly, just enough to draw blood. She didn't bite any deeper, instead greedily beginning to drink. Since Byakuya's physical condition had improved significantly since last time, the pain was much reduced. Her bite barely registered as uncomfortable. But he wasn't about to indulge her. He'd said one sip, and he wouldn't allow a second. All right, that's one. He patted her head gently. Only then did Rise reluctantly release him. Byakuya didn't need to treat the wound, it was already healing. After a while, he noticed something was off. Rise seemed to have settled in on his bed with no intention of leaving. Chapter 73, Rise's Sharp Tongue and Dark Side. Now that we're done, go back to your own room to sleep. Seeing that Rise had no intention of getting off the bed, Byakuya reminded her directly. But he got no response. Finding this strange, he turned to look and found Rise with her eyes closed, apparently asleep. He didn't believe she could fall asleep that quickly. Stop pretending. If you want to sleep, go back to your own room. Rise showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining perfectly still. After all, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. I refuse to believe I can't do anything about you. Byakuya wasn't about to let this slide. But he certainly wouldn't use force. Instead, his hands reached toward Rise's underarms. The sleeping Rise immediately reacted. She tried to hold back her laughter but quickly failed, letting out a sound caught between suppressed giggles and gasps. Her body trembled slightly. Unable to bear it, she grabbed both his wrists. So you were faking it. Can't keep up the act now, can you? Byakuya smiled faintly. I never realized you could be so mean. Rise shot him a resentful look. If you hadn't been pretending to sleep and refusing to leave, I wouldn't have resorted to this. She had no choice but to return to her own room. She didn't want him to do that to her again. As she left, Byakuya suddenly realized that Rise was quite ticklish. Perhaps this was a weakness worth exploiting. The next day, Byakuya went directly to the CCG main office in Ward 1 for his Rank 1 investigator written exam and interview. The written exam, needless to say, was a breeze. He passed with near-perfect scores. The only deduction came from an essay section where perfect marks were virtually impossible. You passed the written exam flawlessly. You're the most formidable newcomer I've ever seen. The examiner couldn't help but marvel. He'd heard about this rookie eliminating a half-kakuja, but hadn't expected such outstanding performance on the written portion as well. A passing score of 60 on an exam where this candidate had scored 99, losing only 1 point on the final essay. Byakuya nodded slightly without saying much. The interview came next. A first-class investigator he didn't recognize conducted the interview, which concluded within minutes. After all, this was just a Rank 1 promotion interview hardly meant to be grueling. Overall, Byakuya felt the written exam would be more challenging for most investigators. Many had begun specialized training at the academy from a young age, which meant their general education and study skills tended to be mediocre. That very day, Byakuya's status changed. From Rank 2 investigator to Rank 1 investigator. And that wasn't all, he'd also triggered the system's reward mechanism. Host promoted to Rank 1 investigator. Reward, 20 fusion points. If things continued this way, future promotions to first class, associate special class, and even special class investigator would bring more fusion points. Byakuya's reputation was gradually spreading within the CCG. Compared to his initial obscurity, he'd now achieved modest fame. While Byakuya was taking his exams, Rise was at Antika reading a book. Tuka and the others noticed she'd come alone. Byakuya wasn't with her. They decided this was their chance to ask her some questions. Irimi approached to invite her. "Kamishiro-san, might we have a word?" "What can I do for you?" Rise asked with a smile. "There's something we'd like to ask you about." Rise didn't refuse, following Irimi to the second floor. Downstairs, Yoshimura, Koma, Yomo, and the newly added Ryoko could handle the customers. Irimi and Tuka conducted the conversation with Rise upstairs. "What we want to know is, you aware that the human named Amaha Byakuya is actually a Ghoul investigator, aren't you?" Tuka asked directly. In her mind, Rise definitely knew Byakuya was an investigator, so she didn't beat around the bush. Rise's expression showed no surprise. Byakuya had already told her he'd revealed his identity. "That's right. I do know," Rise admitted with an unchanged smile. Tuka's pupils contracted slightly. "So you really have been getting close to him on purpose. I didn't expect ordinary humans couldn't satisfy you anymore. You've actually set your sights on a Ghoul investigator." This confirmed her earlier suspicions. "So what if I have? Are you going to feel sympathy for a Ghoul investigator? That would be laughable, childish, like kids who don't understand anything," Rise mocked her casually. She rarely showed this side of herself around Byakuya, but she'd always had a sharp tongue and a dark streak. Jukiyama had been thoroughly triggered by her once before. Knowing full well the truth was different, she deliberately played along with Tuka's misunderstanding to toy with her. Tuka's brow furrowed with displeasure. But rather than snapping back, she said, "I just don't want you bringing more trouble to Ward 20. If you really eat that investigator, the CCG will definitely send more investigators as reinforcements. The mess you create would fall on us to deal with. Tuka-chan, aren't you overstepping a bit?" Rise's tone grew colder, her smile taking on a chilling edge. "Whether I like him or want to eat him, whether I stay in Ward 20 or anywhere else, that's my freedom." Whether she was genuinely annoyed or still toying with Tuka was anyone's guess. This pushed Tuka over the edge. She shot up from her seat, her face cold. You're the one who shouldn't push it. Tuka, calm down a bit. Irimi tried to intervene. But Rise only escalated further. Not only did she show no intention of apologizing, she rose to leave, tossing out one last contemptuous yet amused remark. I don't have time to play your boring little house games. My darling is waiting for me at home. Chapter 74, Teaching Hinami to Read. Tuka was furious, too angry to notice certain details in Rise's words. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have taken them seriously given how direct Rise had been. Tuka was now completely convinced that Rise was merely toying with the investigator's feelings. By the time Rise went back downstairs, Tuka was still seething from her mockery and provocation. All right. That's just how she is. Regardless, we got the answers we needed. Irimi tried to soothe her. Tuka calmed down fairly quickly. You're right. That woman isn't worth my anger. Originally, she'd harbored strong distaste for all Ghoul investigators. But Rise's behavior had actually made her feel somewhat sympathetic toward Byakuya. Back home. When Byakuya returned, Rise told him about the day's amusing events. That's quite the dark sense of humor, knowing they'd misunderstand and playing along to mess with them. Byakuya was somewhat exasperated. You went for some promotion exam today, right? How did it go? Rise asked. Passed without issues. I'm a rank 1 investigator now, though it doesn't mean much, just sounds better when you say it. It would actually be a good thing if you could make special class at the CCG. Rise nodded. Special class was the highest rank below the CCG chairman, which meant far greater authority than lower ranks like rank 2 or rank 1. Moreover, the CCG's upper echelons were the Washa clan infiltrating enemy headquarters, essentially. Easy for you to say. Would it really be that hard? Honestly, those special class investigators don't seem like much. Except for Arima, you could completely replace any of them with your strength. Rise said offhandedly. In her eyes, those special class investigators were hardly impressive. Only Arima posed any real threat. That requires opportunities to demonstrate it. The upcoming Aogirai Tree raid might be just such an opportunity. Aogirai Tree, they're a Ghoul organization that's been eyeing me too. Perfect timing for your CCG to wipe them out. Rise hadn't paid them much attention before, but after Yamori attacked her, she'd become somewhat wary of that Ghoul group. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Aogirai Tree won't be that easy to eliminate. They have an SSS-rated one-eyed owl among them, plus quite a few S and SS-rated ghouls. Speaking of which, I'm curious, could you beat that one-eyed owl? The SSS rating didn't intimidate Rise. She smiled lightly as she asked. Who knows? I haven't faced that one directly yet. Byakuya said. But I'm fairly confident in my own strength. At his current level, he couldn't guarantee he could easily destroy the SSS-rated, one-eyed owl, or the Washa clan, but self-preservation was definitely within his capabilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were enough to keep him from losing, but since it wasn't yet the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, each use carried a significant cost. Even with Hashirama cells offsetting some of the side effects, he couldn't abuse it recklessly. Take Obito, for example, he had relatively complete Hashirama cells, and only used single Eye Kamui. The side effects were far less severe than using both Mangekyo eyes, not to mention Byakuya's Hashirama cells weren't complete. I believe in you. But do be careful when the time comes, otherwise. I'd lose such a perfect food source, wouldn't I? Rise directly compared Byakuya to food. But whether she was speaking truthfully or not, who could say? Sure. Byakuya responded with a light smile. Despite having revealed his identity as a Ghoul investigator, Byakuya continued visiting Antiku as if nothing had happened. It didn't stop him from enjoying coffee and reading there. Tuka had taken note of this. By rights, investigators on duty always carried their quinqua, a briefcase. But she'd never seen Byakuya bring one. He really did seem to just come here for coffee and books. But thinking about Rise, Tuka figured Byakuya was probably so bewitched by that woman that he came here daily to date her. She'd overlooked one thing though. Rise had said, "My darling is waiting for me at home," clearly indicating they were living together. But in that heated moment, already convinced Rise was treating Byakuya as prey, Tuka hadn't given those words much thought. For now, Tuka chose to assume Byakuya wasn't here investigating Antiku. Having arrived earlier than usual today, the shop had few customers, and Rise hadn't come with him. He noticed Hinami sitting alone with a book, but she kept flipping pages back and forth, seemingly unable to understand the text. Byakuya recalled that Hinami couldn't read. Given their circumstances, few ghouls could attend school like humans. It was risky. One slip revealing their ghoul identity could get them captured. He walked over and glanced at her book, one of Sen Takatsuki's works, then asked, "Would you like me to read the words for you?" Hinami looked up at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to offer such help. After all, he was a ghoul investigator, and she was a ghoul. But seeing his gentle smile, Hinami nodded. She pulled the chair beside her closer, setting it next to her own. Byakuya sat down next to her and took the book. First, the title, Dear Kafka. It's also Sen Takatsuki-sensei's debut novel. Starting from the first page, he read aloud for her, occasionally slowing down to teach her simpler characters. Host taught Hinami Fueguchi 1 character. Reward, 1 fusion point. Byakuya was pleasantly surprised to discover this also earned fusion points. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Lolicon. While working, Tuka noticed that Byakuya had somehow ended up sitting with Hinami, teaching her to read. This surprised her. She knew Byakuya was decent toward Ryoko-san, and Hinami not like other investigators with their universally hostile attitudes toward ghouls. But being this kind exceeded her expectations. Besides Tuka, Ryoko was also working as a server. Seeing Hinami getting along so well with the young investigator, she smiled warmly. Host taught Hinami Fueguchi 100 characters. Reward, 10 fusion points. After considerable time, Hinami had learned 100 characters. He couldn't just teach superficially, she needed to actually retain them. Reading progressed slowly while teaching, as they worked through the material together. Just then, Rise arrived at the coffee shop. When she pushed open the door and saw Byakuya and Hinami reading side by side, an enigmatic smile crossed her previously expressionless face. She walked over and sat at their table, right beside Byakuya. Propping her delicate chin on one hand, she silently observed them. Byakuya naturally noticed her arrival. He glanced over and seeing that she seemed content to just watch, he returned to teaching Hinami. Rise suddenly spoke. Byakuya didn't immediately process this. "I never realized before, so you're a lolicon?" Rise repeated. "How am I a lolicon?" Byakuya was baffled. Hinami wore a look of innocent confusion, clearly not understanding what Rise meant. "Don't you know what you've done?" Rise smiled as she asked. "Just teaching her to read." "Is that so?" Since Rise didn't pursue it further, Byakuya continued what he'd been doing. She watched quietly for a while, gradually realizing it really was as he'd said. She dropped the subject. When lunchtime came, Byakuya checked the time. "That's enough for today. I'm going to get lunch. You can review what I taught you earlier so you don't forget." Hinami nodded obediently. But as Byakuya stood to leave, she spoke up, "Oni-chan. I'm Hinami. Fueguchi Hinami." Her voice was slightly timid, perhaps from shyness, or perhaps because of his investigator identity. I know. Hinami-chan." Byakuya smiled. Rise had remained silent, only speaking once they were outside. "That Hinami-chan just now sounded pretty gentle, didn't it?" All right. Give it a rest." Byakuya was mildly exasperated. Over the following days, Byakuya continued teaching Hinami to read. Gradually, she became able to understand most of the text in books. She also developed a love for Sen Takatsuki's works. Takatsuki-sensei is amazing, writing so many wonderful books. I wonder what kind of person she is. Hinami mused with curiosity. I've met Takatsuki-sensei. Honestly, she doesn't look much different from you, Hinami-chan. Hinami found this hard to believe. Does that mean Takatsuki-sensei is about my age? Her first thought was about age, hence her disbelief. No, she's definitely older. She just looks about your size. In terms of height, both Hinami and Ito were around 150 centimeters. Oh, that scared me. I thought Takatsuki-sensei was this young, and already writing such amazing works. Actually, about that. Byakuya thought for a moment. It's been almost 10 years since Takatsuki-sensei published Dear Kafka. 10 years ago, she really might have been around your age. That's incredible. I still can't recognize so many characters. Hinami sighed. It's fine. You're a fast learner. Soon you'll know most of them. Byakuya encouraged her. Hinami nodded happily. Thank you, Oniai-chan. Just then, Tuka approached with 2 cups of coffee, setting them on Byakuya's table. His current cup was almost empty, but there was one problem: he hadn't ordered a second. Did you bring the wrong order? I don't think I ordered another cup. I decided to bring it myself. Is that a problem? Tuka's tone was neutral. This one's on me. No charge. Seeing how happy Hinami was, she felt she should thank Byakuya somehow. Of course it's not a problem. Byakuya gladly accepted. Tuka said nothing more, moving to attend to new customers. By the way, Oniai-chan, you said you met Takatsuki-sensei. Where was that? Hinami asked with evident interest. There was a fan meet and greet before. There should be similar events in the future. I'll take you along next time, so you can meet Takatsuki-sensei too. Hinami agreed eagerly. As time passed, Ward 11 grew increasingly chaotic. Aogiri Tree's ghouls had not only occupied Ward 11, destroying the original ghoul factions there, forcing survivors to either die or submit, but had also begun attacking the CCG branch station there. More and more investigators in Ward 11 were being killed by Aogiri Tree. Tensions escalated dramatically. The CCG main office naturally took this seriously, mobilizing 3 special class investigators among many others for a strategy meeting regarding Ward 11. Chapter 76, Jukiyama Shimarudatsuki, Kuroiwa Ueo, Shinohara Yukinori. These 3 special class investigators would be leading the strategy meeting against Aogiri Tree in Ward 11. This wasn't as simple as immediately deploying investigators to reinforce Ward 11. Meetings needed to be held first, even press conferences. Only after establishing a concrete battle plan would the CCG launch formal operations in Ward 11. As the CCG shifted focus to Ward 11, investigators were transferred from their original posts en masse. But they couldn't leave other areas too undermanned, so the Ward 1 main office spent these days frequently reassigning investigators. Only a few wards were overlooked, especially Ward 20. Since the binge eater had mysteriously become docile lately and Jason had already been eliminated by Byakuya, the associate special class investigator Huji and his rank 2 partner Takizawa, originally assigned to Ward 20, were temporarily reassigned elsewhere. The situation in Ward 11 was chaotic, affecting other areas as well. Aogiri Tree's actions had alarmed not only humans but also ghouls. Most of the time, ghouls were the passive party. Few dared to actively attack CCG investigators. Antiku in Ward 20 was also closely watching developments in Ward 11. Yoshimura and Yomo were planning to visit Ward 11 to assess the situation firsthand. Today an uninvited guest arrived at Antiku. The man wore a red suit and black leather shoes, with purple hair and handsome, refined features. This was Jukiyama Sho. Ding-a-ling, the door chime rang as Jukiyama pushed the door open. Upon entering Antiku, he spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, eyes closed in apparent ecstasy. Magnifique. Then he smiled at the servers before him, as if reuniting with old friends. It's been too long, everyone. This place is still so reassuring. But Tuka's brow furrowed, clearly unwelcoming. Her tone was cold. Jukiyama. What do you want? This Jukiyama was equally notorious in Ward 20 as Rise, a major troublemaker who'd caused them no fewer headaches than she had. Unlike Rise, who'd been relatively well-behaved lately, Jukiyama remained as self-indulgent as ever, hunting humans at will. While Antiku didn't encourage Ward 20 ghouls to hunt humans, they didn't actively prevent it either. They simply established rules like a maximum of 1 hunt per month. So even though Rise and Jukiyama had caused various incidents in Ward 20, Antiku hadn't taken action against them. Kirishima-san is as cold as ever. But that's part of your charm. Jukiyama smiled lightly. Disgusting. You and your pretentious act. Tuka made no attempt to hide her revulsion. But Jukiyama's skin was remarkably thick. Unfazed, he strolled further into the shop. Are these lovely ladies also new staff members? He'd noticed Ryoko and Hinami. Hinami found this strange man somewhat creepy. Seeing him approach, she grew frightened. Hinami was already quite shy around strangers. Worried that Jukiyama, who never knew when to stop, might scare her, Tuka blocked his path. Hey, you're not just disgusting, you're interfering with our work. Kirishima-san is so cold. Jukiyama sighed slightly. He genuinely just wanted to meet the new staff members. As a gourmet, he had no interest in ghouls. He dropped by Antiku occasionally. If nothing caught his interest, he wouldn't linger. But just as Jukiyama was about to leave, Byakuya and Rise arrived. Even through the closed door, he caught an unusual scent. No 2 cents. Jukiyama not only faintly detected an extraordinary fragrance but also Rise's scent. His pupils contracted sharply. Though Rise's past actions still rankled him, what intrigued him more was who she'd brought and why they carried such an aroma. Aren't you leaving? Seeing Jukiyama frozen in place, Tuka prodded. Jukiyama was in no mood to respond. His attention was fixed on the front door. The next moment, Byakuya and Rise pushed through together. Rise had caught Jukiyama's scent outside, so her expression showed no surprise. Instead, she spoke with amusement, "My, if it isn't the supremely boring Jukiyama-kun." This wasn't their first encounter. When Rise first arrived in Ward 20, the renowned binge eater had received an invitation from Jukiyama to join his exclusive gourmet club, connected to the so-called Ghoul restaurant. Jukiyama had been quite sincere at the time, but Rise not only showed disinterest, she'd thoroughly mocked him. She dismissed his high-class cuisine as insufficient and scorned his pretending to be upper-class while being a ghoul as pathetic and boring. Jukiyama, who treated cuisine as his religion, had been instantly triggered. But he hadn't dared confront Rise directly. Now, Rise's supremely boring Jukiyama-kun had triggered him again, his features twisting. But then he caught that scent. Having closed the distance to Byakuya, the aroma was now far richer than before. Jukiyama's expression changed faster than flipping pages. The twisted grimace instantly transformed into a radiant smile. He'd identified the incredible fragrance as emanating from the young man beside Rise. He didn't want to show such an undashed, gentlemanly side in front of him. This was unmistakably human, yet entirely unlike any ordinary human scent. He'd never encountered such an astonishing aroma. But Rise had already seen through him. Her smile remained, though a flash of coldness passed through her eyes. This boring idiot dared covet her food. Chapter 77, Jukiyama's invitation. Kamashiro-san, is this young man a friend of yours? I don't believe we've met. Jukiyama acted as if nothing had happened, as though he and Rise were old acquaintances. Not a friend. He's my man. Any problems with that, Jukiyama-kun? Rise replied with a smile. Rather than immediately shutting Jukiyama down, she wanted to toy with him a bit. Of course not. Jukiyama's face was all smiles, but internally he was cursing Rise. He'd already identified the young man beside Rise as human, so naturally he didn't believe her nonsense. In his view, Rise just wanted to monopolize this delicious morsel, an absolutely shameless act. Moreover, Rise's reputation was firmly established. The title binge eater said it all. Keeping such delicious prey at her side to say she wasn't treating Byakuya as a target would convince no one. Including Tuka, Irimi, and Koma. None of them believed Rise's words. Even Byakuya himself remained somewhat guarded around Rise. Who could guarantee she wouldn't suddenly lose control? I'm Jukiyama Sho. Here's my card. Perhaps we could share a drink here sometime. Jukiyama directly produced a business card and offered it to Byakuya. Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, refuse Jukiyama's card. He'll still find ways to approach you. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, accept the card. Find an opportunity to capture Jukiyama. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, accept the card and find a way to enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya accepted the card with an impassive expression. I'm Amaha Byakuya. Until next time then, Amaha-kun. Jukiyama even threw a flirtatious wink before leaving the coffee shop. Tuka watched him go with dead fish eyes. She was certain Jukiyama had no idea Byakuya was actually a Ghoul investigator. She had no intention of warning him. If this troublesome pest got caught by an investigator, he'd deserve it. She could also tell that Jukiyama's earlier behavior indicated he'd set his sights on Byakuya. She understood why whenever she got close to Byakuya, she could smell his scent too. It was far more tempting to ghouls than ordinary humans. No wonder Rise was willing to risk crossing the CCG to target him. But unlike Rise and Jukiyama with their obsessive appetites, Tuka could control her hunger. She harbored no such thoughts about Byakuya. Byakuya and Rise then found a seat. Rise whispered in his ear, "Did you notice that guy's true nature? A ghoul, right?" Byakuya said, "Most of this coffee shop's customers are ghouls anyway, and he knew you." Those two facts alone confirm his identity. He examined Jukiyama's card. It was really just a card, only Jukiyama's name and contact information, no specific identity details. Like the fact that Jukiyama was heir to the Jukiyama group. The next day, Jukiyama returned to Antiku. He was already growing impatient. Seeing Jukiyama again, Tuka felt annoyed. But this pest didn't usually come so frequently. Obviously, he was here for Byakuya. Though she found him repulsive, she still didn't want to interfere. After all, Byakuya had eliminated even Yamori. Jukiyama shouldn't be a concern. This time, Jukiyama didn't bother greeting Tuka and the others. He headed straight for Byakuya. "Amaha-kun, we meet again." He sat directly across from Byakuya. "I'm rather fond of making friends. Sometimes I might seem a bit forward, I hope you don't mind." "Not at all." Byakuya shook his head. "That's a relief." Jukiyama's visible relief was obviously performed. "By the way, Kamishiro-san mentioned yesterday that you're her man. I'm curious whether that means what I think it does." "I'm not entirely sure myself." Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. He deliberately played dumb. "Oh my, that was thoughtless of me asking such a private question." Jukiyama's tone held a note of apology. Internally, he'd drawn his conclusions. He was now even more certain this human youth was Rise's prey. Perfect timing, Rise wasn't here today. If he stole the food right from under her nose, that would be the most satisfying revenge. Moreover, the young man before him was unlike anything he'd ever tasted. Even setting aside revenge, he had to have this haute cuisine for himself. Though Rise's strength made him wary, he wasn't worried about retaliation after all. He had the Jukiyama family behind him. Actually, I'm hosting a grand banquet soon. There'll be many beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen. Would you be interested in attending, Amahakuen? Jukiyama extended the invitation. Also, if you're curious about Kamashiro-san, I could share some things about her privately. We're old acquaintances, after all. He dangled Rise Kamashiro as bait, assuming Byakuya was thoroughly infatuated and wrapped around her finger. He knew Rise's preferred hunting method was seducing men, so his guess seemed reasonable. If this kid was obsessed with Rise, this hook should work. I'd like to learn more about Rise-san. Byakuya's face took on an innocent, naive expression like a young man completely ensnared by Rise. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Toka's concern. This was it. Jukiyama was internally elated. The expression on Byakuya's face was clearly that of someone utterly bewitched by Rise. That woman was truly despicable, playing with people's emotions like this. He would grant Amahakuen release. Thrilled at his imminent success, Jukiyama was getting excited. Still, he did his best to suppress his excitement, fearing he might tip his hand and arouse suspicion. Then it's settled. The banquet is tonight. I'll come back around evening to collect you. For now, he needed to prepare the Ghoul restaurant. After Jukiyama left, Byakuya remained seated, reading and drinking coffee as usual, seemingly unsuspicious of anything. Toka had been watching the entire time. Though she hadn't heard their conversation clearly, knowing Jukiyama's usual methods, she could guess what he was planning. She was particularly struck by how untroubled Byakuya appeared. If Byakuya had no guard up at all, Jukiyama might actually succeed. Though she found the guy annoying, Toka couldn't simply ignore this. She and Ryoko-san and Hinami all owed Byakuya their lives. After internal debate, she decided to intervene. She approached him and said quietly, "Do you know what kind of person that Jukiyama is?" Rise-san's friend. Even in front of Toka, Byakuya continued his act. The Ghoul restaurant was his current priority. Toka immediately responded. "Kamashiro-san and that guy barely know each other. You believe everything he says. Is that so? Well, it's still nice to learn even a little about Rise-san. That's why you're an idiot. You're a Ghoul investigator, probably one of the CCG's elite. Didn't you notice Jukiyama is a Ghoul?" Toka's tolerance for stupidity was reaching its limit. She directly revealed Jukiyama's true identity. He was going to attack Byakuya eventually anyway. This just meant Byakuya finding out sooner rather than later. "I feel like you've gotten dumber lately. You weren't like this when you eliminated Yamori." Toka had this strange feeling. Back then, when he'd revealed his investigator identity, he'd left a strong impression on her. Could it be you've really been bewitched stupid by that woman? It suddenly occurred to her that Byakuya had mentioned Jukiyama would share information about Rise. So he'd accepted Jukiyama's invitation for Rise's sake. This was just. Toka pressed her palm to her forehead. Though he was a strong investigator, he was still a teenage boy going through puberty. So easily wrapped around that bad woman's finger. Is that woman really so great? Never mind. Do what you want. I've said what I needed to say. Don't blame me for not warning you when you regret it. With that, she was done caring about his business. She felt inexplicably annoyed, disappointed in Byakuya. He'd seemed so reliable when he saved them from Yamori, even a little cool. Now he was completely lost to Rise. "Thank you for the warning, Kirishima-san. But don't worry about me. You did mention I'm a Ghoul investigator after all." Byakuya suddenly spoke with a light smile, as if everything was under control. Hearing this tone, Toka turned back. Seeing his composed smile as though everything was going according to plan was completely different from a boy whose brain had been scrambled by a woman. Good to know. Toka understood then. She let out a soft tch. What was this guy? And she'd actually been worried about him. Turned out he was deliberately walking into Jukiyama's trap. Still, Tuka remained convinced that when it came to Rise, Byakuya was already caught. Otherwise, so much time had passed Byakuya, and Rise visited the shop together almost daily like some little couple. If Byakuya knew Rise's true identity, there was no reason to delay this long. She couldn't reconcile such domestic games with Ghoul Investigator. At evening, Jukiyama arrived as promised. He'd changed into a new suit, apparently valuing this new friend highly. Tuka had already been reassured by Byakuya. She didn't even glance at Jukiyama as he led Byakuya away, treating him like thin air. Jukiyama didn't care about such things. He was long used to Tuka's attitude. What mattered was that he was about to enjoy the incredible delicacy that was Byakuya. And stolen right from Rise, the most satisfying form of revenge. He and Rise were both gourmet and binge eater respectively, both valuing food above all else. Neither cared much for physical conflict. While Jukiyama was internally gloating, Byakuya's lips curved slightly upward. He'd accepted this invitation for his own benefit. Beyond system rewards, he could also randomly pick off some unfortunate souls at the Ghoul restaurant to pad his achievements. After all, plenty of ghouls attended, including Ghoul High Society. Chapter 79, Ghoul Restaurant. Ward 7, Ghoul Restaurant. More precisely, an exclusive members-only restaurant for ghouls. In Jukiyama's words, it became a banquet. Byakuya and Jukiyama had arrived at the venue inside a luxurious hotel. This was actually a Jukiyama Group property, repurposed by Jukiyama for the Ghoul restaurant. Jukiyama Group's president, Jukiyama Mirumo, was a relatively law-abiding ghoul who doted on his only son. He basically indulged whatever Jukiyama wanted. Please, Amahakuin. Jukiyama opened the entrance door for Byakuya. This wasn't yet the main venue. A dedicated attendant will see to you. I have some matters to handle first, if you'll excuse me. He disappeared into the hotel. Host completed option 3, accept the card, and enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. A female attendant wearing a white mask, likely one of the Jukiyama family's servants, hiding her ghoul identity, led Byakuya to another area. He carried a backpack, but no one paid it any attention, including Jukiyama. After all, he was a university student at Kami. Carrying a backpack wasn't unusual. But the backpack contained only one thing, the 13th Jason briefcase. With this S+-rated Quinqua, even against SS-rated ghouls, he wouldn't need to use his Mangekyo Sharingan or lethal jutsu. Those abilities attracted too much attention, best avoided when possible. Byakuya was first taken to a bath, required to wash up, apparently a banquet rule. Knowing full well what this meant, he said nothing and entered the bathroom. The attendant had prepared a black suit for him. After bathing, he changed into the suit, storing his original clothes in the backpack atop the briefcase. He was then led to an opulent reception room. Besides himself, 2 others were present. A middle-aged man who looked like a white-collar worker, and a rather heavy-set middle-aged woman. The middle-aged man noticed Byakuya entering and greeted him immediately. It was just 2 of us waiting, a bit unsettling. Good to see another young man join us. Byakuya responded expressionlessly. These 2 ordinary humans had also been lured to the Ghoul restaurant by various means. They still had no idea what awaited them. I'm an editor at Shui Publishing for Tokyo Gourmet magazine. The name's Kobachi. Even here, the white-collar worker handed Byakuya a business card, as was customary. Byakuya chatted with Kobachi while the middle-aged woman remained mostly silent. After a while, another attendant arrived, pushing a cart with cookies and 3 cups of coffee. Pre-dinner refreshments. Please enjoy while you wait. These cookies are a bit dry and flavorless, but maybe that's what makes them feel upscale. Kobachi critiqued while eating. Byakuya eyed the coffee but didn't drink. Who knew if those cookies or coffee were laced with human flesh? After considerable time, the attendant finally returned. Sorry for the wait. Please follow me now. Byakuya was led to a spacious, eerie room empty except for a dining table, 3 chairs, and a large crate of unknown contents. The attendant then locked the heavy security door behind them. Quite interesting. Kobachi stroked his chin. Despite the increasingly bizarre atmosphere, this guy was still thinking about upscale experiences. Only later did the middle-aged woman notice the door wouldn't open and such a heavy security door was clearly abnormal. What does locking the door mean? We can't get out now. She still hadn't imagined worse scenarios. Kobachi was even more oblivious, sitting there anticipating the fine cuisine to come. Completely conned by this members-only restaurant. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Dinner is now ready. Just then, a voice echoed from ceiling speakers. Here it comes. Kobachi thought food was about to arrive. Instead, the next announcement made him freeze. Tonight's dinner consists of these 3 individuals. As the voice finished, the ceiling began parting sideways, revealing audience members in various masks peering down at Byakuya's group from all around. The first man is an editor for Tokyo Gourmet magazine. Though he works at a desk, he exercises regularly. His firm, healthy muscles should be quite chewy. He probably never imagined he'd become part of tonight's dinner. Introduced by Mr. Kobachi was stunned, his brain unable to process what was happening. The second woman is a plump sow. She refused to bathe, so there may be residual oil, but rest assured, she'll be thoroughly cleaned. Introduced by Mr. The middle-aged woman reacted faster, immediately screaming at the audience, Suda. PG Suda wore a clown mask, but beneath it was actually Furuta. He'd deliberately styled his hair messily, so no one would recognize him except Byakuya. Hi, Ami-chan, Furuta waved at the middle-aged woman cheerfully. You tricked me. What about our marriage promise? And what is tonight's dinner? The woman named Ami roared. Oops, sorry everyone. I shouldn't have dated a pig. Furuta apologized to the surrounding audience. As Ami screamed louder, the MC was already introducing the final dish. Finally, tonight's main course. An incomparably exquisite delicacy, the target of Ward 20's binge eater herself. Introduced by Mr. When Byakuya's introduction came, he'd already reached for his backpack, expression unchanged. If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel. It costs you nothing and it really helps me. We only have 8 so far. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. The scrapper. Byakuya slowly removed his backpack, holding it by the straps. A student. But young flesh is more tender. Just my type. The binge eater. I've heard of her. Enormous appetite, but she's not particularly picky, is she? Her targets aren't necessarily delicious. Forget the binge eater. This is from Mr. You might doubt her, but you can't doubt Mr. Sure. Shure's offerings are always excellent. While the distinguished guests murmured among themselves, the man called Mr. rose from his seat. He wore a crescent moon mask covering most of his face, leaving only the right half exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, come. Please enjoy the ultimate cuisine. I stake my name on it. This is absolutely the most exquisite delicacy you've ever tasted. Jukiyama declared confidently. While guests applauded and cheered, the clown-masked Furuta showed little reaction. His gaze remained fixed on Byakuya below. This kid showing up here was mildly surprising. He knew one thing, Byakuya was already a CCG investigator who had eliminated Yamori. After all, Furuta was Washu. Learning CCG matters was no challenge. That backpack almost certainly contained a quinqua. Though Furuta had no intention of confronting Byakuya directly, he wasn't leaving. He wanted to watch the show. What do we do now? Kobachi's legs gave out in terror. Ami was too frightened to keep screaming. Now let tonight's dinner show begin. As the MC's announcement ended, a door in the side wall slowly rose. Tonight's scrapper has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the dismemberment show is about to begin. Amid the announcement and audience cheers, a massive, incredibly muscular man emerged shirtless, head wrapped in cloth, carrying specialized butchering tools. Please be gentle. The scrapper's voice was childlike, incongruous with his fearsome appearance. Itadakimasu. The scrapper slowly approached the three, quite politely. This must be performance art, right? I encountered similar dining experiences while researching in France, enjoying cuisine, while experiencing heart-pounding thrills. Even now, Kobachi fantasized this was all a joke. The distinguished guests above looked at him like he was an idiot. Byakuya was rather exasperated with this guy too. Just as the scrapper drew close, Ami, having realized this was no act, suddenly lunged forward, kicking hard at Byakuya's back. Obviously, she hoped to use him as a distraction while she escaped. But Byakuya had anticipated this. He sidestepped, grabbed Ami's collar, and with tremendous force, hurled her at the scrapper. Given Byakuya's strength combined with Ami's considerable mass, even though the scrapper was at least twice her size, he was knocked down by the flying impact. Mama, it hurts. The scrapper whined like a child. The commotion above fell silent. This was unexpected, a human who could resist the scrapper like this. Ami scrambled to her feet to flee, but after a few steps, her legs suddenly went numb and she collapsed. What's happening? Ami was baffled. Byakuya immediately understood the coffee had been poisoned. It was taking effect now, and Kobachi was also paralyzed on the ground. Good thing he hadn't touched that coffee. He couldn't recall all the original details like the poisoned coffee, but his instincts had saved him. Byakuya now pulled the quinquo briefcase from his backpack. Seeing that familiar-looking case, several ghouls reacted. That's a dove weapon. He's a dove. What's the meaning of this? You brought us a dove. Are there other doves who've infiltrated the Ghoul restaurant? The briefcase's appearance triggered panic. Jukiyama hadn't expected Byakuya to be an investigator, but he forced himself to remain calm. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry. This is my surprise for you. I sent a delicious Ghoul investigator, even finer cuisine. This building was his territory. He was certain no other investigators had infiltrated. As for Byakuya, young as he looked, he probably wasn't a serious threat. Jukiyama's eyes beneath his mask grew cold. He truly hadn't expected Rise to be involved with an investigator, but fortunately this was just a greenhorn. Tonight's banquet shouldn't be ruined. With Jukiyama's reassurance, the other ghouls relaxed. The true feast now begins. Byakuya spoke quietly as he unlocked the briefcase's biometric seal. The sword form, 13th Jason, materialized. He'd already scanned the ghouls above. Besides Furuta, he spotted no one particularly dangerous like the SS-rated Big Madam from the original timeline, who wasn't present. Baby, fight. Do well and Mama will reward you handsomely at home. A woman in the gallery wearing sunglasses and heavy makeup called out loudly. This was Madama, owner of tonight's scrapper. But just then, two figures appeared behind Madame A. Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa, assigned to protect her, as she was Dr. Kana's assistant who helped raise his specimens. And at this moment, they spotted Byakuya below, alone and surrounded. If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel. It costs you nothing and it really helps me. We only have 8 so far. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Reuniting with Corona and Nishiro. By this point, Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa had already undergone Dr. Kana's experiments. Currently, they were the only two successful specimens under his control. In other words, they had become artificial half-ghouls, one-eyed ghouls. Under orders from their father Kano, they served as Madame A's personal bodyguards. They each wore masks with black and white stripes. Corona's mask had only a right eye hole with vertical stripes, while Nishiro's was the opposite, with only a left eye hole and horizontal stripes. The single eye holes corresponded to their Kakugan. Corona's was in her right eye, Nishiro's in her left. Neither had expected to encounter Byakuya at a place like the Ghoul restaurant. The moment they spotted him, both sisters' pupils trembled. They were torn. They had to protect Madame A, and going to rescue Byakuya would mean disobeying father's orders and offending the Madame organization, causing enormous trouble for him. Madame was one of the most prominent upper-class Ghoul factions, possessing staggering financial resources. Both the Ghoul restaurant and the auction were founded and operated by Madame. While they remained frozen in indecision, Byakuya had already made his move against the scrapper. The scrapper had risen at Madame A's command and charged ferociously toward Byakuya. Byakuya surged forward, thrusting the sword form Jason straight through the scrapper's abdomen. That single strike essentially ended the fight. The scrapper collapsed, crying out in agony. An S+, rated quinqua's lethality was nothing like ordinary weapons. The scrapper's internal organs had been virtually shredded by that one thrust. Madame A screamed from above, but her voice cut off the next instant. Byakuya had already shifted from the Rinkaku sword form to Ukaku mode. The blade tip transformed into a barrel, and countless blade-like bullets shot forth. Byakuya fired casually, not targeting anyone specific, just randomly selecting some lucky audience members as his trophies. He couldn't possibly capture every ghoul present. Too much effort for too little reward. Nearly everyone here was ghoul nobility, not necessarily strong, but backed by powerful factions. Setting aside whether he could even manage it without using jutsu or his Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he could round up every ghoul here, the consequences would be problematic. First, he'd face retaliation from multiple factions. Second, he'd attract the Washu clan's attention. The Washus were ultimately a ghoul family. The Jukiyama family and other ghoul factions simply weren't as well hidden as the Washus, but fundamentally they operated the same way. The Washus surely had private dealings with other upper-class ghoul factions. If Byakuya offended all these factions at once, and his non-half-human self performed too impressively, his situation would become dire. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. As countless blades crippled or killed several ghouls, most of the others scattered in panic. The scene descended into chaos. Corona and Nishiro immediately moved to cover Madame A's retreat. "Young master, we must go," a masked female servant urged Jukiyama. The Jukiyama family couldn't openly oppose CCG investigators. Even with their connections to the Washu clan, the CCG wasn't entirely under Washu control. The vast majority of CCG investigators were human. Among special class investigators, only Arima was under Washu control. The Washus had to maintain appearances before human investigators, otherwise they couldn't have hidden their identity this long. The Washu clan had to side with humans, at least publicly. Jukiyama covered his masked face with one hand. Though deeply reluctant, he withdrew from the Ghoul restaurant with the servant. As for Furuta, he'd vanished without a trace at some point. If Byakuya had one specific target, it was Madame A. He knew she was Dr. Kano's assistant. He was curious about Kano's current situation, so capturing her seemed worthwhile. He'd also noticed Corona and Nishiro protecting Madame A. Even with their masks on, he could easily recognize them. Byakuya leaped upward from below, landing directly on the viewing platform. The sisters' retreat speed while covering Madame A was far too slow compared to his. He caught up in an instant. Corona and Nishiro turned to block him, but seeing Byakuya made them hesitate. That brief moment of hesitation was potentially fatal. Byakuya flashed before them instantly, both hands simultaneously removing their masks. Both sisters instinctively covered their faces with their hands. They didn't want Byakuya to see. "Corona-san, Nishiro-san. So it really is you two, making this kind of mistake again." Byakuya spoke calmly. He didn't do anything to them. Instead, he casually tossed aside the masks and turned to attack Madame A. In desperation, Madame A released her Kagun, her fierce Kakugan visible even through her sunglasses. but she was far too weak against Byakuya. Her Kakuho and Kagun were severed in an instant by the sword form Jason. Critically wounded, Madame A lost all ability to resist, collapsing to her knees and coughing up blood. Host defeated an A-rated Ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. The S+ rated Quinqua's benefits were immense. Even without jutsu, dealing with A-rated ghouls was as easy as slicing vegetables. Even now, Kurona and Nishiro hadn't forgotten father's orders. They desperately wanted to rescue Madame A from Byakuya. Byakuya's gaze shifted to them. You're no match for me. Are you sure you still want to fight? Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Don't Blame Me. Kurona and Nishiro understood their position. The strength Byakuya had just displayed was beyond what they could handle. They hadn't expected that even as one-eyed ghouls, the gap between themselves and Byakuya would remain so vast. Still, they steeled themselves to fight. These were father's orders. Even knowing they couldn't win, they refused to give up. Seeing them waver between hesitation and determination, Byakuya knew they wouldn't be easily reasoned with. He could at least observe what their Kagun looked like. Release Madame A. We only want to take her, we don't want to fight you. Kurona deliberately adopted a cold expression as she spoke. She's my capture target. Why would I just release her? Byakuya shook his head slightly. Then don't blame us. As her words fell, Kurona charged at Byakuya, Nishiro moving almost simultaneously. Kurona's left eye and Nishiro's right eye transformed into crimson Kakugan, and from their waists emerged four red Rinkaku tentacles, each nearly identical to Rise's. Rise had been at Byakuya's side almost constantly, so these couldn't be hers. That meant some Washu clan ghoul must have become the experimental donor. Kagun had hereditary characteristics among ghouls. Just as Yoshimura had passed his Akaku Kakuho, and highly similar Kagun to Ito. Though Ito's Kakuja form now resembled a monster, her early Kakuja form had looked nearly identical to Yoshimura's non-killing owl. Even though Yoshimura had deliberately altered his Kakuja form to match his daughter's earlier appearance to protect her, such perfect mimicry wouldn't be possible without a genetic connection. All Washus were pure-blooded ghouls. Half-humans were relegated to branch families. Theoretically, all Washu Kagun would be similar. Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, forcibly take Madame A, ignoring Kurona and Nishiro. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, capture Kurona and Nishiro, imprison them in Cochlea, and expose Kanu's plans. Reward, 50 fusion points. Option 3, help Kurona and Nishiro escape their current predicament of being deceived by Kanu. Reward, 100 fusion points. Byakuya chose without hesitation option 3. He'd always intended to help the sisters see Kanu's true face before they committed too many crimes under his direction. Not that Kanu's face was evil, exactly. He was extremely rational, willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. He'd never truly considered the sisters as daughters and didn't care whether they lived or died. I should be the one saying, don't blame me. Byakuya spoke quietly, then moved to end the fight quickly. He shifted Jason to shield form. The massive shield easily blocked the sisters' Kagun without leaving a single mark. Washu Kagun were top tier, especially Rinkaku with its high attack power. But the sisters' control over their Kagun was still too poor, nowhere near their full potential. Like how Kaneki couldn't use his Kagun at first in the original timeline. It wasn't until Yumori's mentorship that brutal torture that Kaneki awakened and instantly reached S+ levels or higher, conservatively SS-. Byakuya simply switched back to sword form and thrust forward, severing the fragile Rinkaku tentacles. The blade also wounded Nishiro's Kakuho. Kakuho damage was extremely dangerous for any ghoul with only one. Regeneration failed, Kagun couldn't be released, essentially a sitting duck. For Nishiro, who hadn't yet mastered her body, this was life-threatening. The severity depended on the extent of damage. Above 70% meant no recovery was possible, unless you were a half Kakuja, or Kakuja with multiple Kakuhu, who could sacrifice one. Seeing Nishiro critically wounded, Kurona threw all other thoughts aside. All she wanted was to save her sister. Byakuya stopped there. He would never push the sisters to their deaths. Injuring Nishiro was unavoidable. Because without doing so, they wouldn't face reality. Byakuya sighed internally. He approached the sisters and left a business card with his contact information. If you trust me, you can ask for my help anytime. With those words, he walked away from the sisters. He knew clearly, the current Kurona and Nishiro wouldn't fully trust him. They still held unconditional faith in their father Kano. Only when he ruthlessly abandoned them would they finally understand. That's why he'd been harsh with Nishiro. Even if he hadn't done this, when the CCG eventually raided Kano's underground laboratory, the sisters would still be injured by Suzuya, or other investigators. Suzuya would actually be the better outcome, at least he'd show some mercy. Other investigators might kill the sisters outright. At least compared to Suzuya's sadistic torture, Byakuya had been quick about it. His goal was to help the sisters break free sooner, and use his abilities to prevent Nishiro's tragic death. Hearing Byakuya's words, Kurona simply held Nishiro without turning around or responding. Finding that Nishiro's condition, while terrible, wasn't fatal, and that Byakuya showed no intention of finishing them off, Kurona immediately fled with her sister. As for Madame A, Kurona couldn't care less. All that mattered now was Nishiro's safety. She had to get Nishiro back to father. He could definitely save her. But before leaving, Kurona's gaze flickered with uncertainty as she took the contact information Byakuya had left. Chapter 83, Abandoned Kurona and Nishiro. Meanwhile, Byakuya called the CCG and briefly explained the situation, requesting backup. Investigator Amaha, are you saying you're alone at the Ghoul restaurant in Ward 7? The assistant investigator on the other end sounded incredulous, confirming the details. The CCG had raided a Ghoul restaurant in another ward before. That operation had required numerous investigators because of the sheer number of ghouls gathered there. Suzuya had been rescued during that raid. Because of that previous incident, the ghouls here had fled decisively once they realized Byakuya was trouble. The specific location is... Byakuya provided the exact address. Understood. Please hold on, Investigator Amaha. Backup will arrive as quickly as possible. The CCG immediately dispatched investigators from the Ward 7 branch. Waiting for investigators from other wards would take too long. What they didn't know was that Byakuya had already demolished the Ghoul restaurant. Actually, the situation here is mostly under control. But I can't guarantee there aren't any remaining ghouls who might ambush you, so stay alert. Understood. The assistant investigator was astonished. Had Investigator Amaha single-handedly taken down the Ghoul restaurant? While waiting for them to process the scene, Byakuya checked for any stragglers who'd been too slow. He captured several more ghouls. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. About 10 minutes later, numerous investigators arrived from the Ward 7 branch. Armored vehicles surrounded the building, immediately establishing a perimeter. But the cordon was meaningless now. Ghouls who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't had been captured by Byakuya. When the investigators cautiously advanced, they found only one person leaning against a wall, apparently waiting for them. Though they'd never met Byakuya, the Quinqua briefcase at his feet identified him as Investigator Amaha. You must be Investigator Amaha. Apologies for our delayed arrival. The squad leader, a first-class investigator, addressed him. It's fine. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Byakuya spoke evenly. Understood. Are there any remaining ghouls in the building? The first class confirmed the building was too large to search quickly. Hard to say. There might be a few hiding somewhere. Be careful. Afterward, both ghoul corpses and the incapacitated ghouls Byakuya had subdued were taken back to the CCG. The building remained cordoned off until they completed their sweep. No remaining ghouls were found. When they tried investigating the building's owner, they hit a dead end and didn't pursue it further. After all, the CCG already knew the ghoul restaurant was operated by Madame. After fleeing the building with the wounded Nishiro, Kurona headed straight home. Kanu's underground laboratory was beneath their family home. Kurona found Kanu, who was researching one-eyed ghoul experiments. Nishiro's hurt. Please save her. Kurona's voice was frantic. But Kanu continued his work, only turning around after a moment to glance at them expressionlessly. He could tell at a glance that Nishiro was nearly beyond saving. Approximately 70% Kakuho damage. Recovery probability was extremely low, and it would waste considerable time. So he simply gave up on Nishiro. As for Kurona, she might resent him and leave because of this. But he didn't care. To him, Kurona and Nishiro had always been marginally successful specimens who fell short of his ideal. Their demonstrated abilities were too mediocre. The only specimens that satisfied Kano were the awakened, Kaneki especially after manifesting his centipede half-Kakuja form, and the similarly tortured Pineapple King Takizawa. Half-baked specimens like Kurona and Nishiro were disposable. She's beyond saving. Kano offered no explanation, simply returned to his work after dropping those words. But Nishiro's still breathing. Kurona couldn't understand why father would abandon Nishiro. If you think she can be saved, figure it out yourself. I have no time to waste on you. Kanu's tone was cold. Only then did Kurona realize her father didn't care about them at all. Kurona lowered her head in despair, then gritted her teeth, and left the laboratory with the unconscious Nishiro. In a deserted area, she sat on the ground holding Nishiro, completely lost. She wanted to find a way to save Nishiro, but had no ideas. And Nishiro looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. What should she do? In her desperate, helpless state, Kurona suddenly remembered the business card Byakuya had left with his contact information. It felt strange. Byakuya had been the one who injured Nishiro, yet now she had to ask him for help. But she remembered his final words, whether she was willing to trust him. She and Nishiro had nowhere else to turn. There was no better option. After agonizing over it, Kurona took out her phone and dialed Byakuya's number. When he answered, she spoke urgently, "Nishiro won't last much longer. I trust you, but can you help?" Chapter 84, Rise meets Kurona, where are you? I'm coming now. Byakuya wasted no words. Kurona gave him the location. Don't leave there. I'll arrive soon. He hung up and headed toward them at maximum speed. He certainly didn't want Nishiro to die because he was too slow. Soon, Byakuya reached the location Kurona had described. Overgrown with weeds, nearly deserted. Inside an abandoned building, he found Kurona holding Nishiro. Seeing the Quinqua briefcase in his hand, Kurona instinctively tightened her grip on Nishiro, clearly afraid. Byakuya noticed and set the briefcase aside before approaching. Let me check Nishiro's condition. He crouched before them. It's bad. She might not make it. Kurona spoke with pessimism. Maybe I should absorb Nishiro into my body to keep her alive. That won't work. Byakuya spoke directly. The original timeline had proven that much. He immediately used the Hiriko 176 he kept in his inner pocket to cut his palm, letting blood flow into Nishiro's mouth. Nishiro was unconscious and couldn't eat his flesh on her own. Yes, Byakuya planned to save Nishiro with his own blood and flesh. His body contained Hashirama cells. The restorative effect on ghouls would be completely different from ordinary humans. Nishiro wasn't completely beyond saving. Though her Kakuho was 70% damaged, she could recover if regeneration kicked in. Blood wasn't as effective as flesh, but this was emergency treatment to sustain Nishiro's life until she woke up. Will this really work? Kurona was skeptical. But then she suddenly noticed Byakuya smelled incredible. She could barely resist the urge to bite him. But with Nishiro's condition still critical, she couldn't afford such thoughts. Of course it will. Come back to my place for now. Once Nishiro wakes up on her own, I can help her fully recover. Though this was Kurona's first time going to a guy's home, under these circumstances, she couldn't worry about that. Kurona and Nishiro were already wearing black and white robes respectively. Kurona pulled up her hood to obscure her face, and helped the unconscious Nishiro do the same. Then she followed close behind Byakuya, carrying Nishiro. What surprised Kurona along the way was that Byakuya's physical capabilities exceeded even hers and Nishiro's as ghouls. He was clearly slowing down for her, otherwise she couldn't have kept up. During their earlier fight, she'd felt his overwhelming strength and assumed it came from his quinqua. But now it seemed his physical abilities alone surpassed theirs. If Nishiro's situation weren't more urgent, Kurona would have demanded an explanation. Carrying Nishiro, Kurona followed Byakuya, all the way to Ward 20. They moved covertly the entire way, avoiding ordinary people, and especially the CCG. At his front door, Kurona suddenly noticed Nishiro's condition had significantly improved. Her breathing was no longer labored, and her expression looked peaceful rather than pained, as if she were merely asleep. Nishiro's out of danger. Kurona couldn't help exclaiming. Byakuya also felt relieved. I told you she'd gradually improve. Now we just need to wait for her to wake up. This didn't mean Nishiro was fully healed. Her condition had stabilized, but her damaged Kakuha hadn't recovered, still a serious problem. Kurona nodded happily. She followed Byakuya inside, automatically saying, "Pardon the intrusion." But someone was already home. Rise. Expecting only Byakuya, Rise heard another woman's voice and came out to investigate. The next moment, Rise and the Nishiro carrying Kurona came face to face. Rise rarely wore glasses at home. She wasn't nearsighted. Before, glasses had been part of her bookish girl act to lure prey. A faint light flickered in Rise's eyes, and a subtle smile appeared. Darling, what exactly is this situation? Why did you suddenly bring other girls home? Darling? Hearing that word, Kurona couldn't help but take notice. It's a long story. I'll explain everything later. Byakuya then addressed Kurona. Kurona-san, put Nishiro-san on the bed to rest. Rise could see the white-haired girl was injured, so she didn't press the matter. Byakuya had Kurona put Nishiro directly on his bed to wait for her to wake naturally. While waiting, he gave Rise a general explanation. So this Dr. Kano experimented on these two girls to make half-ghouls. And the experimental donor was someone from the Washu clan. Rise immediately grew interested. She turned to Kurona. Show me your Kagun. She urgently needed to confirm this. If it was true, then Furuta's earlier attack on her. Rise now connected Furuta's inexplicable ambush had it been to turn her into such an experimental donor. Kurona hesitated. She didn't know Rise, and Byakuya hadn't introduced her. It's fine. Byakuya told Kurona. Kurona nodded and released her for dark crimson Rinkaku tentacles. Her left eye transformed into a Kakugan. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. One bite maximum. Seeing that Kurona possessed Kagun nearly identical to her own and was a one-eyed ghoul, Rise no longer doubted. Who became the experimental donor? Rise couldn't help asking. Probably another ghoul from your clan. Definitely someone with the same bloodline. Byakuya said. As for exactly who, he couldn't possibly guess. By the way, Byakuya asked Kurona, have you seen the person who provided the experimental donor for Dr. He asked this to let Rise naturally learn who was behind everything. I saw him once. A guy wearing a clown mask. I don't know what he looks like, I only know he's called Mr. PG at the Ghoul restaurant. Kurona answered. A clown mask. Now Rise understood. She was virtually certain the person Corona described was Furuta. Recalling what had happened to her, Rise finally understood why Furuta had ambushed her. If Byakuya hadn't saved her then, she would probably be that experimental donor now. The thought was chilling, but more than that, she felt fury. That bastard Furuta had tried to do that to her. Still, she quickly composed herself and spoke to Corona as if nothing had happened. Let me show you my Kagun too. Her Kakugan and Kagun manifested. Seeing Kagun identical to her own, Corona was astonished. This is... But she'd learned at the academy that related ghouls shared similar Kakuho and Kagun. Could it be? Is the experimental donor a relative of yours? Corona voiced her suspicion. You could say that, though I might not actually know them. Rise spoke lightly. Where is this DR? I want to investigate. Rise grew increasingly concerned. This matter now involved her directly. She'd nearly become that experimental donor. Even if we knew his location, alerting him now would be unwise. Byakuya said. Especially if that clan found out about our actions, that would be extremely dangerous for us. That clan naturally meant the Washus. With Corona present, he didn't want to reveal things she shouldn't know, so he spoke in code with Rise. Rise understood the reasoning. Cough cough. Just then, Nishiro suddenly coughed from the bed, apparently waking at last. Corona immediately went to her sister's side. Are you awake? How do you feel? Hearing Corona's voice, Nishiro slowly opened her eyes, though she didn't immediately notice the unfamiliar surroundings. Better, I think. Her voice was still weak, clearly drained. Then she noticed the strange environment, and Byakuya, and an unknown woman sitting nearby. Especially seeing Byakuya, she instinctively grew wary. After all, he'd been the one who injured her. Why is he here? Where is this? Nishiro asked Corona, eyes fixed cautiously on Byakuya. He's actually the one who helped us. He fed you his blood, that's why your condition improved. Corona explained immediately, making sure Nishiro understood the truth. Blood. Nishiro looked at Byakuya questioningly. She had no idea what had happened while unconscious. I didn't actually want to hurt you before. Anyway, I gave you some of my blood. My body seems to have some miraculous effect on ghouls, and it stabilized your condition. Byakuya explained simply. But you're not completely out of danger yet. Your Kakuho hasn't recovered. Try consuming my flesh next to see if you can fully heal. His meaning was clear, he wanted Nishiro to eat his flesh. Hearing this, Rise looked like she wanted to say something. She instinctively didn't want other ghouls tasting Byakuya. She already considered him her exclusive food. But ultimately she only said one thing, 1 bite maximum. Even she had only been allowed 1 bite, so she didn't want Byakuya treating Nishiro better than her. Corona and Nishiro didn't quite understand why Rise suddenly said that. Fine, fine. 1 bite should be enough anyway. Byakuya smiled. Then he extended his arm to Nishiro. Go ahead. Nishiro hesitated only briefly before tucking her hair behind her ear and leaning toward Byakuya's offered arm. She and Corona had already eaten human flesh under Kanu's manipulation to avoid going hungry. So she didn't show obvious resistance to Byakuya's arm, especially since his scent was inexplicably alluring. With such a delicacy before her, her instincts grew eager. The usually quiet, introverted Nishiro bit down harder than even the notoriously voracious Rise had when tasting Byakuya. She greedily chewed and swallowed. It was so delicious that she instinctively went for a second bite, only for Rise to press a hand against her forehead, snapping her back to awareness. Little girl, I said 1 bite maximum. Rise's smile held something eerily dangerous, her tone carrying clear warning. Between her narrowed eyelids, crimson Kakugan gleamed. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. The Yasuhisa sisters escaped their cage, I understand. Nishiro was somewhat startled by Rise's expression and tone. She came fully to her senses and forcibly suppressed her craving. At the same time, she was amazed. She'd never realized Byakuya's body was so delicious. But thinking about it, she understood. She hadn't been a ghoul before, it was only recently she'd transformed. Naturally, she couldn't have noticed Byakuya's secret before. Rest and lie down. You should fully recover soon. Byakuya reminded her. Nishiro obediently lay back down. She could clearly feel her Kakuho slowly self-repairing. Her regeneration had shut down due to Kakuho damage, yet Byakuya's blood and flesh seemed to act as an independent healing force within her body. This miraculous sensation left her unable to calm down. Byakuya's body seemed completely different from other humans. What was going on? Thank goodness. Nishiro's okay. Kurona sat at the bedside clutching Nishiro's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. She'd been so terrified of losing Nishiro. Then Kurona remembered something. She looked at Byakuya, her gaze complicated. Thank you for this. Though Byakuya had injured Nishiro, she could distinguish right from wrong. If Byakuya hadn't held back, neither of them would have survived. So undeniably, Byakuya had not only shown mercy, but also saved Nishiro after father abandoned her. Kurona suddenly realized she'd unconsciously still thought of Kano as father. Did someone like that deserve to be called father? Don't mention it. We're classmates and now colleagues too. Byakuya smiled. Colleagues? Kurona laughed bitterly. That's impossible now. She knew colleagues meant CCG investigator work, but she and Nishiro were now ghouls. They couldn't work at the CCG, they wouldn't even pass the RC detection gates. Why impossible? Once Nishiro recovers, I can take you both to report for duty at the CCG. No problem. Byakuya said casually. Idiot, Nishiro and I would be detected instantly by the RC gates. Kurona objected. Trust me, you won't. You'll see. Byakuya spoke with confidence. I'll see where your confidence comes from. After everything they'd been through together, Kurona had unconsciously developed considerable trust in Byakuya. By the way, Kurona, where's father? And is this Amahakuen's home? The bedridden Nishiro suddenly asked. Yes, this is his place. As for father. Kurona's tone turned cold. I don't think we should call him father anymore. What happened? Nishiro had been unconscious the whole time, completely unaware. He abandoned us. Abandoned Nishiro. Said saving you would be a waste of time. He doesn't care if we live or die. Kurona had seen clearly now. He probably manipulated us into accepting the experiment too. Our real father might have been killed by him. Their biological father had died when they were very young, but they'd never known the exact cause. When Kana had them undergo the experiment, he'd told them the truth about their father, that the CCG had killed him, making them resent the CCG and more willing to participate. Now that Kurona had lost all faith in Kano, she assumed his earlier claims were also lies. I can't believe this. Nishiro found it hard to accept. Anyway, he's not our father anymore. We don't need to follow his orders. He's just trash who used us as tools. Kanu's cold indifference when abandoning Nishiro was burned into Kurona's memory. Having no choice but to accept reality, Nishiro closed her eyes, her feelings clearly complex. Host completed option 3, helped the Yasuhisa sisters escape their predicament of being deceived by Kano. Reward, 100 fusion points. The system notification confirmed it. Kurona and Nishiro no longer trusted Kano. They'd escaped his cage. But Byakuya corrected one of their misunderstandings. Actually, your biological father wasn't killed by Kano. That incident remains a mystery, but he genuinely wasn't involved. He didn't plan to tell them the full truth yet because it involved the CCG's dark side. He still wanted them to continue working at the CCG, and learning that darkness too soon wouldn't be good. The past doesn't matter anymore. As long as Nishiro's okay. When they'd first heard from Kano that the CCG killed their father, they'd been emotionally volatile. But after everything now, Nishiro's safety, Kano's abandonment, Corona was exhausted. All she cared about now was Nishiro's well-being. Come to think of it, you held back against me and Nishiro on purpose, didn't you? If you'd wanted to kill us, we couldn't have escaped. Corona suddenly brought this up. We'd already become Ghoul's enemies to you as an investigator. Why did you help us so much? From their encounter at the Ghoul restaurant until now, she hadn't sensed any rejection from Byakuya. He seemed more accepting of their Ghoul status than they were themselves. She wanted to know why he was so kind to them. Or rather, she wanted to hear a specific answer. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Sweet Corona stared directly at Byakuya, awaiting his response. She knew what answer she hoped to hear. Unlike her usual easily embarrassed self, she seemed different now. But she couldn't maintain it for long. Meeting Byakuya's gaze while her mind raced with uncontrollable thoughts made Corona's cheeks flush slightly as she looked away. Does there need to be a reason? I simply didn't want to see cute girls die in front of me. That would be too tragic. Byakuya answered without hesitation, speaking his genuine thoughts. That was truly how he felt. Seeing Nishiro's tragic death in the original story had left him with regret. So he'd changed what would have happened, simple as that. Hearing cute girls, the bedridden Nishiro quietly pulled the blanket up to cover everything below her eyes, clearly not wanting something to be seen. When Corona heard those words, her already slightly pink cheeks grew even redder. But she couldn't hide her face like Nishiro. With Byakuya looking right at her, she could only press on. So you're saying? Never mind. Forget it. She'd wanted to ask directly how Byakuya saw her and Nishiro, but embarrassment made her retreat. Just then, Rise spoke up. If I remember correctly, darling, you said something similar to me before. So have you always used this technique to sweet-talk girls? She still remembered what Byakuya had said after the steel beam incident, claiming he'd fallen for her at first sight, that he liked her, things like that. Not identical words, but essentially similar. No, I meant everything I said. Byakuya smiled helplessly. His love at first sight for Rise was real. She was the first beautiful girl he'd noticed when watching the original series. What he'd just told Corona was also genuine. Before Rise could continue, Corona spoke up with obvious curiosity. Why do you keep calling him darling? What's your relationship with him? Our relationship? Rise's lips curved as she leaned close to Byakuya's ear and asked softly, yes, darling, what exactly is our relationship? Byakuya was about to honestly say partnership, but Rise immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from finishing. Rise answered Corona herself. The answer is we're lovers. That's impossible. He's an investigator, and you're a ghoul. Corona didn't believe Rise. What's impossible about it? Who says a ghoul and an investigator can't fall in love? Why do you think I'm at his place? Rise spoke lightly. Corona had no rebuttal. Rise had been here when they arrived, wearing house clothes as if this were her home. Meaning this girl was living with Byakuya. All right, enough joking. I actually consider this guy my emergency rations. Rise ended the topic. And he's my exclusive emergency rations. Speaking of which, food is also a problem. Corona wasn't concerned about that comment. She had no designs on Byakuya's flesh. Nishiro and I can't eat normal food anymore, but honestly, we don't want to hunt humans. Before, their food problem had been solved by Kano giving them failed specimens. Whether successful or failed, the specimens still tasted human-like Kaneki in the original timeline. But now that they'd left Kano, they'd have to hunt humans themselves for food. That's actually easy to solve. Byakuya said. Ward 20 has a place called Antiku. The owner helps ghouls who can't hunt for themselves. Though they only provide carrion, it'll satisfy hunger, but you'll gradually grow weaker. It would be best if Kurona and Nishiro didn't have to hunt humans. Antiku could handle their food needs. Being able to eat is enough. Kurona said. She and Nishiro no longer cared about growing stronger. Before they'd wanted father's praise and approval. Now that father had become a joke. Then there's no problem. Byakuya nodded. By the way, did you destroy the Ghoul restaurant? Rise asked. More or less. Though most of the ghouls escaped. That boring guy had quite the nerve, coveting my food. Rise was referring to Jukiyama, of course. If the opportunity arose, she felt she should teach him a lesson. She normally had no interest in cannibalism or feasting on her own kind, but Jukiyama had touched her reverse scale this time. The key wasn't just that Jukiyama had coveted Byakuya, he'd planned to share him with all those ghouls at the restaurant. That was the ultimate insult to Rise. He probably won't give up easily. But he's no threat to me. Byakuya spoke calmly. Given Jukiyama's personality, he definitely wouldn't let this go. He'd probably keep pestering him shamelessly. Quite the nuisance. Though Kurona and Nishiro didn't know the full backstory, they could piece together from what they'd witnessed that Byakuya had deliberately let himself be lured to the Ghoul restaurant by Mr. MM to destroy it. So following the conversation between Byakuya and Rise wasn't too confusing. Rise smiled faintly. Is that so? Next time that guy shows up, let me play with him a bit. Chapter 88, Chairman Washi Yoshitoki, do what you want. Just don't go too far. Byakuya said. The reason was simple. Jukiyama was the Jukiyama family's young master. Don't worry. I know my limits. Rise replied calmly. She didn't plan to outright kill Jukiyama, or anything like that. She wanted to humiliate him in a different way. Next, Byakuya needed to visit CCG headquarters in Ward 1. The Ghoul restaurant incident had just occurred, after all. Kurona stayed at his place to care for Nishiro, and Rise remained home as well. He figured Rise probably wouldn't clash with the Yasuhisa sisters. Probably. Investigator Amaha, among the ghouls you captured, the most noteworthy is Madame A or Lady A. She's a member of that notorious Madame organization. There's a good chance we can extract valuable intelligence from her. The first-class investigator speaking to Byakuya continued, you single-handedly destroyed the Ghoul restaurant and captured a Madame member. This is a major achievement. The chairman wants to meet you. The chairman? Very well. I'll head there now. Byakuya thought to himself, so I've attracted the Washa clan's attention after all. Being alone at a place like the Ghoul restaurant, facing a crowd of ghouls and capturing over a dozen, this wasn't something a newly promoted rank 1 investigator should be capable of. Fortunately, he'd deliberately held back, only taking a dozen or so for his record. The current CCG chairman, Washa Yoshitoki, was the Washa clan's heir apparent. Or rather, every CCG chairman would only ever be a Washu member. Byakuya proceeded to Chairman Yoshitoki's office. Chairman Washu. Byakuya greeted him respectfully. The middle-aged man with stubble before him was CCG's current chairman, Washa Yoshitoki. Investigator Amaha, you look quite young. I've heard about your accomplishments at the Ghoul restaurant. Among this year's newcomers, your performance is in a league of its own. Yoshitoki began by praising Byakuya. You're too kind, Chairman. Byakuya responded politely. Yoshitoki appeared completely normal, no different from an ordinary superior. Without his omniscient perspective, Byakuya couldn't have told Yoshitoki was a ghoul. Barring any surprises, you should be promoted to first-class investigator after the Aojirai tree raid in Ward 11. You can prepare for the written exam and interview in advance, though given your near-perfect score last time, it shouldn't be difficult. Yoshitoki reminded him. And during the raid, don't be reckless. Special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa will be leading. Everyone else should act within their capabilities. You especially still have tremendous room to grow. Yashitoki spoke as if he genuinely valued talent, and he did. Among the washes, Yashitoki leaned more toward humanity's side. He genuinely worked for the CCG, and hadn't done anything outrageous unless you counted eating fallen CCG investigators' corpses. The entire Washu family's food source came from grave digging, specifically, exhuming dead investigators' bodies. With high casualty rates during operations, there was always ample supply, which helped conceal the Washu's Ghoul identity. For now, Byakuya hadn't displayed anything excessive, so Yashitoki simply treated him like any young prodigy such as Koriyui, hoping he wouldn't die early in a major operation like the Aojirai raid. Understood. Byakuya nodded. From Yashitoki's demeanor, he could tell the Washus hadn't targeted him yet. After leaving Yashitoki's office, he soon ran into Koriyui, who'd clearly come looking for him. I didn't expect you to accomplish something big again during your break. That A-rated hyena investigation mission almost seems like a waste of your time now. Kori sighed. That's an exaggeration. I'd still welcome another A-rated ghoul mission. Byakuya spoke evenly. It's not an exaggeration at all. Speaking of which, the chairman just summoned you. You'll probably be promoted to first class soon. We've only been partners for less than a month, and this promotion speed is truly remarkable. Kori said. Once that happens, you'll be partnered with someone else as their superior. It might even be someone from your own cohort. About that I found Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. They should be able to report for duty at CCG tomorrow. They said family matters delayed them. Byakuya seized the opportunity. Also, how will their partnership be arranged? I assume the sisters don't want to be separated. That's fine, as long as they're okay. I was worried something had happened to them. Kori smiled. As for their partnership, that's up to the chairman. But you could apply request that a single superior lead both of them. Come to think of it, Special Class Investigator Akira currently has no partner. She'd be perfect with her abilities. Handling two newcomers simultaneously is no problem. Kori suddenly thought of Special Class Akira Akiramato. Being one of the Special Class investigators, and the first and only female to hold that rank, Byakuya was familiar with Akira. If they partnered with a Special Class, Byakuya felt he should remind Kurona and Nishiro not to reveal their ghoul identities if possible. Without exposure, their ghoul physical abilities combined with Quinqua power would give them significant advantages within the CCG. Staying hidden wasn't difficult anyway, just don't manifest Kagun or Kakugan. No need to be overly cautious or paranoid. You should also look at potential new partners for yourself. As a superior, you'll typically have some choice in the matter. Kori brought the topic back to Byakuya. I'll consider it. Byakuya nodded. Truthfully, he didn't care much. The CCG could assign whoever they wanted. Chapter 89, Kyoko Ora. Byakuya's Hashirama cells proved highly effective. Nishiro recovered quickly. However, she'd only bitten him once and swallowed directly, without the specialized cultivation Uchiha Madara had done. Plus, Byakuya's cells were a nerfed version to begin with, so they couldn't persist long-term in Nishiro's body. When Byakuya returned home that evening, Nishiro was no longer in bed but sitting in the living room. Looks like Nishiro-san has mostly recovered. Byakuya asked. Thanks to you, Amahakuen. Nishiro smiled and nodded. But then she remembered she'd not only been at another guy's home, but had lain in his bed for half a day. The thought made her cheeks warm and flush. Then you two should stay here tonight, Byakuya told Kurona and Nishiro. That would mean. Kurona immediately thought cohabitation but didn't say it. Sorry for the imposition, Amahakuen. Though Nishiro felt embarrassed too, she and Kurona had no better options. They had no money and didn't want to return to Kano. No imposition. There's a spare room, Byakuya said. He'd clean up an empty room for the sisters temporarily. Just like that, the household went from 2 to 4. The next day, Kurona and Nishiro accompanied Byakuya to CCG headquarters in Ward 1. Will this really be okay? Nishiro and I are ghouls now, one-eyed ghouls, sure, but still ghouls. Kurona still worried. The RC detection gates will probably expose us instantly. That would implicate you too, Nishiro added. Trust me. It'll be fine, Byakuya said. The sisters had no idea that the Kakuhukano transplanted into them carried a special bloodline. This involved Wash's secrets that Kano wouldn't dare reveal. His reassurance only slightly calmed them. At CCG headquarters, Kurona and Nishiro followed nervously behind Byakuya. Approaching the RC detection gates, both sisters' hearts raced. Anxious and with pounding hearts, they passed through the gates and nothing happened. Both were stunned. By all logic, they should have triggered the gates. Yet just as Byakuya said, everything was fine. How is this possible? Kurona whispered to Byakuya. It's because you're one-eyed ghouls, Byakuya explained casually. That wasn't actually the reason. It was because Kurona and Nishiro were one-eyed ghouls with Washu bloodline. The RC gates had been secretly rewritten by the Washus to not detect their bloodline. But this involved forbidden Washu secrets. Not telling the sisters was for their safety. Once they grew stronger, he could tell them. If the Washus discovered they knew the truth, they'd hunt the sisters relentlessly. Nishiro and I worried for nothing. Kurona nodded. She simply assumed half-ghouls couldn't be detected by RC gates. Both sisters relaxed. Afterward, they completed their long-delayed registration. Though they received a lecture, it was a light punishment. Next came partnership arrangements. Byakuya confirmed the sisters didn't want to be separated. Just as he was about to discuss this with Chairman Washu, Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora found them first. The tall woman with an alluring figure and a beauty mark near her lips was Kyoko Ora, the CCG's only female Special Class Investigator. Her deep blue hair was tied up with a white band, giving off a cool, elegant aura. Her attractive face appeared younger than her actual age, and those legs were stunning. Judging by appearance, she looked mid-20s, but she was actually 36. Associate Special Class UI mentioned yesterday that 2 exceptional twin sisters needed partners. That must be you two. Kyoko Ora approached Byakuya. Special Class Kyoko Ora. Byakuya greeted her respectfully. Yes, this is Kurona Yasuhisa, and this is Nishiro Yasuhisa. Kurona and Nishiro also showed their respect. I've already cleared it with Chairman Washu. If you're willing, you can become my partners immediately and you won't be separated. Kyoko Ora addressed the sisters directly. I'm willing. Kurona and Nishiro responded almost simultaneously. They could stay together and partner with a special class investigator. This was the best possible arrangement. Byakuya could also relax knowing the sisters were with Kyoko Ora. Besides, Kurona and Nishiro already possessed S-level ghoul capabilities. The Washikakuho was inherently powerful, their baseline was set. Byakuya, we're going with special class Kyoko Ora now. Before leaving with Kyoko Ora, Nishiro turned to tell Byakuya. Kurona immediately noticed Nishiro's form of address, calling him directly by his first name, Byakuya. Kurona's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at Nishiro with astonishment. Had Nishiro already? Chapter 90, Shamelessly Persistent Jukiyama. Nishiro's personality had always been more introverted and shy than Kurona's. Yet now Nishiro could naturally call Byakuya by his first name. This couldn't go unnoticed. Nishiro's unusual behavior must mean something had happened. Though deeply curious, Kurona didn't say anything. Now she also wanted to address Byakuya the same way, but... Byakuya-kun. See you later. Corona couldn't be as natural as Nishiro. After stammering, she added Kun to make it less embarrassing. As the twin who was almost always together with Corona, Nishiro had also noticed something. In fact, she'd long known her sister liked Byakuya. But that didn't affect her changed attitude toward him. Addressing him by name showed how her feelings had shifted. Though Kyoko Ora said nothing, she was also a woman with sharp perception. She seemed to understand something. Before leaving, she spoke meaningfully to Byakuya, "Don't worry. I won't let other men have the slightest chance." With her serious, cool expression delivering such words, Byakuya was momentarily confused. It took him a moment to understand her meaning, and he could only smile awkwardly. After Kyoko Ora took Corona and Nishiro away, Byakuya left the CCG. Ward 20, Antiku. Only a few days had passed since the Ghoul restaurant incident, yet Jukiyama had already appeared at Antiku again. Tuka and the others didn't know about the Ghoul restaurant situation. They assumed nothing had happened yet between Jukiyama and Byakuya. Only Yomo, who frequently gathered intelligence outside, knew, but he wouldn't bother telling Tuka such things. Tuka still found Jukiyama's presence annoying as usual. Jukiyama's shamelessness remained unchanged. He simply sat there waiting stubbornly for Byakuya to arrive. He'd already planned how to explain the Ghoul restaurant incident, call it a prank, claim he hadn't expected things to escalate, that kind of excuse. Whether Byakuya believed him or not, he had to try. He would use any method necessary to taste the delicacy he sought. Meanwhile, Jukiyama's ordered coffee had arrived. Tuka brought it over. Her expression was cold. Though she despised the guy, Jukiyama was currently a customer, so she had to do her job. "Thank you." Jukiyama was polite and gentlemanly. Tuka knew this was just his pretentious act. She left with one cold remark, "Just don't get in the way." At the table next to Jukiyama, Kaneki Ken sat reading. He'd also come looking for Byakuya. Kaneki asked the passing Irimi, "Excuse me, do you know if the guy named Amaha Byakuya is coming today?" "I'm not sure, but he usually comes every day." Irimi answered kindly. "Okay, I'll wait a bit longer." Kaneki nodded and continued reading. Jukiyama, right next to him, naturally overheard the exchange. Stroking his chin, Jukiyama seemed to hatch another scheme. He stood and walked to Kaneki's table, sitting across from him with complete familiarity. Kaneki looked up at the stranger but said nothing, just lowered his head to continue reading. "I heard you mention Amaha-kun just now." Jukiyama asked with a polite smile. "Amaha-kun? You mean Amaha-san? You know him too?" Kaneki was too naive and took the bait immediately. At this point, he'd never encountered ghouls. His mental image of them was probably like little monsters from Ultraman, and he had no wariness toward strangers. This Kaneki was even easier to deceive than the original timeline version, who'd at least experienced becoming a one-eyed ghoul. "Yes, I'm Amaha-kun's friend. We hung out just a few days ago." Jukiyama nodded. "What's your name? If you need Amaha-kun for something, you can tell me first. I'll pass it along." "I'm Kaneki Ken. Actually, the university is holding a book appreciation event soon. I wanted to invite Amaha-san to attend." Kaneki answered everything honestly, hiding nothing. "If you have things to do, you can head back first. I'm also waiting for Amaha-kun anyway. I'll relay your message when he arrives." Jukiyama smiled. "Thank you so much." Kaneki was getting tired of waiting, and began packing up to leave. He thought to himself what a nice person he'd just met. Seeing Kaneki stand to leave, Jukiyama even waved goodbye. Having Kaneki leave first was ideal, that way Byakuya wouldn't suddenly arrive and expose his lies. At the same time, Kaneki had become a card up his sleeve. Kaneki was Byakuya's friend. Jukiyama returned to his seat, and happily sipped his coffee. Tuka had watched everything unfold. She didn't know what Jukiyama was planning but knew it couldn't be anything good. This guy wouldn't randomly chat up a human for no reason. About half an hour later, Byakuya finally arrived with Rise beside him. Seeing Rise there, Jukiyama inwardly clicked his tongue in frustration. But he proceeded with his plan anyway, approaching Byakuya with a sincere apology and explanation. He spun some tale about it being a prank, the scrapper being an actor, things getting out of hand, all delivered with exaggerated, earnest expressions and tone. Byakuya listened with a blank expression. He knew this guy was shameless, but this was still excessive. Beside him, Rise maintained a constant smile, saying nothing. Yet her gaze made Jukiyama's skin crawl. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, You think you can touch my man? Okay, I get it. Byakuya replied, somewhat exasperated. So does that mean Amahakuen has forgiven me? Jukiyama looked like he was about to burst into grateful tears. His theatrical expression only made Byakuya feel even more speechless. Still, he had to admit this routine would probably work wonders on Kaneki. For a transmigrator who knew everything, though. Not so much. Before Byakuya could respond, Rise spoke up, Jukiyama-kun, why don't you take a guess at what this might be? Rise produced a handkerchief, its fabric stained with traces of blood. Byakuya remembered that Rise had used this handkerchief to wipe the residual blood from his wound the last time she'd drunk from him. She was clearly planning to use it to toy with Jukiyama. This is... Jukiyama's eyes widened instantly. He'd already caught the intoxicating scent drifting through the air, unmistakably Byakuya's fragrance. But the aroma of flesh and blood was on an entirely different level from mere body scent. The handkerchief had Jukiyama entranced in an instant. He instinctively reached for it, only for Rise to pull it back. I only asked you to guess. I never said I'd give it to you. Rise spoke coolly, so. Can you tell what it is? Jukiyama's expression slowly became calm and cold. He'd realized Rise was deliberately toying with him. He was absolutely devastated, and knowing he was being toyed with didn't make it any better. He was still devastated. But Jukiyama forced himself not to show it on his face. After all, Byakuya was right there, he could only curse Rise silently in his heart. It's Amahakuen's blood, isn't it? Jukiyama managed a strained smile. At the same time, something puzzled him. If Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, why was he walking around with a ghoul like Rise? Had he not discovered her true nature? Even if Byakuya didn't know Rise's real identity, surely Rise must know Byakuya's. Nothing about this made sense to Jukiyama. What Jukiyama could never imagine was that Byakuya and Rise not only knew each other's identities, but spent time together every day they were even living together. So does Jukiyama-kun want it? If you do, beg me sincerely later, and I might consider giving it to you. Rise toyed with the handkerchief in her hand, looking thoroughly pleased. I want it. Of course I want it. Jukiyama answered almost without hesitation. To obtain what he desired, he was willing to temporarily lower his head to this woman. Then follow me. There are too many people here, let's find somewhere else. Consider it giving you some face. Rise said this as if she were being considerate of Jukiyama. Jukiyama wasn't particularly on guard. More accurately, he was willing to take the risk for that handkerchief. Besides, he wasn't weak. He didn't need to be too afraid of any tricks Rise might pull. By now, Byakuya had a pretty good idea what Rise was planning. But he wasn't going to follow and watch the show. Instead, he found a seat and ordered 2 cups of coffee first. When Tuka came to collect Byakuya's order slip, she gave him a heads up, before you arrived, that Jukiyama guy was chatting with your friend about you. Obviously trying to get close to him. I understand. Thank you, Kirishima-san. Byakuya nodded slightly. Though Tuka hadn't named names, Byakuya only had one friend at this coffee shop, Kaneki. This was exactly the kind of thing Jukiyama would do. If his guesses were right, Jukiyama was planning to capture Kaneki as a last resort and use him as leverage. He definitely didn't want Kaneki getting caught up in danger because of him, so he'd need to handle this properly. Knowing Jukiyama's personality, he probably wouldn't actually do anything terrible to Kaneki, but better safe than sorry. You don't need to thank me. I still haven't repaid what I owe you, Tuka said flatly before turning away. Meanwhile, Rise had led Jukiyama to a deserted alley. Jukiyama was beginning to sense something was off, but he steeled himself and followed anyway. Come now, Jukiyama-kun. Show me your sincerity. Rise turned around, not yet revealing anything unusual. At her words, Jukiyama immediately bent at the waist, bowing deeply to Rise, so deeply his torso was nearly perpendicular to his legs. Kamishiro-san, is this sincere enough? Rise said nothing. She slowly approached and extended the handkerchief toward Jukiyama. But the moment Jukiyama eagerly reached for it, Crimson Rinkaku Kagun suddenly erupted from Rise's waist. One tentacle pierced straight through Jukiyama's outstretched hand. Jukiyama had been so focused on the handkerchief that his guard was lowered. Combined with Rise's incredible speed, he simply couldn't react in time. Despite rarely displaying her strength in the original series, Rise was actually far from weak. For facts made this clear: first, Rise could toy with Yamori effortlessly. Second, the moment Kaneki awakened and gained control of Rise's Kagun, he completely dominated Yamori. Third, Rise's initial threat rating was S+, and even after becoming an experimental subject, the CCG still upgraded her to SS rated. Note, this is from the manga, which differs from the anime. And most importantly, all ghouls of the Washa bloodline were natural-born Kakujas. Given that premise and the fact that Rise possessed the purest Washa bloodline, if even she couldn't achieve Kakuja form, then no other Washa ghoul would qualify either. Jukiyama's reaction after being wounded was fairly quick. He hastily released his Kukaku, the Kagun erupting from beneath his shoulder blade to form a sword-like shape. He immediately counterattacked, but Rise dodged effortlessly. 3 of Rise's Kagun tips pinned Jukiyama to the wall behind him. The 4th was already piercing through one of his palms, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Rise's hand closed around Jukiyama's throat. Her eerie smile stretched almost like the legendary slit-mouthed woman, and combined with her fierce Kakugan, she was far more terrifying than any urban legend monster. Jukiyama-kun, you think you can touch my men? Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Oni-I. At this moment, Jukiyama's throat was being squeezed so tight he could barely breathe. His hands and legs were pinned to the wall by Rise's Kagun. He couldn't even pry her fingers from his neck. Struggling, he tried to control his Kukaku Kagun to counterattack independently. But Rise dodged with an almost impossible backward lean. Then Rise withdrew the 2 Kagun, pinning Jukiyama's legs, driving one into his abdomen while using the other to block his Kukaku. Her Kagun churned inside Jukiyama's stomach, accompanied by his agonized groans. After tormenting Jukiyama for a good while, Rise finally relented. She hadn't intended to go too far. Once she felt she'd vented enough, she let him go. Jukiyama lay prone on the ground, motionless. Rise casually tossed the handkerchief onto Jukiyama's body before walking away, as if bestowing charity upon him. Of course she knew this would only inflame Jukiyama's desire further. But that was exactly the effect she wanted: the agony of wanting something you could never have. After all, there was nothing Jukiyama could do to either her or Byakuya. The gap in strength was simply too wide. Once Rise's footsteps had faded completely, Jukiyama finally opened his eyes. He'd apparently been playing dead. He retrieved the handkerchief that had fallen on his back, then rolled over to lie face up. Ha ha ha, that really hurt just now. Jukiyama laughed even as he coughed up blood. Despite being this badly wounded, he looked completely unbothered. After all, it wasn't a fatal injury. He'd regenerate soon enough. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, Jukiyama suddenly felt the beating he'd just endured was absolutely worth it. He immediately pressed the handkerchief to his face, inhaling its scent with wild abandon. His expression twisted into a crazed, rapturous grimace. At this moment, Jukiyama had completely forgotten everything that had just happened. Rise, meanwhile, returned to Antiku as if nothing had occurred. Ever since the steel beam incident, Rise had basically stopped wearing glasses. There was no point anymore. She'd also changed out of her blood-stained clothes into a checkered dress with a white coat draped over it. She wasn't wearing stockings, leaving her long, pale legs on full display. Seeing that Rise had changed clothes, Byakuya knew exactly what had happened. "How's that guy doing?" Byakuya asked casually. "Not quite dead," Rise replied flatly. Byakuya didn't press further. A while later, Hinami approached carrying a notebook. "Oni-chan, when will I get to see Papa?" It had been so long since she'd seen her father that Hinami missed him terribly. The notebook she clutched was filled with drawings of her family. It should be safe by now. But Fueguchi-san is probably still hiding. "I can take you to find him." Byakuya smiled as he spoke. Now that Yamori was dead, there was no one else in Aojirai Tree who would target Asaki Fueguchi. As for Kuriomato and Kotaro Amon, from what he knew, they'd already shifted their attention to the Aojirai Tree situation in Ward 11. Mato's greatest hatred was reserved for Aojirai's one-eyed owl. So reuniting the Fueguchi family now posed no real risk. "Thank you, Oni-chan." Hinami's face lit up with joy. "Then I'll leave Hinami in your care, Amahakuin. I'll stay here and help out at the coffee shop." Ryoko spoke up from nearby. After everything that had happened, Ryoko had come to trust Byakuya completely. She could leave her daughter in his hands without worry. If she couldn't trust Byakuya, there was no one else she could trust. Besides, if they encountered any danger, her presence would only be a burden to Byakuya. She felt there was no need for her to come along. "Then I'll head home first." Rise spoke up. You didn't forget your key, did you?" Byakuya reminded her. "Of course not." Then Rise left for home. Tuka, who was clearing empty cups from a nearby table, overheard this exchange between Byakuya and Rise. Something felt strange, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. But then it hit her. After all, Tuka now knew both Byakuya's and Rise's true identities. She found it hard to imagine a kind-hearted investigator living together with a ghoul of such terrible personality. By now, Byakuya had brought Hinami to Ward 19. They chatted about many things along the way. Then Hinami remarked with a tone of wonder, "Oni-chan is a ghoul investigator, but you seem completely different from other investigators." "I understand what you mean. I just feel that neither Ryoko-san nor Hinami-chan are bad people. The CCG has many rules, but people aren't bound by rules alone," Byakuya said. "That's why I think Oni-chan is a good person." With that, Hinami reached out and took Byakuya's hand. Seeing the innocent, pure smile on Hinami's face, Byakuya couldn't harbor even the slightest improper thought. First, Byakuya brought Hinami to Asaki Fueguchi's clinic, only to find it closed. It looked like it had been shuttered for quite some time. Asaki had probably been in hiding ever since the Yamori incident. "By the way, Hinami-chan, do you have contact information for Fueguchi-san? It's hard to find him if we're searching blind," Byakuya asked. "I think I have it. Let me look." Hinami flipped through the sketchbook she'd brought with her. As she turned the pages, Byakuya caught glimpses of the drawings inside. They were all cartoon characters. Though quite rough, they weren't bad at all, perfectly appropriate for someone Hinami's age. "Did you draw all of these, Hinami-chan?" "They're very good." Byakuya offered some praise. Hinami was still young and needed encouragement. "Thank you, Oni-chan." Hinami smiled happily. Soon she found the page with the contact information, a string of numbers that should be Asaki's phone number. Byakuya immediately dialed the number. After a moment, the call connected. "Hello, is this Fueguchi-san?" Yes. That voice, could it be the investigator from before?" "That's right. Your daughter misses you, so I've brought her to see you." Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Uninvited Guests from Aogirai Tree, my daughter. She's with you right now. Asaki's voice suddenly grew agitated. At the same time, his heart clenched with worry. The other party was a ghoul investigator, after all. Though this person had saved his life before, he still couldn't help feeling anxious. Let me put her on. Byakuya handed the phone to Hinami. Hinami had never used a phone before, so she mimicked what Oniai-chan had just done. Papa, where are you? Hinami, are you all right? Papa is still hiding somewhere. Asaki felt reassured the moment he heard her voice. He could tell from her tone that everything was fine. Of course I'm fine. Oniai-chan came with me to Ward 19. Hinami said cheerfully. Oniai-chan? Are you talking about that investigator? Asaki couldn't help asking. Oniai-chan is an investigator. Papa, come out quickly. Oniai-chan and I are at the clinic right now. Hinami said with a smile. Wait there for me, I'll be right over. Hearing how happy Hinami sounded filled Asaki with warmth. Less than half an hour later, a disheveled figure appeared before Byakuya and Hinami. Hinami immediately ran over to embrace Asaki. Papa's all dirty and smelly. I've been hiding for days without going out, I'm a complete mess. Asaki said awkwardly. That's okay. I don't mind, Papa. Hinami hugged him happily anyway. After father and daughter had caught up for a while, Asaki turned to Byakuya. Investigator-san, is it safe now? More or less, though you still shouldn't be too careless. Byakuya suggested, I'd recommend your family move to Ward 20 for now. The CCG's oversight there is the lightest at the moment. Understood. Asaki nodded. It seems you've already met my wife. Is she doing all right in Ward 20? Your wife is currently at Antiku in Ward 20. Yamori came looking for trouble with your wife and daughter before, but I've driven him off. Byakuya said. Yamori. Just hearing that name made Asaki break into a cold sweat. But then he heard that Yamori had been driven off by the young man before him, and he relaxed. If his wife and daughter had actually fallen into Yamori's hands, knowing what he did about Yamori, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Asaki felt a wave of lingering fear. Thank goodness this young investigator had driven Yamori away. Otherwise, if Ryoko and Hinami had truly suffered at Yamori's hands, it would have haunted him for the rest of his life. Then Asaki suddenly realized something. This young investigator had now saved his entire family including himself. The debt of gratitude was so immense he had no idea how to repay it. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. This person was a ghoul investigator, yet he was willing to help their ghoul family. His previous encounter with Kuriomato should have left him with psychological scars, yet this fellow investigator had saved his entire family. Asaki couldn't think of how to repay such kindness. The only thing that came to mind was kneeling before the young man. Though Hinami didn't want to see her father humiliate himself this way, she understood that their family truly owed that Oniai-chan an enormous debt. But Asaki had barely knelt down before Byakuya lifted him back up. Didn't I say before? There's no need for this. Byakuya said, somewhat helplessly. Why did this guy always drop to his knees without a word? But we truly have no way to repay you. Asaki sighed. I don't need any repayment. You like practicing medicine and saving people, don't you? Open a small clinic in Ward 20. Your family just needs to live well. Byakuya spoke calmly. Besides, even if he asked for repayment, it would be useless. Asaki couldn't give him anything he needed. What he truly wanted, only the system could provide. I understand, Investigator-san. Asaki nodded solemnly. Papa, stop calling him Investigator-san. He's Amahao Nyakan. Hinami spoke up. Oh then. Amaha-san. Asaki was a bit surprised. Little Hinami already knew this young investigator's name. It seemed Hinami's relationship with this young man was much closer than he'd imagined. Afterward, Asaki gathered a few necessities from the clinic, then traveled with Byakuya and Hinami to Ward 20. The Fueguchi family was finally reunited. The date of the Aojirai tree subjugation drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Aojirai tree in Ward 11 was growing increasingly restless. First they'd been hunting Ghoul investigators, now they were directly attacking the Ward 11 CCG branch. While assaulting the CCG, Aojirai tree hadn't neglected their mission to capture the Binge Eater. Since Aojirai's attack on the Ward 11 CCG branch was a complete rout, they only needed to leave some members behind in Ward 11, freeing up substantial manpower for other operations. That night, some uninvited guests arrived in Ward 20. 3 figures wearing gas masks leaped from lamppost to lamppost. They suddenly stopped atop one of them. We've finally reached Ward 20. This place feels so peaceful. Accustomed to the brutal competition of other wards, they found Ward 20's tranquil, slow pace unsettling. This darkness should have been prime hunting time for ghouls, yet they hadn't spotted a single one on their way here. Let's just complete the mission. Rise-san should be over there. A tall man with a strangely shaped beard spoke up. His name was Kazuchi Banju. He'd originally been the leader of Ward 11, but after Aojirai tree invaded and occupied it, he'd had no choice but to submit. The 3 ghouls behind him were his subordinates. Now they were searching for the place called Antiku. Antiku was quite well known in ghoul circles. Aojirai tree had intelligence on its exact location, so they could move in directly once daylight came. Banju and his group had actually been sent ahead under Ayato Kirishima's orders, racing to find Rise before Nico and the others could. Ayato wasn't just doing this to claim credit. More importantly, his sister Toka Kirishima was also at that Antiku. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, A Couple's Little Game Ward 11, CCG Branch. Large numbers of ghoul investigators in Ward 11 had been hunted by Aojirai tree. Even the CCG branch itself had fallen, with only a handful of investigators still fighting desperately. Before Aojirai tree occupied Ward 11, the local ghouls had been relatively well behaved. Especially after the high-level ghouls of Ward 11 went after Rise and got massacred for their trouble, the relatively kind but weak Banja had become Ward 11's leader, making the local ghouls even more docile. This had led the CCG to allocate relatively few resources to Ward 11. Facing Aojirai tree's sudden occupation, they had no means of resistance. The highest-ranked investigator stationed there was merely first class. Aojirai tree had sent only a single executive Noro and he'd slaughtered his way through the entire CCG branch. The 2 strongest executives, Ito and Tatara, were watching the show from a high platform outside the branch. The surviving investigators screamed in terror while frantically firing their pistols at the ghoul before the May ghoul, who wouldn't fall no matter how many times they shot him. He wore a white mask printed with a teeth pattern, and was draped in dark red robes. His build was massive. This was Noro, one of Aojirai tree's executives, an SS-rated ghoul. Noro currently served as Ward 11's acting manager. He strode through the branch like a one-man army. No amount of bullets could make him take a single step back. By now, every investigator in Ward 11 capable of wielding a quinqua had been killed. Only the rank 3 investigators and investigator assistants remained personnel, who could only be equipped with firearms loaded with Q bullets. Noro's regeneration was extraordinarily terrifying, because Ito had already transformed him into a Kagun monster, using her kakuho. His entire body was composed almost entirely of Ito's Kagun, fused with his own, giving him immense power. These rank 3 investigators and assistants were nothing but lambs to the slaughter before him. Noro endured countless bullets while using his massive Kagun, its tip shaped like a mouth, to devour the investigators one by one. Screams of agony echoed continuously throughout the CCG building. At that moment, a surviving investigator hid in an office, drenched in cold sweat and cowering in terror. One hand held a pistol while the other tried to contact CCG headquarters via phone. The headquarters liaison happened to be standing by for news from Ward 11. The call connected almost immediately. "This is CCG headquarters." But before the liaison could finish his first sentence, Special Class Investigator Marud, who stood nearby looking anxious, snatched the phone away. "This is Marud. What's the situation?" Marud's voice was urgent. Instead of a response, a scream came through the phone, followed by the sound of the device clattering to the floor. Marud's brow furrowed deeply. This was bad. After a moment, it sounded like someone had picked up the phone. That was the last one. The voice on the other end spoke coldly, as if announcing Aojirai Tree's victory to Marud, before hanging up. Marud was furious. He hadn't expected Ward 11 to fall southwest quickly. Aojirai Tree's strength exceeded all his expectations. Now the surrounding wards were also in jeopardy. They needed to launch countermeasures against Aojirai Tree in Ward 11 immediately. They were currently at a harbor surrounded by shipping containers. Even the investigators stationed here had been completely wiped out. How brutal. Looking at the grim scene before him, Yoshimura's expression was heavy with emotion. This was done by a ghoul organization calling itself Aojirai Tree. Yomo removed his crow-like mask and shared what he knew. What's particularly noteworthy is that their leader is called the One-Eyed King. One-eyed. Yoshimura's expression grew contemplative. Clearly, he either already knew or had long suspected that his daughter was Aojirai Tree's leader. However, he didn't know that Aojirai Tree's true One-Eyed King was actually Kishuarima. Yomo-kun, let's return to Antiku. Yoshimura and Yomo didn't linger in Ward 11. After briefly surveying the situation, they headed back to Ward 20. But as luck would have it, just as they left Ward 20, Aojirai Tree's people had already arrived. First to reach Antiku were Banju and his 3 subordinates. Banju strode into the coffee shop looking fierce and imposing, though in reality he was weak as could be. He first scanned the customers inside, then spotted Rise. His face immediately lit up with joy, but when he noticed the young man sitting beside her, his expression darkened. Back in Ward 11, Banju had secretly harbored feelings for Rise. Seeing her sitting with another man made him quite unhappy. "Rise-san." Banju immediately walked over with large strides. Rise had no intention of acknowledging Banju because she was currently playing a "who blinks first loses" game with Byakuya. They'd been staring into each other's eyes for several minutes now. But Banju had to come over and interrupt them. Rise immediately shot him an icy glare, her fierce expression looking like she was about to kill him on the spot. "Get lost." Banju, who'd been looking murderous and ready to settle scores with the young man, instantly cowered and obediently sat down nearby. After all, he knew just how vicious Rise could be. His 3 subordinates stood behind him, not daring to make a sound either. Rise ignored Banju and continued gazing at Byakuya. Banju couldn't help but carefully examine the young man beside Rise. The incredibly striking sweet fragrance emanating from him was unmistakably human. He assumed this young man was merely Rise's prey, she was probably just toying with him a bit before eating him eventually. But what happened next made Banju's jaw drop. Having been interrupted by Banju, Rise felt like she was about to crack. It seemed she'd decided to cheat. Rise leaned closer and closer to Byakuya, until their noses were almost touching and she still didn't stop, as if she intended to kiss him directly. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. First to kiss. Banju's eyes went wide, bloodshot veins appearing. He stared at Rise in utter disbelief. Why was Rise-san doing that to a human? They were about to kiss. Almost there. Meanwhile, Tuka had also noticed what was happening with Rise. Her expression turned to shock. What were these two doing? Were they actually going through with it? Except for on television, Tuka had never witnessed a kiss in real life. Though Byakuya and Rise hadn't actually kissed yet, the trajectory made it seem imminent. She couldn't help but imagine what would happen next, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. Oh my. Ryoko touched her face with a gentle smile. Hinami was certainly old enough to understand what was happening. She shyly covered her eyes with her hands, but left a gap between her middle and ring fingers, clearly embarrassed yet curious. By now, Byakuya had realized Rise was trying to cheat. He remained calm, though his eyelashes trembled slightly. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, lean back to dodge Rise, then teach this mischievous woman a lesson with a headbutt. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 2, fight fire with fire, counter her cheating with something even more outrageous by poking Rise's eyes. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 3, take the initiative and seize victory by kissing Rise's cheek first. Reward, 50 fusion points. Seeing the three options before him, Byakuya hesitated only briefly before making his choice. He suddenly leaned forward and planted a light kiss on Rise's cheek. Rise had thought she had Byakuya completely cornered. She never expected him to strike first. The sudden surprise finally made Rise blink, her expression clearly showing a hint of bewilderment. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. You lost. Byakuya reminded her calmly. Rise was momentarily speechless. Oni-chan is so mean. Hinami murmured, her cheeks flushed. Shameless. Toka commented bluntly. Ryoko simply smiled without saying anything. As it happened, both Koma and Irimi were out, and manager Yoshimura and Yomo had gone on their errand as well. Today only Toka and the Fueguchi mother-daughter pair were at the coffee shop. Fortunately, there hadn't been many customers lately, so they could manage. This was because the Ward 11 incident had caused such a stir that even Ward 20's ghouls mostly didn't dare venture outside, afraid of being eliminated by furious investigators. It's not like that. She cheated first, I was just counterattacking. Facing Hinami and Toka's accusations, Byakuya immediately defended himself. I'll kill you. Just then, Banjo let out a jealous, furious cry and swung his fist at Byakuya. Byakuya had anticipated this guy might make a move. He simply tilted his head to dodge the punch, then casually drove his knee into Banjo's abdomen. Though ghouls generally possess superior physical abilities, Banjo was among the weakest of all ghouls. He couldn't even manifest his Kagun. Byakuya's knee strike, delivered with only moderate force, left Banjo curled up on the floor, dry heaving in agony. At least he didn't pass out immediately. The three subordinates looked resigned. Their strength wasn't much better than Banjo's, so they certainly weren't going to cause trouble here. The trio's outfits were quite distinctive, all wearing the same style of clothing but in different colors, red, blue, and purple. Each had a number on the chest, 1, 2, and 3. Saw that coming. Sorry, our boss caused you trouble. The subordinates apologized helplessly. It's fine. Byakuya didn't mind. He glanced at Banjo curled up on the floor, then helped him up and onto the sofa to recover. Despite his brutish appearance, this guy was actually quite decent, one of the few kind-hearted ghouls in this world. Then Byakuya returned to his seat, waiting for the guy to heal on his own. At that moment, Rise's voice came, somewhat eerie. I'll remember what just happened. You cheated first, you know. Byakuya couldn't help but laugh. Rise didn't care about the details. She only felt that not only had her teasing failed, but Byakuya had turned the tables on her, and that annoyed her greatly. Cough cough. After a while, coughing sounds came from Banjo. He seemed to have mostly recovered. Since his strength was so weak, his regeneration was also slower than other ghouls. Calm down now? Byakuya asked. Compared to before, Banjo was much more subdued. Banjo nodded, then asked, What's your name? Amaha Byakuya. Amaha, huh? You're strong. Much stronger than you look. Rise-san chose you probably because of that. Banjo seemed to have come to terms with things, his tone was quite calm. More accurately, deep down he'd always known he wasn't worthy of Rise-san. He just tended to act impulsively and make a fool of himself. How should I put this? You might have the wrong idea about me and her. Before Byakuya could finish, Rise suddenly appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around his. What silly things is my darling saying? Rise whispered in his ear. Weren't you just flirting with me a moment ago? Rise's breath tickled Byakuya's sensitive ears, making him uncomfortable. Clearly, she was taking this opportunity to get revenge for being shown up earlier. Byakuya was at a loss for words. After all, he really had done that. Any last traces of hope in Banjo's heart were thoroughly crushed. Looking utterly defeated, unable to beat Byakuya in a fight, he could only weep with jealousy in his heart. Go on, what did Banjo-kun misunderstand? Was it my relationship with you? Rise continued pressing Byakuya, clearly not planning to let him off easy this time. The mischievous curve of her smile was definitely intentional. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, What adult gets angry at a child? 1570 words, nothing at all. Under Rise's relentless pressure, Byakuya chose to simply drop the subject. Now Banjo was thoroughly convinced that Byakuya was Rise's man, though that was essentially what Rise had always claimed publicly anyway. Banjo didn't overthink things like Tuka and the others, who all assumed Byakuya was merely Rise's prey. Rise-san. I have something very important to tell you. Then Banjo's expression turned grave. Byakuya sat down across from Banjo, gesturing for Rise to sit beside him. Though she had no interest in what Banjo had to say, Rise obligingly took the seat next to Byakuya. Ward 11 was originally under my management, but a ghoul organization called Aojirai Tree suddenly invaded. Though I resisted with everything I had, they were too strong. I couldn't watch my companions sacrifice themselves for nothing, so all of Ward 11's ghouls had to submit to Aojirai Tree. Banjo began recounting recent events. Now they've started hunting CCG doves. At first I thought they were joking, but Ward 11's investigators have actually been almost completely wiped out. Their next target is the ward north of Ward 11. They plan to forcibly absorb that area's ghouls while eliminating the investigators there. Aojirai Tree's leader seems to be some cold, ruthless man. For some reason he's searching for you, Rise-san, probably to eliminate you. Sooner or later he'll lead the organization to Ward 20. I'd suggest you flee as soon as possible, or just submit to them without resisting. Banjo had said quite a lot in one breath. He was supposed to follow Ayato's orders to find Rise, but instead he'd come to warn her and had kindly alerted Antika's ghouls as well, even though it meant risking his life. The three subordinates weren't surprised by their boss's actions. They were all native Ward 11 ghouls who'd followed him for a long time, and knew exactly what kind of person he was. We understand. Thank you for the warning. Byakuya nodded. So please flee quickly, Rise-san. Amaha-san, since you're Rise-san's man, take her and leave Ward 20. Banjo spoke urgently. Oh my, I'm not going anywhere, but Rise just smiled faintly. This so-called Aojirai Tree doesn't have what it takes to make me run and hide. They're really strong, much stronger than Ward 11's former leaders. They're slaughtering doves like toys. Banjo tried repeatedly to emphasize just how powerful Aojirai Tree was, worried Rise was underestimating them. But Rise clearly wasn't taking it to heart. Don't worry. We have ways to handle this. Byakuya said. All right. Though Banjo was still worried, he couldn't exactly force Byakuya and Rise to flee. Since you've come, those others are probably close behind. Byakuya remarked casually. Originally, 3 executives should have followed shortly after Banjo, Ayato Kirishima, Yamori, and Nico. With Yamori now dead, he didn't know if it would just be Ayato and Nico, or if they'd send additional people. Either way, unless Ito herself showed up, nothing posed a real threat to Byakuya. What others? Banjo seemed unaware that other Aogiri executives were also on the move. His tip-off had actually come too late. Like your boss, maybe. You'll find out soon enough. But I'd suggest you take your 3 subordinates and hide first. You don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Byakuya's tone was casual as he offered the warning. My boss. Banjo's heart jolted as he realized Byakuya meant Ayato Kirishima. Come to think of it, he'd already found Antiku and Rise but hadn't reported back to Ayato. Ayato was probably coming to find them himself. But he didn't want to hide. He wasn't the type to fear death. Just as Byakuya had predicted, Ayato had already reached the rooftop of the Antiku building. Having located Antiku, he immediately dropped into freefall. With an Akakukagun, he could control his body freely even in midair. When he reached the window of Antiku, he smashed through it feet first, shattered glass spraying everywhere. That same kick was aimed directly at Banjo. The sudden attack caught nearly everyone off guard. Only Byakuya and Rise remained unfazed. Byakuya reacted fastest, reaching out to grab Banjo and yank him backward while blocking Ayato's kick himself. Ayato was surprised. His kick had landed on the other guy's arm, but had no effect whatsoever. His first thought was that this young man must also be a ghoul, never imagining his true identity was a ghoul investigator. But Ayato decided to ignore Byakuya for now. He wanted to deal with the slow, loose-lipped Banjo first. If that drag queen, Nico, had reached Antiku before him, not only would he lose credit, but Tuka might be in danger too. So he was furious about this. Ayato-sama, why are you here? The 3 subordinates were completely stunned by Ayato's sudden arrival. Tuka called out, trying to halt Ayato. Her expression darkened. She hadn't expected her long-absent brother to appear like this. Yo, long time no see, dumbass sis. Ayato spoke mockingly. Being siblings, there was an obvious resemblance in their features. Ayato dressed like a delinquent, slightly long, messy hair, hands stuffed in his pockets, radiating an air of rebellious indifference. Where the hell have you been? Tuka didn't know where Ayato had disappeared to all this time. Her wayward brother was giving her a headache. Social experience, of course. Unlike you, a peace-loving fool, I'm a real ghoul. Ayato sneered dismissively. Brat's still as cocky as ever. Tuka muttered darkly. Who's the brat here? Wake up and face reality, dumbass sis. Before Ayato could finish, the coffee shop door suddenly swung open, accompanied by an effeminate man's voice. A man wearing colorful sunglasses and dressed like a drag queen walked in. His chin had a peculiar shape that looked like a butt. This was Nico, the SS-rated ghoul from the Clowns organization. That's right, he wasn't actually an Aogiri tree member. He just liked tagging along with Yamori because he'd taken a fancy to him. Though Yamori had been eliminated by a ghoul investigator, Nico had still come to Ward 20 because he wanted to see who had killed Yamori. Behind Nico were 2 figures in gray cloaks. They were the actual Aogiri executives. They wore white masks marked with a red P and a red X respectively, known as the Bin brothers. Ayato-chan, I knew you had a sister, but I didn't expect her to be a waitress here. And you siblings are both so pretty, makes me jealous. Nico swayed as he walked in, his voice grating and uncomfortable, especially combined with that face of his. Tuka immediately sensed danger. Her instincts told her this drag queen was dangerous. Hinami and Ryoko had both been frightened by these aggressive intruders. Little Hinami hid behind her mother, not daring to show herself. Ayato shot Nico an annoyed look. This guy was fast. By the way, you just said Rise, right? So that woman is the binge eater? Ayato asked Byakuya coldly. Indeed, the scent on her is definitely the binge eaters. But she's so beautiful, I'd love to become good girlfriends with Rise-san. Before Byakuya could respond, Nico answered first. Rise sat there looking serene. Though the drag queen's voice disgusted her, she said nothing. I'm asking you. Byakuya's silence had only irritated Ayato. Further investigators were already a sore spot for him. He lunged forward with a savage expression. At that moment, Byakuya instantly opened his briefcase, and 13's Jason appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, this is your Yamori-san. Byakuya said flatly. His first sentence made Nico, Ayato, and the Bin brothers all freeze. They only knew Yamori had been eliminated by a dove in Ward 20. They hadn't known the specific dove was the young man standing right in front of them. Nico exclaimed in surprise. He was suddenly very interested in this handsome young human. Good-looking, nice build, and that intoxicating sweet scent. His heart was already fluttering. Without another word, Byakuya gripped 13's Jason in its longsword form and charged at Ayato. Ayato was at most an S-rated ghoul in raw strength, significantly inferior to Yamori. He was certainly no match for Byakuya. Byakuya's speed was so fast it startled Ayato. He snapped back to attention and, not daring to be careless, immediately released his Ikaku. His Ikaku resembled Tuka's but was far more complete. A pair of reddish-purple wing-like kaguns spread wide, firing a barrage of projectiles at Byakuya. Byakuya switched forms seamlessly. The instant Ayato began firing, his Quinqua shifted from sword to shield mode, effortlessly blocking every projectile. Even with Ayato's hasty evasion, he couldn't escape Byakuya's speed. Byakuya's Quinqua, having switched back to sword form at lightning speed, sliced through both of Ayato's wings, also inflicting significant though not fatal damage to his Kakuho. Ayato collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in pain. Then Byakuya kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying toward Nico. Nico looked mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Ayato-kun to be defeated so quickly. No wonder Yamori had been eliminated by this guy. The Bin brothers rushed forward to shield Ayato. Ayato clutched his stomach, staring at Byakuya in disbelief. Why was this dove so powerful? And it seemed like the guy hadn't tried to kill him. He genuinely thought he was going to die just now. You actually held back? Ayato couldn't help asking incredulously. Byakuya replied expressionlessly, is that so surprising? What adult gets angry at a child? Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Nico's flotation host has defeated S-rated ghoul, Ayato Kirishima. Reward, 25 fusion points. A child. Ayato hated being called that, but what could he do? He'd just been completely crushed. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Still, Byakuya's words weren't wrong. Ayato was only 14 years old at this point, standing at roughly 160 centimeters, about the same height as Tuka. Before Byakuya, Ayato really was just a kid. Though Ayato was rebellious, everything he did was ultimately to gain the strength to protect his sister. His methods were just deplorable. Tuka had just escorted Ryoko-san and Hinami upstairs, only to turn around and see Byakuya had already taken down Ayato. She couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Byakuya was. As for this brat, Ayato's pathetic state, though it pained her a little, she felt no sympathy. He had it coming. So strong. Banju exclaimed in amazement. As Ayato's current subordinate, he'd once been on the receiving end of Ayato's hospitality. In his eyes, Ayato was already an incredibly powerful ghoul. Yet Ayato had been completely manhandled by this young man. This young man's strength far exceeded his imagination. Truly worthy of being the man Rai-san favored. Banju was now filled with admiration for Byakuya. Meanwhile, Rai still sat there calmly sipping her coffee. I'd suggest you take Ayato-kun and retreat. You can't beat him. Nico offered the Bin brothers a friendly warning. The Bin brothers hesitated for a moment before deciding to take Ayato and withdraw. The enemy was too strong. Ayato had lost so badly, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't fare much better. As for that drag queen Nico, there was no point counting on him. No one knew what that drag queen was thinking. Host has repelled Aogirai tree executives. Reward, 50 fusion points. How come you're not leaving? Seeing the drag queen still standing there, Tuka's expression turned cold. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of fighting you. I just want a closer look at this handsome young man who defeated Yamori. Saying this, Nico swayed his body seductively, and walked toward Byakuya with tender eyes. Tuka backed away with a look of disgust. Byakuya remained unfazed. Though this drag queen was a bit unsettling, Nico wasn't the type of ghoul who committed wanton evil. He also had some sense of boundaries, so there was no need to be too guarded. Nico drew closer to examine the young man before him. That peculiar sweet fragrance was indeed emanating from him, and his features were becoming more attractive the longer Nico looked. Handsome, want to exchange contact info. Nico immediately started flirting with Byakuya. Though Yamori, whom he'd taken a liking to, had been killed by Byakuya, Nico didn't care. As a member of the clowns, he valued his freedom and amusement above all else. Tuka watched the drag queen with speechless exasperation. So this drag queen wasn't even part of Aojirai tree after all. Yamori had been killed by Byakuya, yet this drag queen could still ask Byakuya for contact information. Until now, Rise had remained still. The earlier fight hadn't elicited any reaction from her, but Nico's behavior finally seemed to stir something. Disgusting drag queen, get lost. Rise wore a faint smile, but her words were merciless. How hurtful. Such mean words. Nico sighed dramatically. Since he couldn't get contact information, he'd just leave his own. He placed a small slip of paper on the table. Handsome, if anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, Nico even blew a kiss at Byakuya before turning to leave. Byakuya said nothing, his expression unchanged. He picked up the slip of paper. Sure enough, it contained Nico's contact information. Host has made the acquaintance of SS-rated ghoul, Nico. Reward, 5 fusion points. Nico was unpredictable, as were all members of the clowns, frankly. Perhaps he found Byakuya amusing, which was why he'd approached him. Either way, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Unless this drag queen actually had those kinds of intentions toward him. That he absolutely could not accept. Watching the drag queen's antics, Tuka remained speechless throughout. With Nico's departure, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Tuka went upstairs to let Ryoko-san and Hinami know it was safe now. At that moment, Rise walked over and took the slip of paper from Byakuya's hand, tearing it to shreds. Clearly, Rise had a considerable grudge against Nico. So what are you going to do now? Go back to Ward 11, or just stay at our Antiku? Tuka then asked Banju and his 3 subordinates. Thanks for the offer, but we need to go back. Banju's expression was troubled. I have many companions still there. I can't just abandon them. Good luck, then. Tuka said. Thank you, we'll be going now. Before leaving, Banju seemed to have something more he wanted to say to Byakuya. He stood before Byakuya. Amaha-san, you're really strong, much stronger than you look. Please take care of Rise-san. Seeing Banju's earnest expression, Byakuya didn't quite know how to respond, so he simply acknowledged it. Afterward, Banjo left Antiku with his 3 subordinates, returning to Aojirai Tree's base in Ward 11. Not long after, Yoshimura and Yomo returned. Byakuya, Tuka, and the others had just finished cleaning up the mess from Ayato's intrusion, though the shattered window couldn't be replaced right away. Seeing the state of the shop, Yoshimura had a fairly good idea of what had happened. Next time I see that brat Ayato, I'm definitely making him pay for the window. Just thinking about Ayato's arrogant attitude made Tuka furious. Chapter 98, Growing Trust. Tuka, what happened just now? Yomo asked. Aojirai Tree just sent some people over. One of them was that little brat Ayato. Tuka briefly explained the situation. But Amaha-san already drove them off. Everything's fine now. As Ayato's uncle, Yomo naturally cared about his nephew. Amaha-kun, thank you for protecting Antiku. Yoshimura expressed his gratitude to Byakuya. It just so happened that only Toka, little Hinami, and Ryoko-san were left at the shop today. He hadn't expected Aojirai Tree's people to arrive so quickly. If Byakuya hadn't been here, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. It was nothing. Byakuya nodded slightly. Toka was surprised that the manager had directly revealed the secret of Antiku to Byakuya. Manager, he's a... She wanted to emphasize that Byakuya was a CCG Ghoul investigator, but after some hesitation, she didn't finish the sentence. After all, Byakuya had just protected all of Antiku, and before that, he'd saved her and Ryoko-san and Hinami. He truly was completely different from other doves. Seeing that Toka didn't complete her sentence, Yoshimura simply smiled gently. It seemed Toka was also gradually coming to trust that young man. Yoshimura felt the same way. Aojirai Tree's people had already been here, and Byakuya-kun had helped Antiku drive them off. It seemed likely that Byakuya-kun already knew this place was Antiku. So whether he explicitly identified this as Antiku or not didn't really matter anymore. At that moment, Toka also came to a similar realization. She suddenly remembered that during the confrontation, both that Brat Ayato and the drag queen had mentioned Rise's identity as the binge eater. Byakuya had definitely heard it, yet he seemed to have no reaction whatsoever. Thinking about this, Toka glanced over at Byakuya and Rise, only to find them acting as if nothing had happened at all. The more she saw, the more curious she became. What exactly was going on between these two? But she still didn't go over to ask directly, because that would make it seem like she cared too much. Amahakuen, almost everyone here at Antiku is a ghoul. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yoshimura suddenly asked. Not at all. I believe everyone can get along well. There's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. That's good to hear. You're welcome to come enjoy coffee here anytime. Yoshimura said kindly. Yomo's expression also held a hint of emotion. Before this, he'd never imagined a ghoul investigator would be willing to coexist peacefully with them. I'm certain now you really are completely different from other doves. If you don't mind, you're welcome to visit us here anytime. Byakuya's attitude had touched something in Toka. She smiled as she spoke to him. Of course I don't mind. Byakuya nodded. The Bin brothers brought Ayato back to Aojirai Tree's base. Nico had wandered off somewhere, and apparently hadn't returned with them. The base was a large abandoned building, now serving as Aojirai Tree's temporary headquarters in Ward 11. Numerous ghouls were resting inside. All of them wore dark red robes and identical skull-shaped masks. 3 Aojirai Tree executives were positioned along the inner wall. Tatara sat in a chair, his posture suggesting he was Aojirai Tree's leader. Noro stood beside him. Another executive, Ito, sat obediently on the floor, her small frame appearing frail and delicate, her entire body wrapped in white bandages. Seeing that Ayato had been carried in by the Bin brothers and that the binge eater was nowhere in sight, Tatara's brow furrowed slightly. What happened? You couldn't bring that woman back. Ayato had recovered considerably by now, though his face was still somewhat pale, and his kakuho hadn't fully healed. I found the binge eater, but someone got in the way. He's the dove who killed Yamori. Couldn't beat him. Ayato explained the reason for his failure, his expression grim. Notably, he didn't mention Banju, who had tipped off Antiku. He took almost all the responsibility upon himself. The dove who killed Yamori. That's understandable. Tatara spoke mildly. He didn't blame Ayato or the Bin brothers. It seemed none of this came as a surprise. After all, Tatara and Ito were the most informed members of Aojirai Tree. Ito had noticed that dove early on. She'd found him intriguing from the start because of his connection to Rise. Then when Yamori ended up dying in a place like Ward 20, she'd done some investigating and discovered it was that same dove. When she first learned he was an investigator, she'd been quite surprised, given how close he was to Rise. And his strength was remarkable, which made things even more interesting. It seems capturing that woman won't be easy. Let's shelve this matter for now. The original plan remains unchanged. It's about time we moved on. Those people over there are waiting for us too. Tatara rose to his feet. Noro, I'll leave the rest to you. The doves should be making their move soon. Clearly, Tatara already knew the CCG was about to launch an operation against Ward 11. Yet he was still taking Ito and a batch of subordinates out of the ward. This was a diversion tactic. While the CCG focused all their attention on the Ward 11 operation, they would launch a surprise attack on the relatively understaffed Cochlea prison in Ward 23. Ayato, the Bin brothers and Nora would remain to pin down the CCG's forces, buying time for Tatara's team. As Tatara led his people away, Ayato, though unpunished, still felt frustrated. It wasn't just the failed mission. There were things he couldn't figure out. He couldn't understand why his idiot sister, despite being a peace-loving fool, would let a dove stay there. And that dove, having discovered Antiku, didn't seem to be doing anything about it. He was even protecting the binge eater. He'd never seen such a strange dove before. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Byakuya returned home carrying a large bag of groceries. The refrigerator had run empty. I'm home. I'm home. Byakuya and Rise said in unison. Seeing a pair of black and a pair of white shoes at the entrance, he knew Corona and Nishiro had gotten home before them. Hearing Byakuya's voice, Corona and Nishiro emerged from the living room. Welcome back. Though Corona and Nishiro had only been staying at Byakuya's place for a few days, they seemed to have already adapted. Nishiro considerately took the groceries from Byakuya's hands. It's almost dinner time. Please let me make dinner for you tonight, Byakuya Onaikan. Sure, though I could do it myself. Byakuya noticed Nishiro had changed quite a bit. She used to be rather introverted and shy around strangers, but now she was even calling him Byakuya Onaikan. But why that form of address? Byakuya wasn't the only one surprised. Even Corona hadn't expected Nishiro to suddenly address Byakuya this way. But having been so close to Nishiro for so long, she could guess the reason. She knew well that Nishiro craved love from their father even more than she did. When that bastard had heartlessly abandoned Nishiro, at her most helpless moment, perhaps Nishiro had developed a dependency on Byakuya. Corona wasn't entirely certain, but that seemed the most likely explanation. And Byakuya's care for Nishiro truly did far exceed anything Kano had ever shown. Please, let me do it. That way I can repay a little of what I owe you. Nishiro spoke frankly. Though her face remained expressionless, a faint blush colored her cheeks. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. Byakuya said. As half-ghouls now, Corona and Nishiro were no different from ghouls when it came to food. Normal food, even just the ingredients, would make them feel intensely nauseous. So he didn't want Nishiro to force herself. I have this. Saying this, Nishiro produced a face mask. Apparently, wearing the mask would block the smell of the ingredients. Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle. Nishiro's serious expression as she pulled out the mask was somehow adorable. I'll help, Nishiro. After all, I owe you just as much. Corona then spoke up, her face equally expressionless. Okay, I'll leave it to you two then. Byakuya said. Nishiro, do you have another mask? Corona asked. Nishiro produced another mask. She'd clearly planned ahead to cook dinner for Byakuya today. The sisters then took the groceries into the kitchen. Byakuya trusted their cooking skills, and had no intention of checking on them. After their biological father Nanao Yasuhisa's death, Kano had forcibly taken over the Yasuhisa household. There was no way Kano would cook for Corona and Nishiro, so the sisters had likely been making their own meals since childhood. Less than half an hour later, Corona and Nishiro emerged from the kitchen wearing aprons and masks, carrying plates of food. They'd prepared 3 dishes and a soup for Byakuya. Seeing this, Byakuya moved to the dining table to eat. Kurona and Nishiro also sat down, removing their masks. The smell of the dishes wasn't unbearable for them as long as they didn't eat it. Rise, unusually, also took a seat beside Byakuya. Normally, she wouldn't come near when he was eating. Now Kurona and Nishiro sat perfectly straight, watching Byakuya expressionlessly, apparently waiting to see his reaction after tasting the food. Yet despite there being 4 people at the table, only Byakuya was actually using chopsticks. Only in Byakuya's household could you find such a peculiar situation, a family of 4 with him as the sole human. Is it good? How is it? Byakuya had barely taken 2 bites before Kurona and Nishiro spoke up simultaneously. It's good. Byakuya answered without hesitation. He wasn't good at giving detailed reviews, so he could only express his appreciation through enthusiastic eating. Both Kurona and Nishiro suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only they hadn't become one-eyed ghouls, they could be sitting here eating dinner with Byakuya like family. True to their twin nature, they'd thought of the same thing at the same time, and faint, barely noticeable blushes appeared on both their faces. But the blush faded quickly as they realized they could never go back. The half-ghoul transformation was irreversible. Do you like it? Rise, who had been calmly watching all of this, suddenly asked Byakuya. Byakuya didn't immediately understand what Rise meant. I mean, do you like having other girls cook for you? Rise clarified. It feels pretty nice. Byakuya answered honestly. Rise nodded thoughtfully. After dinner, Byakuya had intended to take the dishes to the kitchen himself, but Kurona and Nishiro beat him to it. They seemed determined to handle all the housework. Afterward, Nishiro approached Byakuya. Onaikan, how did I do? Her face showed no expression, but Byakuya could clearly sense the anticipation in her eyes. Very well done. You really helped me out. Byakuya said immediately. A joyful smile spread across Nishiro's face. Seeing this, Kurona couldn't sit still. She naturally wanted praise too. But unlike Nishiro, she wasn't so straightforward. She casually walked over to stand beside Byakuya, trying to catch his attention without saying anything, clearly expecting him to read her mind. Chapter 100, Chapter 101. Of course Byakuya noticed Kurona. After all, no one just randomly stands next to someone for no reason. But he didn't know what she wanted. Could she want praise like Nishiro? If so, Byakuya found Kurona rather cute too. That expressionless face was adorable in its own way. While Kurona stood there awkwardly, Byakuya simply said, Kurona did very well too. Kurona had just been stammering, trying to speak, when she heard Byakuya's words. She was momentarily stunned. What is it? Byakuya asked with a smile. Kurona's eyes darted away. Nothing. Being suddenly praised by Byakuya had made her happy, of course, though she didn't show it. Her expression remained unchanged. About your food situation tomorrow, I'll take you to meet the people at Antiku. Byakuya said. But Nishiro and I are ghoul investigators now. Will they be willing to help us? Kurona had her doubts. I'm a ghoul investigator too, and I get along fine with the people at Antiku. Don't worry about that, and you're both one-eyed ghouls, which makes it even easier to gain their trust. Byakuya explained. That's good then. Kurona nodded. Nishiro naturally had no objections either. The next day, Byakuya brought Kurona and Nishiro to Antiku. After yesterday's incident, Yoshimura and Yoma wouldn't be leaving the coffee shop so easily. Koma and Irimi had also returned from their errands. The full Antiku crew was present. Manager, there's something I need to discuss. Could we talk upstairs? Byakuya addressed Yoshimura directly. Certainly. Yoshimura smiled. Byakuya glanced at Kurona and Nishiro, and they followed him upstairs. On the second floor, they found Tuka and Hinami, with Tuka apparently teaching Hinami to read. Seeing Byakuya arrive with two unfamiliar girls alongside the manager, Tuka sensed something important was happening. She immediately asked, "Should I step out?" Yoshimura looked to Byakuya. "It's not exactly confidential," Byakuya said mildly. Byakuya and Yoshimura then sat facing each other. Corona and Nishiro took seats on either side of Byakuya. Since it was Tuka's first time seeing twin sisters, she couldn't help but be curious. Hinami was also peeking at the twin sisters from behind Tuka. "So what did you want to discuss?" Yoshimura asked. "These two sisters are named Corona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa. They're ghoul investigators, but they're also ghouls." Byakuya went straight to the point. "Amahakuen, did you say they're ghouls?" Yoshimura's expression grew more serious. He could have remained perfectly calm after all, he knew so much, but he still acted somewhat surprised, playing the part of an ordinary old man. "How can ghouls become ghoul investigators?" Tuka exclaimed in surprise. Corona and Nishiro ignored Tuka, sitting expressionlessly and obediently beside Byakuya, letting him handle the conversation. Hinami, having no real understanding of such matters, simply watched curiously like a baby chick. "More precisely, they're one-eyed ghouls but not natural-born ones," Byakuya continued. "Not natural-born ghouls? You mean there are ghouls who were transformed from humans?" Tuka asked in astonishment. "Corona-san, Nishiro-san, please show the manager and Kirishima-san your eyes." Byakuya spoke calmly. Corona and Nishiro responded in emotionless unison, then revealed their Kakugan. Corona's Kakugan was in her left eye, Nishiro's was in her right. "This is one-eyed." Tuka's pupils trembled with shock. She'd only heard legends of the one-eyed, this was her first time seeing them in person. This time, Yoshimura's expression turned genuinely grave. Based on the information Byakuya-kun had just provided, he could already piece together quite a lot. Working at the CCG while being artificial one-eyed ghouls. He immediately thought of experiments the CCG had long abandoned, as well as the Washu bloodline. The underground lab that Kana had forcibly taken over beneath the Yasuhisa household was actually a former CCG experimental facility. The CCG had attempted human ghoul transformation experiments long ago, but without significant results, they'd eventually abandoned the project. Kana had worked as a researcher for the CCG in his early years, so he knew many CCG secrets, even some regarding the Washu. It was likely this knowledge of the birdcage, constraining the world, that had solidified certain of his convictions. And so Yoshimura, who had been the previous generation's cleaner for the V organization, naturally knew about those experiments as well. In other words, in the original timeline, he'd actually known all along what had happened to Kaniki's body, he just hadn't told Kaniki the truth. That was why Tatara had told Kaniki, "You're just that Yoshimura old man's plaything, like a potted plant." But ultimately, Yoshimura and Ito's Aogirai tree had different ideologies. Tatara naturally aligned with Aogirai tree's philosophy and deeply disapproved of Yoshimura. Yoshimura had wanted Kaniki to live well and maintain his goodness, which was why he hadn't revealed those darkest truths. In a way, this was his form of protection for Kaniki. But reality proved that the world couldn't work the way Yoshimura hoped. Kaniki still had to endure all that suffering. Fortunately, the manager and everyone at Antiku had helped Kaniki preserve his inner goodness. By comparison, the later Pineapple King, Takizawa Sita, was essentially another Kaniki without the manager and Antiku's companionship. As for the Washu bloodline, this involved the RC Detection Gate's white list. Yoshimura knew that both his own lineage and the Washu bloodline were exempt from the RC Detection Gates. This meant even ghouls could work at the CCG. Next, I'd like to discuss some things with the manager privately. I'm afraid I'll have to ask everyone else to step out. Byakuya suddenly shifted topics. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 101, Chapter 101, A Conversation with Manager Yoshimura. The appearance of Corona and Nishiro, two one-eyed ghouls, had piqued Tuka's considerable curiosity. Being asked to step out now only made her more reluctant to leave. But she still left the room, because even those one-eyed sisters had already excused themselves. While Byakuya was discussing matters with the manager, she could take the opportunity to chat with the sisters. "I'm a waitress here, Tuka Kirishima." Tuka took the initiative to greet Kurona and Nishiro. Kurona and Nishiro normally didn't like interacting with strangers, but Byakuya had told them to get along with the people at Antiku, and they hadn't forgotten. "I'm Kurona Yasuhisa." "I'm Nishiro Yasuhisa." The sisters responded simultaneously. Seeing that they weren't difficult to get along with, Tuka relaxed a little. "So you really transformed from humans into ghouls? And one-eyed ghouls at that?" Tuka asked curiously. "Nishiro and I were deceived by someone into undergoing an experiment, and we ended up like this," Kurona said flatly. "There's actually an experiment like that?" Tuka was shocked but didn't press further. She understood perfectly well how difficult life was as a ghoul, especially for ghouls like herself, who wanted to integrate into human society. These sisters, forcibly transformed from humans into ghouls, must have suffered terribly at first just adapting to ghoul characteristics, particularly regarding food. "I'm sorry. This must be painful for you, yet here I am prying into your painful memories." Tuka apologized. "It's fine. We don't mind anymore," Kurona said expressionlessly. Nishiro echoed her sister's words. As for whether that was true, only they themselves knew. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Yoshimura were having their own conversation in the room. "Regarding Rise-san, the manager must know her true identity, right?" Byakuya opened with this. "Yes, the fact that Rise-san is a ghoul." Yoshimura nodded. "That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the Washu." Byakuya's tone grew heavier, especially when he mentioned Washu. His voice notably emphasized the name. Yoshimura could no longer maintain his facade. After a moment of silence he spoke. "You know about the Washu?" "Not much. Just a little, Rise-san told me," Byakuya said. "She actually told you about this?" Yoshimura was taken aback. Though he didn't know Rise well, he'd gotten a rough sense of her personality from their interactions. He found it hard to imagine someone of her disposition revealing the Washu clan's secrets to a ghoul investigator. More than that, the fact that Rise could coexist peacefully with this young investigator for so long was already miraculous in itself. Yoshimura began to wonder about Byakuya's true identity, but he couldn't begin to guess who this person might actually be. If I recall correctly, Ward 20 was once territory controlled by two major ghoul factions, the Devil Ape and the Black Dog. Yet one day, both factions suddenly vanished without a trace, as if they'd evaporated into thin air, never to be seen again. Byakuya spoke in a speculative tone. "There are only two possibilities. First, these two factions were annihilated by some outside force. But they were both led by SS-rated ghouls. If a major battle had occurred, there would have been some disturbance or evidence. The second possibility is that they were merged. Perhaps into what is now Antiku. Then who could have convinced those two infamous SS-rated ghouls to willingly merge? From what I've heard, the Devil Ape and the Black Dog were bitter enemies before their mysterious disappearance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have agreed to merge, would they? Manager Yoshimura, as the manager of Antiku, you must know these secrets." Byakuya stopped just short of directly stating that Yoshimura was Ward 20's leader, or in ghoul parlance, its manager. "Amahakuin, you certainly know a great deal. Since you've already said this much, I assume you already have your answer." Yoshimura's expression grew increasingly serious, dropping all pretense. The other party had laid things out so clearly that further concealment was pointless. "So the manager confirms it?" Byakuya said mildly. Given that both the Devil Ape and the Black Dog were SS-rated ghouls, the figure who could make these two bitter enemies put aside their grudge couldn't possibly be below SS-rated, right? "What exactly are you trying to say?" Yoshimura's tone shifted subtly. Byakuya's probing had made him worry about Antiku's safety. This young investigator knew far more about Antiku than he'd imagined. If this person wanted to, the CCG could mobilize their full forces within days to subjugate them. Even if manpower was currently short, they could marshal their forces after the Aojirai tree operation concluded. No matter how gentle Yoshimura seemed, when it came to Antiku's safety, even he would show anger. This was his reverse scale. The main issue was that he still couldn't figure out this young man's true identity. Such an unknown variable only deepened his concerns. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will toward Antiku. I simply wanted to chat with you, Manager Yoshimura. After all, your identity is both mysterious and intriguing. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. The grave expression on Yoshimura's face relaxed somewhat. I'm just a decrepit old man with one foot in the grave. Nothing worth being curious about. Though I'd advise against digging too deep into Washu matters, that path leads only to ruin. Thank you for the kind warning, Manager. Then let me set aside the deeper matters of the Washu clan and speak only of what's already known. Byakuya continued, those twin sisters from earlier are already ghouls, yet when they entered the CCG, they weren't detected by the RC detection gates. This can't simply be because artificial ghouls can't be detected, can it? Also, I noticed that their Kagun are identical to Rise-san's. Does that mean they were implanted with another Washu member's Kakuho? Yoshimura fell silent once more. Honestly, he didn't want to continue discussing these matters with Byakuya-kun. The young man was dancing dangerously close to the edge. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey, Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Yoshimura's concerns 11-12 words. It seems you've already discovered the Washu's true identity. They're not humans but a ghoul clan. Yoshimura finally revealed some of what he knew. Those RC detection gates have also been tampered with by them. It's essentially a whitelist. The sisters were implanted with Washu Kakuho, so they fall within the whitelist's range. As expected of you, Manager. You know quite a lot about the inner workings. By the way, how much do you know about Aojirai tree? Byakuya suddenly shifted topics. Aojirai tree. I don't know much about them. Yoshimura immediately deflected the topic without hesitation. After all, this matter concerned his daughter. He didn't want to give the V organization any opportunity to target her. So regardless of who asked, he would never respond to questions about Aojirai tree. This was the only way to avoid all risks. And indeed, in the original series, Yoshimura never betrayed his daughter until the very end, even when V threatened him with death. The V organization had always known Yoshimura was hiding in Ward 20 running his Antiku. They never intended to interfere as long as he didn't do anything harmful to the Washu clan's interests. After all, Yoshimura had done plenty of work for the Washu during his time as a cleaner. But eventually, V gradually realized that the one-eyed owl was actually Yoshimura's daughter. A natural-born half-ghoul represented both immense temptation and a great threat to the Washu clan. Years ago, a natural-born half-ghoul had appeared within the Washu clan itself, one who despised the family's actions so much that he nearly destroyed the Washu entirely. That person was the true original, one-eyed king, the one who became the dragon in the underground world. Unlike Kishu Arima, who was Aojirai tree's first-generation one-eyed king, but was a half-human rather than a natural-born half-ghoul, two completely different concepts. As for why it represented temptation, the Washu clan's various activities, like the branch families that specifically bred half-humans, and the abandoned human modification experiments, were all aimed at creating a controllable natural-born half-ghoul. Think of it this way, if a natural-born half-ghoul's bloodline continued, future Washu members could become infinitely closer to humans. They would possess both a ghoul's absolute power and a human's lifestyle habits, no longer needing to secretly consume investigators' corpses. This perfectly aligned with the Washu clan's pursuit of becoming human. So the Washu clan desperately wanted to capture Yoshimura's daughter, both to eliminate a threat and to potentially incorporate her half-ghoul bloodline. But Yoshimura would rather die than reveal his daughter's whereabouts, enraging the V organization. Meanwhile, the human investigators at the CCG had also noticed that the current owl was noticeably smaller than the one-eyed owl they'd seen 10 years ago. With V's guidance, the CCG finally understood there were two owls. Thus the SSS-rated, non-killing owl title was born, to distinguish it from the other SSS-rated, one-eyed owl. The anime's depiction of Ito running to the CCG to inform on her father was pure fabrication. In reality, Yoshimura's defiance unto death enraged the V organization. If he had actually revealed Ito's location, Antiku would never have been subjugated by the CCG. The Washu clan wasn't so petty as to target Yoshimura when he was quietly hiding in Ward 20, after all, he'd done quite a bit of work for them during his time as a cleaner. Though it couldn't be denied that later, when Yoshimura was defeated, Ito took advantage of the Washu's punishment of Antiku to stage a play with Arima. The real purpose was to capture Yoshimura as new experimental material, then create the Pineapple King, Takizawa Sidu, to further pave Kaniki's path to the One-Eyed King throne. Alright, that's about all I wanted to discuss with you, manager. Thank you for talking with me. Byakuya cordially concluded his conversation with Yoshimura. It's nothing. I didn't really say much. Yoshimura smiled. The CCG will soon launch a major subjugation operation against Aojirai Tree in Ward 11. I'll be participating in this battle. But there's no telling if Aojirai Tree might send people to Antiku again to capture Rise-san. When that time comes, I entrust her to everyone at Antiku. Byakuya made this request to Yoshimura. But his words actually had another purpose. In truth, he wasn't worried about Rise at all. He knew Aojirai Tree had split into two groups, one attacking Cochlea Prison in Ward 23, the other defending Ward 11 against the CCG. They had no spare capacity to come capture Rise. Knowing this full well, he deliberately said these words to Yoshimura for a different reason. Put simply, what he was really emphasizing wasn't protecting Rise, it was that he himself would be participating in the battle. No problem. We'll do our best to protect Kamishiro-san. Yoshimura agreed to Byakuya's request. But certain thoughts had already begun forming in his mind. After Byakuya went downstairs, Yoshimura lingered upstairs for a while. The reason was Byakuya-kun's final words. Byakuya-kun had twice routed enemies and protected Antiku's staff, demonstrating formidable strength. In Yoshimura's estimation, aside from that young man from 10 years ago, Byakuya was on par with any special class investigator. That young man from 10 years ago would likely participate in the Ward 11 Aojirai Tree operation as well. Combined with Byakuya, the Aojirai members stationed in Ward 11 would stand no chance against the CCG's assault. Yoshimura naturally knew about Aojirai Tree's diversion tactic to attack Cochlea Prison in Ward 23, this was clear from the original series. Otherwise, why would he have deliberately blocked the special class investigators the CCG dispatched? He could have simply stormed into Aojirai's base and rescued Kaneki. The few executives Aojirai left in Ward 11 combined couldn't match him. In the original timeline, blocking special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa was killing two birds with one stone, ensuring Kaneki wouldn't be discovered and killed by the CCG, while also providing cover for his daughter's assault on Cochlea. At the time, the CCG still believed Yoshimura's owl was Aojirai Tree's one-eyed king. Now the question was, if that young man from 10 years ago Kishu Arima participated, along with Byakuya, as another special class level combatant, the forces Aojirai had left in Ward 11 would be completely overwhelmed. Once the CCG swiftly defeated the Ward 11 Aojirai forces and discovered the one-eyed owl wasn't there, they'd quickly realize Aojirai's scheme. The V organization might mobilize as well. Then Ito would be in danger. Worried for his daughter's safety, Yoshimura found himself having the same thought as 10 years ago. He would once again take on the guise of the one-eyed owl to draw the CCG's attention, especially that of the Washu clan. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P. N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Rise's peculiar way of showing concern. 1084 words. Byakuya, had said those words precisely because he'd anticipated what Manager Yoshimura might be planning. Actually, he felt that even without saying those things, Yoshimura would probably have taken the fall for his daughter anyway. Without Yamori, Aogirai Tree would struggle to withstand the combination of special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa, especially since they'd be bringing the new SS-rated Kakuja Quinkwa. The two special class investigators' combat power would skyrocket. The Bin brothers, those two executives, would get completely stomped by Amon alone. Only the SS-rated Noro would pose any real challenge. By further nudging Yoshimura to act, Byakuya was essentially looking to farm achievements. This would help him advance through CCG ranks faster, gain more fusion points, and make future operations easier. Additionally, he didn't want Ito, who was heading to Ward 23, to encounter any unexpected situations. Otherwise, future developments might spiral beyond his control. At least for now, he could still manage everything with ease. But of course, he definitely wouldn't let Yoshimura fall into danger. He had the confidence to control the situation. When Byakuya came downstairs, he saw Corona and Nishiro chatting animatedly with the staff. Though compared to the staff's warmth and enthusiasm, Corona and Nishiro were rather reserved. That was simply how they interacted with others. At least Byakuya didn't need to worry about whether the Yasuhisa sisters would get along with the people at Antiku. Their food situation was also resolved. Byakuya didn't interrupt Corona and Nishiro as they got acquainted with the staff. He casually returned to his original seat. "What did you talk about with that old man Yoshimura?" Rise asked Byakuya with a hint of curiosity. "We discussed matters about the Washu and the upcoming Aogirai Tree operation." Byakuya spoke without evasion. "The manager knows quite a lot about the Washu. I'm starting to suspect he has some connection to them." He certainly couldn't tell Rise out of nowhere that he knew Manager Yoshimura had once been a cleaner for the V organization. He'd have no way to explain how he knew. "That old man's surname is Yoshimura, right? I recall that one of the Washu's V organization cleaners was also named Yoshimura. I just don't know if it's the same person." Reminded by Byakuya, Rise suddenly recalled this. That very well could be him. After all, his known threat level is almost certainly no lower than SS-rated. Otherwise, how could he have convinced the SS-rated Devil Ape and Black Dog back then? Byakuya mused. If it really is him, then by CCG's rating standards, he'd be at least SSS-rated. Never would have guessed that Oldman was so impressive. Couldn't tell at all before. Rise remarked. She found those so-called danger ratings rather boring. Only humans would come up with such tedious classifications. So in a sense, you're actually quite safe at Antiku. Byakuya said. I'm about to participate in the Aogirai Tree operation soon. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. I know. You're treating me like a child. Rise looked annoyed at Byakuya's nagging. You're the one who needs to be careful. Don't get killed by some other ghoul. If you die, I won't let you rest in peace. I'll dig up your corpse from the grave and eat you until there's not a single bone left. Rise threatened Byakuya with this, her icy tone and serious expression suggesting she wasn't joking at all. To Byakuya, though, this was simply Rise's peculiar way of showing concern. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that if he actually died, Rise might genuinely dig up his grave and eat him. But first of all, he couldn't possibly be killed. He had absolute confidence in that. Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Byakuya smiled. Seeing how confident Byakuya looked, Rise didn't say anything more. But even so, she couldn't help feeling a bit worried deep down. She knew, of course, that Aogirai Tree had an SSS-rated one-eyed king. Though she didn't know Kishuarima's true identity, she knew about that one-eyed owl. Outwardly revealing nothing, she was already thinking about what she might need to do when the time came. A special strategy meeting regarding Ward 11 was convened ahead of schedule. Many elite investigators, including Byakuya and Kori Ui, were recalled to the main office in Ward 1. This meeting was primarily led by Special Class Investigator Marutatsuki. Shinohara-san, you were recalled too. Kuriomato and Kotaru Amon ran into Shinohara Yukinori, at the Ward 1 CCG main office. Someone, who should have been stationed in another ward. Amon seemed somewhat surprised. It appears Shinohara-san will also be participating in the Ward 11 operation. This should significantly improve our odds. Mato's expression was rather sinister, likely because this time they'd be facing Aojirai Tree, home of the one-eyed owl. I'm not entirely sure myself. The commander of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit called me back. Shinohara's expression carried a hint of resignation. An important person. Juzu Suzuya, who was beside Shinohara, asked curiously. Indeed, Suzuya's current partner was Special Class Shinohara. Favored by CCG Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu, he'd naturally been paired with Shinohara. That's right, a very, very important person. So don't act up when the time comes. Shinohara deliberately emphasized this to get Suzuya to behave. As long as I don't talk back to this important person, right? Suzuya said. Not just that, no other mischief either. Shinohara was afraid Suzuya would cause trouble in front of the commander. Offending the higher-ups would make things difficult later. He was doing this for Suzuya's own good. The commander, huh? Amon seemed to have someone specific in mind. After all, there was only one investigator in the CCG with the highest command authority. And that person didn't get along with Mato-san at all, which made Amon dislike him too. On their way to the meeting room, they encountered two familiar faces in the corridor. It was Byakuya and Kori Ui. Rank 1 Amaha and Associate Special Class Ui. You're here too, how splendid. Mato immediately spoke up. The combat roster for this Aojirai Tree operation was much stronger than he'd anticipated. He felt their chances of revenge this time were good, and he grew even more eager to kill that one-eyed owl. Having left the academy, Suzuya was noticeably more cheerful than before. Seeing Byakuya for the first time in a while, he immediately waved excitedly, even addressing him intimately by his first name. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey, Chapter 104, Chapter 104, agreeing to Mato's request, Suzuya-kun. Byakuya smiled back at Suzuya. So you're partnered with Shinohara-san now. How's it going? Working hard. Not causing trouble for Shinohara-san, are you? Well, about that. Suzuya grinned awkwardly and scratched his head. Clearly, he couldn't deny having caused Shinohara quite a bit of trouble. Though it's not necessarily a bad thing. Suzuya-kun seems much more cheerful and optimistic than back at the academy. Byakuya had no intention of scolding Suzuya, he simply expressed his observation. I guess I was a bit back then. Suzuya said, only now realizing it himself. Back at the academy, other trainees, instructors, and combat trainers had all treated him like an outcast, which had made him rather withdrawn. Things had improved considerably since joining the CCG. Both Byakuya and Shinohara-san treated him well, though he was also gradually revealing his true nature. Having been kidnapped to the Ghoul auction, at a very young age, and then purchased by Big Madam, the chief lady of the Madam organization, and raised in bizarre ways, he naturally lacked a normal worldview and moral compass. That's why he did many unethical things. For instance, when Kaneki first met Suzuya in the original series, his wallet was immediately stolen by Suzuya, though there wasn't much money in it anyway. Listening to the exchange between Byakuya and Suzuya, Shinohara was quite surprised. Suzuya, who'd always been a troublemaker, actually showed this obedient side in front of someone. And it didn't seem like an act. First class Mato, rank 1 Amon. It's been a while since we've met too. Byakuya then greeted Mato and Amon as well. Rank 1 Amaha is here for the Ward 11 Special Strategy meeting as well, I take it. Notably, even at an important meeting, Mato was carrying his Quinqua briefcase, unlike others who came empty-handed. Byakuya nodded. It seems Rank 1 Amaha will be participating in the operation. I heard that Aogirai Tree's S-rated executive, Jason, was eliminated by you and he was even a half Kakuja. You probably have more experience facing Aogirai Tree than any of us. Amon spoke with evident respect in his voice. I heard Rank 1 Amaha received an S+, rated Quinqua made from Jason. Could I take a look at it sometime? The moment Quinquas came up, especially an S+, rated Quinqua made from a half-Kakuja, Mato's obsession couldn't be contained. Mato-san. Amon immediately gave Mato a warning. After all, such matters concerning Quinquas were serious business. Other investigators would certainly take offense at such a request. Mato-san's reputation within the CCG was already rather poor. Constantly making such impositions on fellow investigators wasn't a good look. It's fine, Amon. If Rank 1 Amaha isn't willing, I certainly won't force the issue. Mato said. Amon was momentarily speechless. This wasn't about whether the other person was willing or not. You simply shouldn't make such requests of fellow investigators in the first place. But Mato-san was his superior and someone he deeply respected, so he couldn't exactly lecture him. Shinohara's expression suggested he'd seen this coming. When they'd worked together in the past, Mato-san had done the same thing. His obsession with Quinquas was the most extreme Shinohara had ever witnessed among all investigators. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, righteously refuse Curio Mato. Ghoul investigators shouldn't casually show their Quinquas to anyone. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, agree to Curio Mato's request and lend him the Quinqua to examine sometime. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya considered the options for only a moment before making his choice. I can bring that Quinqua to show you sometime, Mato-san. Byakuya spoke calmly. Though 30 fusion points wasn't much, lending Mato a look at the Quinqua had no real impact on him anyway. Unlike other investigators who depended almost entirely on their Quinquas, he wasn't in that situation, which was precisely why they worried about Quinqua intelligence leaking to ghouls. If someone wanted to see his Sharingan, now that he definitely wouldn't show so casually. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 30 fusion points. Hearing that Byakuya had actually agreed, Amon looked shocked. Shinohara was equally astonished as he looked at Byakuya. That was a half-Kakuja, level Quinqua. Even Associate Special Class UI's Quinqua wasn't as high-grade as Byakuya's. Such an important, high-grade Quinqua, and he was willing to let Mato-san examine it. Though Mato-san's character was certainly trustworthy, he was excellent to colleagues and subordinates, and both Shinohara and Associate Special Class Huji had benefited greatly from working with him. Matters concerning Quinquas really couldn't be taken lightly. Suzuya had no concept of such things. He was still planning to steal all 55 remaining Scorpion 156 daggers from the armory. Having just one felt unsatisfying. Never mind Amon and Shinohara, even Mato himself was surprised. Though he'd made the request, he hadn't really expected anything. After all, he'd been rejected many times by other investigators. Almost no one would agree to such a thing. His inner surprise mixing with delight, Mato said, "Really? Wonderful. Contact me when you're free. Let's exchange contact information." Thus, Byakuya and Mato exchanged contact details. Rank 1 Amaha, is this really? Amon couldn't help but ask. Byakuya's behavior was incomprehensible to him, to the point where his speech became halting. It's fine. I believe Mato-san is trustworthy. Byakuya said calmly. Though this was just a convenient excuse, it was actually true. From a human faction perspective or as teammates, it was hard to find a more reliable ally in the CCG than Curio Mato. Setting aside stat monsters like Kishu Arima was another matter entirely. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 105, Chapter 105, since Byakuya had said so, Amon didn't press further. He certainly agreed that Mato-san was trustworthy. Kori Ui, standing nearby, said nothing. This was Byakuya's own decision. Even as Byakuya's current superior, he wouldn't micromanage to that extent. Then Ui spoke to Byakuya, "Amahakuen, we should pick up the pace. The meeting is about to start." Afterward, they entered the Ward 11 Special Strategy meeting room together. "Hello everyone, we're here." Shinohara pushed open the meeting room door and greeted those already seated. "Been waiting for you, Shinohara." Marud stood with his hands in his pockets, looking rather pleased. "You seem happy, Maru. When I got your call, I thought something serious had happened." Shinohara remarked. "Of course I'm happy. This is the biggest subjugation operation I've ever commanded. Naturally worth celebrating." Marud spoke excitedly. "If we pull this off nicely, I might even get another promotion." Amon watched Marud expressionlessly. As expected, the commander Shinohara-san mentioned was indeed Marud-san. "Yo, Amon." Still as buff as ever. Marud walked over and clapped Amon on the shoulder. Amon was somewhat displeased by the man's grinning demeanor. He'd heard that the Ward 11 CCG had been completely wiped out by Aogirai tree this time, with so many colleagues sacrificed. Yet Marud-san could still smile so happily, all because of a promotion. By contrast, Amon's personality was rather upright and rigid. He certainly didn't mesh well with Marud. But the other party was a special class investigator, so Amon wouldn't show disrespect to a superior. After just patting Amon's shoulder, Marud moved toward Byakuya and Kori Ui. Notably, Mato was standing right beside Amon, but Marud seemed to have completely ignored him. Noticing this, Amon's fist clenched involuntarily. Marud-san's behavior really irked him, but he couldn't say anything. Mato didn't care at all. To him, worrying about such things was a waste of time better spent researching efficient quinkwas for eliminating ghouls. And this must be the one they've been calling the strongest rookie Yamaha, right? Seeing Byakuya walking alongside Ui, Marud could guess his identity even without knowing him. "Hello, Marud-san." Byakuya greeted politely. "Not bad at all. You've eliminated quite a few ghouls in such a short time since joining." Marud exchanged a few casual words with Byakuya and Ui. Then he turned to look at Suzuya. "By the way, is that a girl?" He scrutinized Suzuya, momentarily unable to determine the gender. Shinohara whispered in Marud's ear, "That's the Suzuya I mentioned before." Suzuya said obediently, though his gaze drifted elsewhere. "Ah, so you're that guy, the one Chairman Washu recommended." Marud immediately began commenting, completely different from how Arima looked back then. More similar to the chairman's vibe, actually. "Maru, don't badmouth the Washu family casually." Shinohara immediately warned Marud. "It's fine. As long as I don't say anything that damages his image in public." Marud said offhandedly. "Speaking of which, that part of his is really small. Can't even tell if he has balls or not." Then Marud made an outrageous comment. Shinohara was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his face as he immediately looked at Suzuya beside him, hoping Suzuya wouldn't talk back to Marud. Even Amon nearly lost control of his serious expression. Marud had actually said such a thing in this setting, right in front of Suzuya. He'd once instructed Suzuya at the academy, so he knew about Suzuya's past trauma raised by a certain SS-rated ghoul who had done that to him. Though Suzuya didn't talk back, his expression turned ice-cold for an instant before disappearing just as quickly. Seeing that Suzuya hadn't argued with Marud, Shinohara breathed a sigh of relief. Ui just smiled awkwardly. This guy Marud's personality was still as unlikable as ever. Byakuya, meanwhile, quietly placed a hand on Suzuya's shoulder, as if trying to comfort him. Suzuya noticed and turned to smile at Byakuya. His unsettled expression improved considerably. Marud, who'd made those comments, was already moving on to business. "Now then, The most important matter. This is the biggest subjugation operation of my career. What I need are reliable elites who won't screw things up. Marud said with a grin, so all of you are members of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit. This is an order from me as Commander-in-Chief. None of you have the right to refuse. Shinohara rubbed his head. He'd expected this, but Marud's personality really gave him a headache. Even if Amaha and Suzuya wouldn't refuse, making such a bad first impression wasn't ideal. His own relationship with Marud was actually quite good. Marud could be a bit much, but his heart was in the right place. Byakuya said nothing, nor did Ui. Amon had already followed Mato to take seats at the meeting table. Notably, in the entire meeting room, only Mato had placed a Quinqua briefcase directly on the table, quite conspicuous, though no one would say anything about it. Then the special strategy meeting officially began. Most of the content covered the battle plan for the operation day. All investigators were to follow the plan accordingly. After the meeting ended, there was still one important task: writing wills. Before any major subjugation operation, every Ghoul investigator had to write a will beforehand. That way, if they died in battle, at least they'd leave something for their family. After all, battles with ghouls often meant bodies couldn't even be recovered. Even Kishu Arima was no exception. Though he always submitted blank paper, because he simply didn't know who to write to. Byakuya had now returned home, preparing to write his will on the standardized paper the CCG had distributed. He sat at his desk thinking for quite a while. He didn't have any family in this world either. So the question was, who should he write his will to? Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. The will's recipient Kishu Arima submitted blank paper every time precisely because he had no family to write to. His only decent relationships were with the people in Squad Zero, but even those were merely okay, far from the word family. Besides, writing a will to your colleagues would be too strange. By comparison, Byakuya was slightly better off. At least if he absolutely had to write something, he could write to Rise. Though Rise wasn't his family, there was no hard rule that wills had to be addressed to family. That said, Rise really was the person he was closest to at the moment. Byakuya thought about it and decided to just write something casual. He definitely wasn't going to die anyway, so the will would just rot away at CCG headquarters. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, Rise suddenly appeared behind him. "What are you writing?" Rise asked out of nowhere. Though Rise had moved silently, Byakuya could still sense her presence, so it didn't startle him. "Writing a will." Byakuya responded calmly. "Why write something like that? Didn't you say you definitely wouldn't die?" Rise asked. "It's not like that. It's mandatory for all combat personnel. The CCG requires it. Has nothing to do with whether I'm confident or not." Byakuya explained, after all, every time the CCG clashes with a major Ghoul force, casualties are severe. Bodies of fallen investigators often can't be recovered. Without a will, there'd be nothing left for their families. "So who are you writing to? Come to think of it, I've never met your family." Rise continued asking. "My family is no longer around." "In this world," Byakuya added silently. His family from before transmigrating was perfectly fine. He certainly couldn't jinx them. "Is that so? Then doesn't that mean you can't write a will?" Rise's tone remained flat. She had no concept of family, given her experiences in the Washa clan. The only person she could barely consider family was Shachi. But being rather rebellious, she didn't appreciate that overly nagging old foster father. "Not necessarily. It's not strictly required to write to family. You can write to anyone, or just submit a blank page," Byakuya said. The moment his words fell, the system notification sounded in his mind. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, submit a blank will. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, address the will to either Corona Yasuhisa or Nishiro Yasuhisa, and the content must not be too perfunctory. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 3, address the will to Rise Kamishiro, and the content must not be too perfunctory. Reward, 50 fusion points. Just as Byakuya was studying these three options, Rise suddenly rested her chin on his shoulder. Since you can write to anyone, why not write to me? You don't really have any better options, do you? Rise said with a smile. That's true. Byakuya agreed. Actually, he had a feeling that if he mentioned he could also choose Corona or Nishiro, Rise would probably turn hostile immediately. There was a hint of threat hidden beneath that smile of hers. Besides, addressing the will to Rise gave a higher system reward. He didn't think much more about it. However, now there was a new problem. How should he write the will? The system wouldn't let him be perfunctory. He couldn't just write a poem and be done with it, could he? And Rise was watching the whole time. It felt somewhat awkward. Byakuya thought for quite a while before finally putting pen to paper. Humanity pursues peace yet yearns for war. This is humanity's unique duality. Like two sides of the same coin, to protect one side, you must sacrifice the other. To Kamishiro-san, of course, Byakuya hadn't come up with this himself, he'd borrowed it from memory. It was fitting for this subjugation operation, and carried a double meaning. For instance, investigators sacrificing their lives to protect their families by waging war against ghouls. This shouldn't count as perfunctory, right? Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. Indeed, the will passed the system's judgment. Apparently, the system's standards weren't too strict. As for why Byakuya had written Kamishiro-san instead of Rise's full name, it was to prevent anyone at the CCG from peeking at his will. Currently, the Washu clan didn't know Rise's current name was Rise Kamishiro. As long as the name Rise wasn't exposed, things would be fine. Otherwise, Shachi would never have the chance to be rescued from Cochlea by Aojirai tree. At the very least, he'd be tortured until he revealed Rise's whereabouts. What even is this? It looks so cringeworthy. Do all you humans have this kind of humorous talent? Rise commented mercilessly. She was even being a bit caustic toward Byakuya now. Is it really that cringeworthy? I thought it was fine. Byakuya felt a bit embarrassed. Though I doubt anyone at the CCG will actually read your will. Cringeworthy or not doesn't really matter. Rise said casually. Clearly, she didn't think this thing would ever reach her hands, so she looked completely unconcerned. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey, Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit. 11:55 words after the Special Strategy meeting concluded, the roster for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit was also announced. Kuroiwa Iwao, age 39, Deputy Commander, Special Class Investigator Affiliation, Ward 13, 181 cm per 85 kg, blood type, A Quinqua, Kukakanu Proto/Rinkaku Kuroiwa Special. Shinohara Yukinori, age 37, Special Class Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20, 185 cm per 92 kg, blood type, O Quinqua, Kukakanu Proto/Bikaku Oni Yamada no. Amaha Byakuya, age 18, Rank 1 Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20, 178 cm per 65 kg, blood type, O Quinqua, Hafkakuja 13th Jason/Rinkaku Thorn/Bikaku Hirako 176 Suzuya Juzu, age 19. Rank 3 Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20, 160 cm per 47 kg, blood type, AB Quinqua, Bikaku Scorpion 156. These were the members listed in the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit, over a dozen people in total, though not all were combat personnel. For instance, Commander-in-Chief Marud would be directing operations from Ward 1 headquarters. Huji-san, the roster for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit is out. Why am I the only one left behind? Takizawa Sido looked at the roster on the desk, clearly dissatisfied. In terms of combat skills, I'm certainly not as good as that top-ranked Mado guy, but I have resolve and confidence. Takizawa-kun, let it go. Hoji Kusuk tried to console him. Hoji-san, I want to fight too. Takizawa was frustrated. Even though the Ward 11 operation is extremely important, we can't neglect defense of other areas. This was Marud-san's carefully considered decision. Hoji comforted him. This ward has been entrusted to the two of us, you know. We should be proud of that. Takizawa was silent for a moment, but looking at one particular name on the roster, he couldn't help saying, Jizu is only rank 3 right now. Forever second. Takizawa had always been overshadowed by top-ranked Akira Mado, perpetually coming in second. Now Suzuya, a rank 3 investigator, got to participate in the operation, while he a rank 2 who'd graduated second in his academy class could only stay here. It threw him off balance. If there was any consolation, it was that Akira Mado hadn't been assigned to participate either. Meanwhile, Shinohara was also reviewing the roster. Quite a few investigators from headquarters on this list. Shows how seriously Maru is taking this operation. The listed investigators were essentially all elites. Only Suzuya lacked notable achievements, but he'd been selected because of Chairman Wash's high regard for him. The last rookie specially recommended by the chairman had been Kishu Arima, and everyone knew how capable Arima was now. But Ward 23's defensive forces have become rather thin, haven't they? I hope it'll be all right. Amon was also reading the roster, murmuring to himself, as expected, Suzuya is the only rank 3. As long as he can be useful. Marud-san probably considers Juzu's utility value high enough. Shinohara remarked. Speaking of which, where did Suzuya go? Amon hadn't seen Suzuya for a while. Probably playing on some rooftop somewhere. Shinohara guessed. At that moment, Suzuya was indeed on a rooftop, wobbling along the edge railing in some strange dance, seemingly unconcerned about accidentally falling off. Ray-chan, there seem to be lots and lots of ghouls in Ward 11. Looks like I'll get brand new quinquas soon. How exciting, Suzuya talked to himself. Actually, he'd developed a second personality, and was conversing with his other self, Suzuya Ray. If you're not a good child, Mama will scold you. Byakuya naturally wasn't idle either. His will had been submitted, and was now stored at CCG headquarters. He was currently discussing the Ward 11 operation with Kori Ui. We'll be breaching Aojirai Tree's patrol perimeter from the 12 o'clock direction, eventually linking up with Shinohara-san and Kuroiwa-san to jointly assault Aojirai Tree's base. That's the plan, but we'll likely encounter Aojirai executives along the way. UI analyzed based on current intelligence. The relatively threatening Jason has already been eliminated by you. That guy was extraordinarily brutal. Every investigator he targeted was thoroughly tortured before being discarded like garbage. Plus, we had no idea he was a half-kakuja until now. It's fortunate you dealt with him, otherwise this operation would have had far more casualties. The one we need to watch out for most now is their leader, the One-Eyed King. Though he hasn't personally appeared in recent years, he's most likely the One-Eyed Owl from 10 years ago who inflicted massive damage on the CCG. Even with Kuroiwa-san who seriously wounded the One-Eyed Owl back then participating, this is still an extremely dangerous enemy we absolutely cannot underestimate. Next are Tatara and Noro, both rated SS+. Tatara comes from Qixi Lian, a ghoul organization from China that's already been annihilated. I feel like Hoji-san should have participated in this operation too, since he led the team that destroyed Qixi Lian. As for Noro, there's very little intel. We only know his regeneration is extraordinarily terrifying. UI also briefly analyzed Ayato Kirishima and the Bin brothers, though these three executives posed far less threat than the ones mentioned above. Aojirai Tree was arguably the strongest ghoul organization the CCG had ever faced, assuming Aojirai's full force was in Ward 11. No one inside the CCG could have anticipated that Aojirai would attack Koklia Prison in Ward 23, except for Byakuya and Kishu Arima. Truly a formidable operation. Byakuya merely offered a sigh in agreement. On the eve of the Aogiri tree operation, Yoshimura and Yomo were having a private discussion upstairs. "Are you really going, Yoshimura-san?" Yomo asked gravely. "I'll leave the coffee shop in your care for now." Yoshimura was dressed in a dark red robe, and wearing a black hat he hadn't worn in years, the same hat he'd worn during his V organization days. All V organization members typically dressed in black suits with black hats. Though Yoshimura had left V over 20 years ago, he still habitually dressed this way when going out. "Understood." Yomo asked no further questions, simply nodding slightly. Meanwhile, at CCG headquarters in Ward 1, the participating investigators were completing their pre-battle preparations. Marud wore the Commander-in-Chief insignia on his arm, grinning darkly as he shouted, "Playtime with the Ghoul brats begins now. Peace on death. Kids, repeat after me." Countless fully equipped investigators chanted in unison, their fierce expressions as if ready to tear apart the enemies they'd soon face. The overwhelming momentum greatly boosted morale. Kuroiwa Ueo, Shinohara Yukinori, Byakuya, and the entire Ward 11 Special Countermeasures unit stood at the front of the formation, the roaring voices of the investigators behind them thundering in their ears. "So which side dies?" "That's right. Now then, you trash, go kill. This is a golden opportunity for promotion." Spurred on by Commander Marud, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and over 1,000 investigators surged toward Ward 11. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey, Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Rise in the White Mask. 1079 words inside the abandoned building serving as Aogiri Tree's base. Banju and his fellow Ward 11 ghouls were being put to work for Aogiri Tree. A ghoul with distorted features, apparently having been severely wounded by investigators in the past, served as their overseer, punishing anyone who didn't work fast enough. "All of you better cut faster, damn it. Or we won't make it in time for Group 1's feeding hour." The overseer was berating the working ghouls. These ghouls in Aogiri Tree's uniform worked in what resembled a factory assembly line, cutting up human corpses that Aogiri's hunting parties had brought back. Wearing gloves and wielding knives, they looked almost professional. Only the Ward 11 ghouls did this hard labor. Other Aogiri ghouls were naturally exempt blatant discrimination. "You dare steal food." Suddenly, an incident occurred. The overseer had apparently caught a young ghoul sneaking a bite of meat, and immediately kicked him into a wall. The little boy clutched his stomach in pain. "You little..." Just as the overseer was about to slap the boy, Banju suddenly stepped between them, taking the slap himself. Even a single slap from a ghoul's strength could snap an ordinary human's neck. Banju's body wasn't much stronger than a regular human's. The slap sent him crashing to the ground. If that slap had landed on the Frilier child, it would have been much worse. The overseer paused. "Banju, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry." Banju immediately knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground. "I told him to steal it because we were just too hungry." Hearing this, the overseer's twisted, asymmetrical eyes bulged with bloodshot veins. "You think that'll make it okay?" He immediately stomped on Banju's head, beating him while cursing, "You Ward 11 garbage." Banju endured a lengthy beating before being released, his body covered in wounds. At least being a ghoul gave him some regeneration. After nearly a full day of hard labor, the Ward 11 ghouls were locked in a prison-like room. Inside their cell, there were only a few scattered bone fragments, their food for the day. And even those scraps had to be shared among several people. "Just these bone scraps. They're treating us like dogs." Though furious, no one dared do anything about it. "Big Brother Banju, I'm sorry. Today was my fault." The little boy who'd been caught stealing blamed himself. Because of his mistake, Big Brother Banju's face was still covered in bruises and swelling. Even with regeneration, the damage was visible, showing just how badly Banju had been beaten. "We absolutely cannot draw their attention. Otherwise, our plan could easily fall through. You want to protect your mom, right? Before we escape, we have to endure a little. Banjo had no intention of blaming Kuma, instead speaking gently. Kuma nodded firmly. Not only that, but Banjo gave all his bone scraps to Kuma. Here, eat my share too. It'll help you hold out longer. Banjo-san. Kuma's mother immediately expressed concern. Banjo usually took all the blame, and getting beaten meant his regeneration consumed more RC cells, making him hungrier faster. It's fine. Kids need to eat to grow. Besides, if I don't slim down a bit, I'll be even less popular with the ladies. Banjo laughed optimistically. But the moment he finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud gurgle. He was immediately embarrassed. Everyone contributed part of their bone scraps to Banjo. Take it, boss. If you can't hold out first, who'll lead us? Come to think of it, we don't have much time left. Having failed to find Rise-san, I'm worthless to Aogirai Tree now. At least before they dispose of me as useless garbage, I have to get you all out. That's what a boss does. Banjo sighed. Even now, I keep thinking if someone as powerful as Rise-san had become our leader, maybe Ward 11 wouldn't have been taken over. Everyone would have been happier. Please don't say that, Banjo-san. We've always thought you were the best leader. That's right. Rise-san aside, without you, we probably would have been killed by investigators long ago. No one agreed with Banjo's self-assessment. Banjo smiled. You're right, I shouldn't be saying such things. All right, let's start moving. That night, with Tatara and Ito away and Yamori already eliminated by Byakuya, Aogirai's attention was focused on defending against the CCG assault. This was their best chance to escape. Tonight, only the Bin brothers were on patrol rotation. When the younger Bin brother went to change shifts, Banjo led several companions through the forest cautiously. Everyone whispered to ease their tension while fleeing quickly. But just as they were about to exit Aogirai's patrol range, they suddenly encountered a ghoul who looked like a desiccated corpse, not wearing any mask. Aya! Before they could react, the ghoul opened its mouth and shrieked. Even though they came to their senses and killed it immediately, it was too late. Why are there Aogirai ghouls here too? Never mind that the Bin brothers are coming. They looked back and sure enough, the younger Bin brother was rushing toward them at breakneck speed, far faster than they could run. Don't look back. Banjo shouted urgently. But perhaps due to the sudden stress, Kuma's mother tripped and fell. Kuma instinctively threw himself in front of his mother without thinking. In that brief instant, Bin had already caught up, releasing his Bikaku. Just as that Bikaku was about to pierce Kuma, Banjo tried to throw himself in to save the boy. But then something unexpected happened. A figure appeared like a phantom, moving even faster than Bin. For dark crimson Rinkaku Kagun shot out from the side, instantly bisecting Bin at the waist. His upper and lower body separated before he even knew how he'd died. The mysterious woman had purple hair, wore a purple dress, and donned a white mask. It was Rise who had somehow borrowed Byakuya's white mask. Though she was masked, Banjo recognized her immediately. After all, she was too easy to identify. Rise ignored Banjo and the others. Just as she was turning to leave, the boy named Kuma spoke excitedly, Thank you, Rise Nichan. Because he and his mother had been saved. Only then did Rise glance back at them. If you want to thank someone, thank that Byakuya guy. If not for him, I wouldn't have bothered saving you useless lot. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 109, Chapter 109, as expected of the moon rise 11:11 words the day before these events. Byakuya had naturally anticipated that Banjo would most likely lead his companions in an escape from Aogirai Tree. Compared to the original timeline, conditions were even more favorable now without Yamori around, an excellent opportunity to flee. But things wouldn't go smoothly. They'd likely be hunted by the Bin brothers, which would be difficult to handle. In that scenario, at least half would die, since someone would have to hold off the Bin brothers. Ayato Kirishima and Noro were out on operations, so they weren't a concern. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, treat it as none of your concern. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, save Banju and his Ward 11 companions, but face the S-rated Bin brothers. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya decided to discuss this with Kurona and Nishiro. He himself would soon be leading troops into battle and couldn't spare time to rescue Banju and the others, who were planning to escape right before the operation. With their advantage of Washikagun, the Yasuhisa sisters could easily handle the Bin brothers' 2 executives that even Amon could solo. After days of special training under Kyoko Ora, they'd grown stronger, and had been secretly improving their control over their Washikagun. Kurona-san, Nishiro-san, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Please tell us, Onaikan. Both sisters responded coolly. The Ward 11 Aojirai tree operation is about to begin. There are some people over there I'm concerned about, but I can't get away right now. I need your help. Byakuya explained the general situation. Of course, that's fine. After all, it's a request from Onaikan. Nishiro agreed without hesitation. I have no objections either. Kurona said softly. But just then, Rise walked over. Darling, why didn't you ask me? I figured with your personality you wouldn't want to do this kind of thing, so I wasn't planning to ask. Byakuya said honestly. After all, Rise had never cared about other ghouls' lives. Whether human or ghoul, all lives were like grass to her. She only acted for her own pleasure. If he asked Rise to do this, she'd probably just find him tediously boring. So he'd simply not considered asking her. Byakuya certainly understood Rise's personality well, but he'd overlooked one thing: Rise's opportunities to show her true nature in the original series were quite limited. That didn't mean she couldn't change for someone. After all, Rise as a child and Rise later weren't the same personality either, one reason being that Shachi had probably spoiled her. That can't be right. After all, I did spend time in Ward 11. Those people are at least acquaintances. Rise smiled as she spoke. So you're willing to save them? Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Rise wasn't acting as he'd expected. Of course. Rise nodded. Though saving those people was just incidental. The real reason was she wanted to keep an eye on Byakuya's safety. She just didn't want him to know. If it were purely about saving those people, she might not actually be willing. But now Kurona was displeased. We were asked first. Doesn't Rise-san understand the concept of first come first served? Kurona is right. Onaikan asked us first. Nishiro echoed her sister. Are you trying to lecture me? Rise's smile suddenly seemed off. Byakuya sensed the tension immediately. He hadn't expected even this to spark conflict between Rise and the sisters. But he reacted quickly. Then why don't you all go together? That way you can look out for each other. This seemed the best choice to calm both sides. Besides, having Rise accompany the Yasuhisa sisters was definitely optimal. It minimized all risks. Noro had been ordered by Ito to stall for time without counterattacking. Apart from Noro, the biggest threat was Ayato Kirishima. Not to mention, Rise alone could wipe out both the Bin brothers and Ayato. Adding the Yasuhisa sisters meant they could literally crush all of Aojirai's remaining forces in Ward 11, leaving only Noro as a problem. That being the case, it might seem like the CCG had nothing left to do. But that wasn't true. Their real enemy wasn't the Aojirai ghouls, it was the SSS-rated, non-killing owl. He knew manager Yoshimura would definitely make his move, to cover for and protect his daughter. That was certain. Byakuya's words successfully defused the conflict between Rise and the sisters. Though they still seemed to be competing silently, wanting to see who could eliminate the Bin brothers faster. By the way, do you have a mask? Byakuya suddenly thought of an issue. If Rise didn't wear a mask and was accidentally spotted by an investigator, her identity would be exposed. The V organization would come knocking immediately. I never wear those things, Rise said casually. It's so boring and stupid. We're at the top of the food chain, yet we have to hide our faces. This isn't about whether it's boring or not. If your identity is exposed, it'll be huge trouble. Byakuya thought for a moment and lent Rise his white mask, his tone brooking no refusal. Here, use my mask for now. This is an order, not a choice. Perhaps Rise was confident she wouldn't be seen by investigators, but better safe than sorry. Caution was best in such important matters. Even when dealing with Rise, he wouldn't be casual about this. This also saved him a trip to Yuta's place in Ward 4 to have a new mask made for Rise. A random mask from a store would break too easily. Rise accepted the white mask. It definitely carried Byakuya's rich scent perhaps, that was why she was willing to accept it. Thus, a world where only the Bin brothers suffered misfortune was about to be born. The Bin brothers probably just wanted to say, "It's not me who's wrong, it's this world," practically ready to chant "Unravel." When Rise dispatched the younger Bin brother, the older one had already been obliterated by Corona and Nishiro. Being only S-rated or perhaps S-, he stood no chance against the sisters 2-on-1. He was instantly killed. I wonder how Rise-san did. Were we faster? Corona and Nishiro completely ignored the Bin dead at their feet, caring only about who had been quicker, them or Rise. On the other side, Rise left those cold words and vanished in the blink of an eye. Banjo wanted to say something but had no chance. Remembering that Rise-san had mentioned that young man again, Banjo was filled with admiration. Amaha-san, huh? He actually convinced Rise-san to help us. Truly, as expected of the man Rise-san chose. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P. N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Uchiha Gunbai. No, wait, the older Bin brother might be pursuing us right now. We need to move immediately, or we'll waste Amaha-san and Rise-san's efforts to save us. Banjo quickly realized they shouldn't be standing around. Of course, they didn't know the older Bin brother had already been dealt with by Corona and Nishiro. They could soon escape Aogiri's patrol range. As long as they didn't run into Noro or Ayato outside, they'd be fine. Even after leaving the patrol range, they didn't dare rest, continuing until they'd escaped Ward 11 entirely. But they couldn't rest for long either. They wanted to settle down in Ward 20. It wasn't that they needed to trouble Antiku. With their circumstances, even a random abandoned shack in Ward 20 would be better than life under Aogiri. The moment Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters dealt with the Bin brothers, Byakuya immediately received feedback. Host has completed option 2, save Banjo and his Ward 11 companions. Reward, 50 fusion points. With the Bin brothers gone, Banjo and the others were naturally saved. Otherwise, according to the original timeline, most of them except Banjo would have died horribly at Yumori's hands, including that mother and son. Even the drag queen, Nico, had shown enough pity to give them quick deaths. Gaining another 50 fusion points, Byakuya took the opportunity to check his system panel. Host, Amaha Byakuya identity, human fusion target, Uchiha Madara fusion progress, LV30/2500 equipment, white mask in use, S+, rated Quinqua, 13s Jason, B-rated Thorn, B-rated Scorpion 156. Abilities, Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV3, Taijutsu LV3, A-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall, Transcription Seal, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Fusion points, 662 cumulative, 1,272 system shop. Byakuya noticed he could now afford the Uchiha Gunbai. In this Aogiri tree operation, the enemy he was most wary of wasn't actually Aogiri's ghouls, it was manager Yoshimura. The Uchiha Gunbai would probably prove very useful, given its strength was comparable to an SSS-rated Kukaku Quinqua. Of course, this didn't mean the Gunbai's upper limit was only SSS rated, it was simply that this world's Quinqua rating system maxed out at SSS. There was no higher classification available. Host has purchased Uchiha Gunbai. 500 fusion points consumed. Current remaining fusion points, 162. After the purchase, his equipment list updated immediately. Equipment, Uchiha Gunbai, White Mask in use, 13th Jason, Thorn, Scorpion 156. At this very moment, massive numbers of CCG, investigators, and armored vehicles had surrounded Aogiri Tree's entire base in Ward 11. Armed helicopters circled overhead. Aogiri's base consisted of 8 buildings. Aside from the rear facing the sea, 3 sides were surrounded by forest. This terrain made breaching Aogiri's base significantly more difficult for the investigators. Due to concerns that the operation may affect civilians, nearby residents are being guided by police to designated evacuation points. The on-site commander for this operation is Special Class Investigator Marud Atsuki. Regarding this large-scale operation, Special Class Marud has expressed strong confidence. Commander-in-Chief Marud was being interviewed by embedded war correspondents. We will stake our lives to protect the residents' safety. But that only accounts for 99%. The remaining 1% depends on everyone's cooperation. We will definitely reclaim peace for Tokyo's Ward 11, on the live broadcast, Marud exuded confidence. But the moment the reporter walked away, his expression darkened. Their assault wasn't going smoothly. It was now 11 p.m., 3 hours since the operation began. Aogiri's resistance was fiercer than anticipated. They'd even seized firearms from the Ward 11 CCG branch. With territorial advantage, guns, and Kukaku ghouls shielding the shooters from bullets, the first wave of regular investigators had suffered heavy casualties. There were ghouls within Aogiri capable of teaching others to use firearms, and their marksmanship wasn't bad. The CCG investigators had been pushed into a bitter stalemate. Why can't we break through? Suzuya asked, puzzled. Because we can't hit those ghouls. A frontal assault isn't working, and the rear by the sea is too risky with unknown ambush potential. Amon explained. Iwa-san, how's the front line? Shinohara asked Kuroiwa nearby. Still locked in combat. Marud's already lost his patience. Kuroiwa said. Given this terrain, a frontal breakthrough is most efficient. But breaking through right now is extremely difficult. Just as Kuroiwa said, Marud was extremely frustrated. He grabbed the rifle from an investigator lying prone nearby and fired a shot, instantly killing a ghoul in the building. You clumsy idiots. Even kids playing video games are better than you. Marud finally snapped and started cursing. Marud-san, do you have a sniper rifle? Lend me one. At that moment, Byakuya appeared behind Marud without warning. Marud nearly jumped. Oh, it's you, Amaha. A sniper rifle. He glanced over at a guy who'd been aiming a sniper rifle for ages without seemingly knowing who to shoot at. You over there, lend your sniper rifle to rank 1 Amaha. These idiots were too slow anyway. Better to let Amaha use it. He was also curious what Amaha was planning. Sniper rifle in hand, Byakuya immediately aimed at certain figures high in the building. That was Aogiri's sniper team and the biggest obstacle to the CCG's assault. Most notably, their leader, Scope, was the marksmanship instructor who'd trained Aogiri's other ghouls. With his vision and perception, Byakuya didn't need a scope or binoculars to locate Aogiri's sniper team. He'd trained with firearms at the academy. His first shot went straight for Scope's head, blowing it apart. Though ghouls weren't so easily killed, this would at least prevent him from sniping the advancing investigators for now. The other snipers were affected too. Their leader had been shot. The sniper fire from above suddenly went silent. Nice work, Amaha. Marud immediately recognized the impact of Byakuya's shot. He began barking orders, move in. Everyone move in. If you can't break through, you're all going home. Get 20 plus chapters ahead on P. N. Rose Whiskey Chapter 111, Chapter 111, the 112-29 words, who would have thought Amaha was a shooting prodigy? That shot he just took apparently dropped the enemy sniper team's leader. The tide was turning, and Marud's expression brightened considerably. Watching Byakuya maintain his position trained on Building 1's upper floors, taking occasional shots, he couldn't help but exclaim to Kori Ui. I actually wasn't aware of that either. Ui offered an awkward smile. He's quite modest then. And a versatile genius at that. Marud stroked his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Byakuya kept his scope fixed on Building 1's elevated positions. The moment any Aogirai tree sniper dared show their head, he'd put a bullet through it. Under his near-perfect accuracy, Aogirai's sniper team was rendered completely ineffective. With that, the CCG finally breached Building 1 successfully. Byakuya set down his sniper rifle now. It was time for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit to make their entrance. Only investigators wielding quinquas could engage ghouls at close quarters. First-class investigator Take Hirako, Rank 1 investigator Kotaro Amon, Associate Special Class investigator Senzuchino, and others were already locked in combat with ghouls in Building 1. Byakuya, Ui, and the rest followed the original plan, advancing into another building. Eventually, all forces would converge for a combined assault on Aogirai Tree's command center in the deepest section. Suzuya's wandered off somewhere alone again. I hope he doesn't run into any Aogirai executives. Juzu Suzuya had apparently gone off on his own, prompting Shinohara to voice his concern. Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. The battle raged from night through to the following day, and Byakuya had already driven off quite a few ghouls. With numerous ghouls occupying each building, the CCG had only managed to secure buildings 1, 2, and 4 by this point. Moreover, they'd only encountered one Aogirai executive so far, Ayato Kirishima. An extremely fast Akaka-type ghoul. Even when spotted, he was nearly impossible to catch. Something feels off. So far, only one of the other teams has encountered an executive. We haven't seen the Bin brothers or any of the other executives. Shinohara sensed something was wrong. The ones we've faced have mostly been B-rated or lower. There's no way Aogirai Tree's fighting force is this weak. Amon chimed in. By now, half of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit had assembled. Shinohara, Kuroiwa, Hirako, Kuriomato, and Kotaro Amon. Could the other executives and stronger ghouls all be gathered at the enemy command center? Kuroiwa suggested. Let's not worry about that for now. We'll find out once we breach the command center. Just as Shinohara was about to head toward Building 5, the one closest to the command center, a towering figure blocked their path at the floor's entrance. Shinohara and Kuroiwa, who had both fought the one-eyed owl before, felt a distant, familiar dread wash over them at the sight of that silhouette. Their eyes went wide. Mato's expression twisted into something feral, his hand trembling around his quinqua case. Kuroiwa immediately bellowed to everyone behind him. Special Class Kuroiwa. What's happening? The entire team was bewildered. Besides Kuroiwa, only Shinohara and Mato understood what they were facing. That thing, why is it here? Shinohara muttered in disbelief. Shinohara-san, what's going on? Amon couldn't help but ask. It's the owl. The SSS-rated one-eyed owl. The natural disaster that appeared 10 years ago. Shinohara's voice was grave, his expression severe. 10 years ago, the one-eyed owl had first appeared. Special Class Investigator Mikito Yuri of Ward 3 was killed by a mysterious ghoul. The unknown ghoul was temporarily designated X and preliminarily rated S-Class due to its overwhelming power that surpassed even a Special Class Investigator. A month after the Ward 3 incident, X launched a large-scale assault on the Ward 2 CCG branch, inflicting massive casualties. Its threat level was subsequently raised from S to SS. X's appearance was also revealed during the Ward 2 attack. Based on its form, the CCG renamed it Owl. It possessed approximately 6 to 8 kakuho, confirming it as a kakuja. Since the owl only had a single kakugon, it was also called the One-Eyed Owl. Later, the owl led multiple ghouls in an assault on Cochlea in Ward 23, prompting another upgrade to SSS rated. Following that, the owl and its gang launched a second attack on Ward 2. At that time, Kuroiwa, then a first-class investigator, dealt a critical blow to the owl's kakuho. But when the owl returned for a third attack on Ward 2, it came alone and was even stronger than before. Faced with the owl's overwhelming power, the entire CCG was helpless. It wasn't until the then 19-year-old Rank 2 investigator Kishu Arima entered the battle that the tide finally turned. At that time, Arima had just been personally promoted by Chief Washu from Rank 3 to Rank 2. Despite his youth, he wielded special class investigators' quinquas with masterful skill. Author's note: yes, the anime changed this part too. In the manga, Arima borrowed a special class investigator's quinqua, and only managed to fight the manager to a standstill 10 years ago, not crushing him with 2 B-rated quinquas. After the grueling battle, the manager lost 2 kakuho and fled. Simply put, if the manager had been willing to eat while fighting, he could have soloed the entire CCG back then. Only Arima and the Washu family could have stopped him. With its kakuho wounded again, the owl vanished and hadn't been heard from since. What the CCG didn't know was that the owl that attacked Ward 2 the third time wasn't the same one from before. Yoshimura had charged into Ward 2 alone to protect his daughter, diverting the Washu's attention and making them believe he was the same one-eyed owl from before. He knew that if the Washu discovered Ito's identity as a natural-born half-ghoul, they would pursue her relentlessly. This explained why the owl in the third Ward 2 attack was so much stronger than before. At that time, Ito hadn't fully developed yet, so naturally she wasn't as powerful as the battle-hardened, near-peak manager. Counting back the timeline, the middle-aged manager of over 20 years ago would have been in his true prime before aging set in. Back then, Ito hadn't yet assumed her current monstrous form, but rather resembled the non-killing owl's appearance. More precisely, the manager had altered his kakuja form to perfectly mimic his daughter's appearance at the time, all to protect her. The sudden appearance of the one-eyed owl, which had vanished for 10 years, was something Shinohara and Kuroiwa had never anticipated. Though Mato had finally encountered the enemy he'd dreamed of tearing apart for countless nights, he found he still lacked the absolute courage to face it. His trembling hands were born not only of agitation. The one-eyed owl's oppressive presence struck an uncontrollable terror into his heart. Shinohara. Kuroiwa caught Shinohara's eye, silently signaling him to watch Mato and prevent any reckless action. They both knew the owl had killed Mato's wife, but if hatred clouded his judgment, nothing good would come of it. 10 years ago, Mato had been too afraid to face the owl during its third assault on Ward 2. This time, he wouldn't retreat as he had back then. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey, Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Facing the SSS 1007 words with a roar of fury, Mato opened his quinqua case. This time he'd brought Kara, presumably S-rated. You can't lose your head at a time like this. Shinohara called out preemptively, worried about Mato acting rashly. Perhaps Shinohara's voice was loud enough it seemed to snap Mato back to his senses. Mato-san. Amon watched Mato with a grave, worried expression. Mato ground his teeth, glaring at the one-eyed owl before him, not daring to make any sudden moves. Shinohara was right. The one-eyed owl was far too powerful. Recklessness would be fatal. He had to forcibly suppress his emotions, gripping his quinqua with white-knuckled intensity. Maru, we've got a serious problem. The owl has appeared. Shinohara immediately contacted Marud via radio. The owl. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Marud, usually all smiles and casual demeanor, now wore a grave expression. Aogiri Tree's operational style does seem similar to the group led by the one-eyed owl 10 years ago. Could their leader really be the owl? Marud grew increasingly agitated. If only Arima were here, but he's still in Ward 24. There's no way he'd make it in time. Damn it. Shinohara. Leave only the fearless elites behind. Transfer all other investigators to the other buildings. If even you all can't handle it, then there's nothing to be done. No pointless deaths, no wasting time. Fight the owl with as few people as possible. That's all. However eager Marud was for glory, he wouldn't make irrational decisions. If this really was the same owl from 10 years ago, no one but Arima could handle it. Even with 2 special class investigators and over a dozen associate special class and first class investigators present, their lineup couldn't match the owl suppression operation from a decade ago. Back then, the CCG had assembled all their elite forces and still couldn't defeat the lone owl, much less now, fighting in the enemy's stronghold. Shinohara let out a long sigh. He immediately began organizing personnel deployment. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Associate Special Class Chino arriving from the side. Take everyone to Building 7. Why yes, sir. Chino hadn't quite processed the situation yet. Hirako, Mato, you two stay. Amon, head to Building 7. Those from Ward 13 at first class and above stay with me. Everyone else, follow Associate Special Class Chino out. Shinohara and Kuroiwa exchanged glances and simultaneously began assigning who would stay to fight the owl. I want to fight too. Amon immediately refused. These are orders from your superiors, Amon. Don't be stubborn. Shinohara said. Amon, there's a real chance we might die here, myself included. You shouldn't die in this place. Mato also tried to persuade him. Mato-san, Shinohara-san, please let me stay and fight. Amon's expression was resolute, showing no fear of death. Shinohara's face softened with a look of gratification. Mato-san, you've trained an exceptional investigator. Mato was visibly moved as well, remembering how he himself hadn't been nearly as brave as Amon 10 years ago. Rank 1 Amon. Yes, sir. Shinohara walked toward Amon, then suddenly threw a punch that knocked him flat. The other investigators looked on in shock. Associate Special Class Chino, take Amon with you. Shinohara turned back to face the owl. Don't underestimate a special class investigator, Amon. And it'd be a real shame if someone like you died here. Amon lowered his head in silence for a long moment before following Chino away. But shortly after leaving the room, he ran into Byakuya and Yui heading toward him, their cold, severe expressions making clear they were going to fight the owl. He couldn't help but glance back at Byakuya as they passed. They were both rank 1, yet worlds apart in ability. Rank 1 Amaha was probably the only rank 1 investigator qualified to fight the owl here. Having taken down an S+, rated Half-Kakuja, rank 1 Amaha's true strength couldn't be measured by his rank anymore. Meanwhile, Amon, the former top graduate of his year, still had no impressive achievements to show. But Amon didn't let this discourage him. He'd already come to view rank 1 Amaha as motivation to push himself harder. Hirako, what's the strongest ghoul you've ever taken down? Before the battle began, Shinohara asked the helmet-wearing, plain-faced man beside him. An S-rated Ukaku ghoul. Hirako answered in his usual deadpan manner. Shinohara nodded slightly. I'm the type whose death wouldn't really matter, huh? Hirako commented flatly. Shinohara's expression grew awkward. That's not. It's fine. I know where I stand. Hirako said calmly. Shinohara-san, Kuroiwa-san, is that the owl? By now Byakuya and Yui had arrived. Yui stared at the massive figure ahead and asked gravely. You and Amaha are here too. Good, everyone's accounted for. Shinohara pressed his hand to the center of his collarbone, apparently triggering some kind of biometric lock on his quinqua. In an instant, his body armor transformed into Kakuja armor. Kuroiwa underwent the same transformation. This was the Kakuja Quinqua, new proto. Meanwhile, Yoshimura had stood motionless while they organized their forces, not making a single move. He was here to stall these elite investigators. He had no intention of attacking them first. Amahakuin is here, but I don't see the blue-haired young man from 10 years ago. He must not be participating in this operation. But those suits the two special class investigators wore. They disgusted him. A man of his experience could guess exactly how such quinquas were made. Host encounters SSS-rated Ghoul, non-killing owl, for the first time. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya set down the case containing 13's Jason, and retrieved the Uchiha gunbai that had been strapped to his back. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 3 figures watched. Rise, wearing her white mask, observed the floor where Byakuya was positioned. Corona and Nishiro sat nearby, maintaining a subtle distance from Rise. If Byakuya found himself in any danger, they'd intervene immediately. Get 20+ chapters ahead on P.N. Rose Whiskey. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.